the Western frontier were deeply concerned about what anybody thought of them. They were too focused on just trying to survive and make it the next mile.
Right.
But whenever I'm evaluating criticism, I look at two things, and one of them has more weight than the other. The first is the merits of the argument. That's what really has the weight. Like if your argument has merit, then that has traction with me. And then the second thing is the credibility of the person that's offering it, which has less weight, but certainly more than zero. Like how credible is this person who's coming at me? And most of the time on social media, and I think this bears out, it's not just a uniquely me thing or politician thing, but across the board, the most of the people who are coming at you on social media are not even attempting to make arguments and probably don't have much in the way of credibility.
Yes, exactly.
One of the things that I've always found too, and this was, I could never figure out a way to say it, but one of the guys the reason why the three of us know each other is through Jason Stapleton. He's a marketing guru. And one of the things he says is when he had his libertarian podcast, which was pretty big, he says, you're not trying to win arguments. You're trying to win converts. It's different. So I've always found, and I know you've done this too, Walter, because you're brilliant at it. You may be talking to someone that there isn't a shade of chance that you're going to change their mind, but there's 10 people around listening. And those 10 people, you can get to those 10 people. And that's how you win that. So you've been very good at it. As long as we got you here, we might as well start talking a little bit. We were just kind of BSing before, but my contention
we're live already. So
my contention is that Minnesota is in play. There's a chance. And I'm in Wisconsin, and I'm in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I think there's 3,800 people in this town. I voted at 5:30, and I was number 2235 or something like that. So out of 3,800 people, there's already been 2,200 people voting. Wow. That's incredible turnout.
Yes.
And that's in Baldwin. And Wisconsin, outstate Wisconsin is coming out of the woodwork for Trump. And all the way down the ticket. So we're trying to get Eric Hovde elected and get Tammy Baldwin the hell out of there because she's awful. And I think Minnesota has a chance. What are your thoughts?
I would absolutely agree. And by the way, we know that Tammy's in trouble because she's been acting like she's in trouble. She's definitely nervous tonight, and she ought to be. But yeah, I mean, Minnesota, I think it is in play. I really do. And because here's the thing is that when we engage in this analysis and predictions and prognostication about elections, often what we're basing our predictions on is historical trends. And I think what we learned definitively in 2022 is that historical trends don't matter anymore because of the ways in which election administration have changed. Yes. When you go from, you show up on election day, polls close at 8 and everything's hand counted and you know the result by 2 a.m. When you go from that to we're going to have in Minnesota 45 days of voting, 45. Okay. At that point, polls become absolutely useless because a poll is a snapshot of a moment. And you've got 45 different days plus election day that you have to take into consideration. And so there's no real way to know based upon any sort of historical trend, the direction that things are going. And so the things that you need to look at are stuff like who's coming out to vote early. What percentage of them are modeled as Republican versus modeled as Democrat? And by those numbers, it's been absolutely tremendous what we've seen in terms of returns here in Minnesota. And historically, Republicans show up more than Democrats on election day. And so I think we went into tonight with a tremendous advantage. It'll be interesting to see how it all pans out.
We've got a backup somewhere.
It's probably me. Hang on one second. Let me double check my settings.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, I agree, Walter. And I think what might be happening too is they might not, maybe Trump doesn't win it, but I think the down ticket people, I think people will vote for, because there are those people that will just be like, yeah, he's our governor. Let's get him in the White House. And they're not thinking. But I think down the ballot, I would love to see it change. Because I'd move back. I moved out because of this. I really did. I sold my house in Ramsey. Said, the hell with this. We're moving to Wisconsin, and I'd move back. But it has to change. So it's going to be an interesting night to see how far red this goes, if at all, because there's also the other possibility that the I don't like the orange man kind of mentality really takes hold. We just don't know. So this is one of the most exciting election nights I've ever seen.
Well, and
But
sorry, go ahead, Walter.
I was just going to say it's deeply important that we retake the state house here in Minnesota because they've had this trifecta for the past 2 years, and this is really blown up because I come from this background of being in the Tea Party and flirting with libertarianism and what have you, and being skeptical of the two-party system and all of that. All of that has been blown up by the last 2 years here in Minnesota because the consequence of allowing the Democrats to have control has been the most radical shift in the Overton window and the center point of policy. I mean, we have the most ridiculous, harmful abortion policy in the world, not just in the nation. We have a trans refugee policy where if your kid from Wisconsin makes it across state lines by whatever means, our courts can decide that you're not their parent anymore if they utter the words, "I'm here for gender affirming care." I mean, it's absolute madness. We blew through an $18 billion state budget surplus. We raised taxes by $10 billion. We increased the state budget by 40%. I mean, these are the consequences of allowing Democrats to win. So I'm no longer playing around with these notions of, wouldn't it be better if the universe worked differently? Yeah, sure. It would also be nice if I could fly, but at some point you grow up and you realize this is the world in which I live, and I have to learn how to negotiate it successfully.
Yeah.
But can't you feel the joy? Can't you feel
And Walter, one thing I want to mention is since the Somali and the Muslims started to come out in support of Trump, I mean, that speaks volumes. And from what Ken was talking about earlier, this is a golden opportunity for the Republican Party to reach out to the Muslim and to the Somali group and work with them and strengthen those numbers and really flip Minnesota away from the Democrat to, Republican or even Libertarian ticket or whatever ticket. Just work with those people, go out to the neighborhood, show them, hey, you know what? This is what the Democrats have done. They haven't been there for you. We will. That's what the Republicans need to do. They need to go to these scary neighborhoods that Democrats will not go to.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we've started to do that work here in the Republican Party of Minnesota. There's so much upward potential to it. But this past Saturday, there was a press conference at the Minnesota State Capitol featuring Somali community members and leaders, and they all came out and enthusiastically endorsed Donald Trump and our down ballot races, which was, not certain. Like, I had no idea what they were going to say once they got up there, but it's a genuine and sincere and organic response to being ignored as a community and being taken for granted for decades. And so, yes, there's a tremendous opportunity here for Republicans if we can be serious about, again, negotiating the world in which we actually live as opposed to the one that we would prefer, which you would think would be pretty natural for Republicans because we're the party of facts don't care about your feelings. But it is funny how, like, within our conservative sphere, there's a whole lot of leaning on feelings as opposed to acknowledging certain political facts.
The Democrats hung the abortion thing around your neck like an albatross, and that's what's killing the Republican Party. They sat there and they completely kept beating you over the head with the message that if Donald Trump gets in, he's going to put a national
the abortion ban.
And the Republicans, to be honest with you, didn't do a good enough job with messaging, saying that's not what's going on here. Because they've got to tiptoe that line because they need the Christian vote, and they're afraid if they say too much about abortion. I'm so done with abortion as an issue in a election. It's
amen.
And sorry, Walter, just have a real quick thought to go off of what John just said. One thing that I think J.D. Vance and Trump and even more Republicans could have thrown into the whole mix regarding the whole abortion and women's right to choose what happens to their body. Where was that right to choose when they didn't want to get the vaccine? There wasn't one.
What's right? Am I allowed to curse here?
Yeah, you're allowed to do whatever you want.
It's all bullshit. I mean, in other words, if it's not what they want, then like I said, it was okay to get the shot, but if that's okay. And they'll push that on you. It's not your body, your choice. And even women are like, they didn't care about that. But, they have to, if the abortion issue, and I seen guys today saying, I have daughters and I went to vote for their health. And I'm like, you know what? Forget about the abortion thing. What about letting men in women's locker rooms? What about the trans thing? What about men in women's sports?
Yep.
Isn't that more of a danger than
Or being attacked and by illegals?
Right.
But,
yeah,
yeah.
isn't that even
Not being safe, yeah.
Isn't that a bigger thing than, don't get me wrong. If you want to have an abortion, let's say you live in Texas and you want to have an abortion. Well, from what I see, you can just scoot right on over to New Mexico and have that sucker sucked right out of there and then be right back for dinner, to be quite honest with you. What's the difference?
Yeah, I think the mistake that Republicans made on abortion is the same mistake that they made on healthcare back in 2016, where they got the trifecta under the first term of Donald Trump, which is we never plan. We're like a dog. We never plan on what to do once we catch the car.
Yeah.
So we're constantly talking about,
Yeah.
we're
So
constantly talking about how
Hear,
important it
hear.
is to Democrats. But we don't have a plan for how to actually govern. And I think part of that comes from the kind of innate sort of limited government libertarian undercurrent that informs our conservative politics, where our instinctive answer to any public policy question is the government shouldn't be involved, which I like that instinct. But it turns out if you get elected, you actually do have to write law. You actually do have to have a plan for what the law is going to look like and why. And there was zero thought put into what repeal and replace was actually going to look like, which is why it didn't happen. And I think similarly, there wasn't any real coherent thought into what a pro-life agenda looks like past the collapse of Roe v. Wade. And it came upon us so suddenly that we didn't really have the time to adjust to it. And the left, of course, they knew exactly how to respond to it, right? The sky's falling. It's Handmaid's Tale. You're going to end up being sex slaves to, Republican hillbillies or whatever their scare tactic was.
To your husband, no doubt.
Yes, it was obviously very effective in 22. I think it's less effective this year because we've had a couple of years where, like states like Minnesota, it's a free for all. It's the wild, wild west. You want to get rid of an unborn kid?
Go for
Hear
it.
no evil, see no evil. We're asking no questions here.
Yep.
And then you have other states that have gone in the other direction. And so I think people just kind of instinctively realize that, well, we do still have choices. Depending on what state I live in, I might have to travel a little bit, to your point, in order to exercise it. But this kind of Handmaid's Tale fantasy of how dystopian things were going to be in the fall of Roe just has not manifested in real life.
No,
Well,
it
get ready for an eye roll from her.
Her.
Yes,
you.
Her.
That's because
Rude.
women don't understand normal thinking. In other words, even in New Jersey, where you
She
can
actually did it. She actually did do the eye roll.
do I know my co-host or do I know my co-host? The
was funny.
thing is, even in New Jersey, where it is legal, and I have 4 daughters, and they're all worried about it. And I go, why do you? And you're living in New Jersey. You'll always be able to have something like
Never
that.
be a problem.
And if any one of you got pregnant, I know you none of you would go and have an abortion. So I don't know what this big deal is. I mean, you're making you're wringing your hands and all this other thing about they're taking away our health care. Not really,
Well,
to be honest with you.
Yeah, since we have
Because
the
it's
women
not
in here,
equal
I would
across
love
the
to
board.
touch it. I
That's
wanna hear
why.
the Duchess.
Yeah, it's not equal across the board.
I say
And-
worry about yourselves.
Well, but it's easy for you to say it's equal across the board for you. It's not equal for women on some of those matters. And I know it's based on states choosing that. But if your representatives are older Christian folk, who don't believe you should have an abortion, they're going to rule that a really tight window or not at all. And then you come to other states, stop. Not everybody can get on
Oh,
Why?
yes, they can. Stop it. They
Sure.
can't. It's
Stop.
You got 9 months.
Would you like to let me finish?
No,
Because I know my
Here
host.
we are
talks
going
over.
again with the
I
abortion thing,
apologize, Walter.
and it's here we are again with the abortion thing, all over with the
This
abortion.
is
What are you
funny.
apologizing?
There's
for?
no one because you're talking over me.
I'm sorry, but
Thank you.
know, again, here we are with the abortion thing. You're telling me that you can't. if
You
you're
literally ranted
somewhere,
about it.
You can't go. So you can't get on a bus. You can't have somebody drive you. Stop it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you have now volunteered to drive any woman who would
I
like
will
an
drive
abortion.
anyone that wants to go to another state. I'll drive you.
Such an ass.
Jesus.
Such an ass.
Let's do formal
That's my
introductions
point.
here. So let's do formal introductions. So I'm
Okay.
Bruce McGee, the Weathered Soul. This is the Weathered Review
Rude.
podcast and the Weathered Report. Also, we have Double J, John Jamico, and his lovely co-host Duchess of New Jersey, and they are from the Boomer Bunker podcast. We're
Yeah.
still waiting on Aaron to come around from the I Had to Say It podcast, and my two co-hosts Ken from Mad Cave Studios, also Jason from Herald Designs, and we have been blessed with our guest today, which is going to be Minnesota Representative, House Representative Walter Hudson, and we welcome him here. And we've been having an interesting discussion on the abortion issues that was brought forward to the front of the show. So we're going to keep going on that. But I just really wanted to get in here. I got some people that are in the bullpen that are coming in also. And yeah, we're going to keep on with this discussion. I just want to right away just let you know what the score is right now. We've got Trump with 195 electoral votes and Harris with 113. And remember that these aren't like, it's not solid numbers yet, but this is what they're projecting right now. And that's what's going on.
Bruce, I got one thing to say. I actually have something to say, Bruce. Hats off to Walter and to Shane, because I was not going to vote at all, but they convinced me to actually go out and vote this year.
Good.
Thank you, Walter.
Those two did a good job.
You guys. Yeah, me too.
I hope Shane shows up also, but Walter and Shane put forth a damn good effort and explanation of why everyone, even if you don't agree with anybody on the ticket, why you should go out and vote.
Absolutely.
Well, leave it to Shane to invite me onto a podcast that he was already invited to and then not show up.
It leaves you hanging.
I am going to have to let you guys go here pretty quickly because I got a party to get to downstairs. But is there anything last you'd like to ask or get my opinion on before I dip out?
I got one. Minnesota I'm looking at the AP results right now. Minnesota 1% reporting Donald Trump, 67.1% to Kamala Harris, 30.9%. So
gotta love it.
Well, that very much depends upon where that 1% is coming from. If it's coming from a red county or a red district, then I'm not surprised. But it's going to be the aggregate. I mean, look, if he takes Minnesota, it's not going to be by a lot. And likewise, I think if he loses Minnesota, it's not going to be by a lot. I think he's going to outperform what he did in 2016. He's going to come within 1%.
Well, I'll tell you what.
If he takes Minnesota, I think it would be very, very, very funny. It would be hilarious.
I'll tell you what. If he takes Minnesota, I said this on another program that I was on earlier today. If he takes Minnesota, I'm at the Republican Party of Minnesota victory party right now.
Oh, nice.
It's going to be total bedlam. Like people are going to be like ripping off their clothes. People are going to be like taking shots off.
Go live for that, please.
It's going to be nuts.
There's going to be streaking in the streets.
Yes, they're going to have to call the cops. It's going to be like a.
What am I doing in California?
Yeah, seriously, we should be partying with you guys.
Yeah. If he
That's
wins,
only
me and Jason are coming up.
Walter, before you wind up leaving, let me know if you are able to check on the stuff I sent you to the House floor.
Okay. All right. I will.
I sent something to you and Shane.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Take
Yeah,
care, guys.
thank you very much,
Very
Walter.
nice to
Man. We
meet you.
appreciate
Thank
your visit here, and good luck. Have a good time at the party.
Keep your clothes on.
They'll be
All right.
eating.
Well, that was Walter
For
Hudson,
now,
man.
I'm going to. For now, I cannot promise what happens later on, Duchess. But since Bill is here, I'm taking my clothes off.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Bruce.
Have you been drinking or is this sober?
This is sober.
Nice. Okay.
Bruce, you should see if I'll see if I can find one of Walter's rants on the floor of the House of Representatives in Minnesota
It is
among
so
in the den of wolves. This guy is absolutely, I mean, he's like Rand Paul yelling at Fauci. He's that good. I mean, he's just
Nice.
fantastic. And he was, when I was running the Tea Party group, he was one of the real active guys there. Like you said, a lot of libertarian in him. And he's just one of those guys, when he stood on stage, everyone sat and listened, and he never needed notes. He never needed a speech or anything. He could just get up and speak because he believes it to his core, and he's going places. So he's definitely a guy to watch, because he's no bullshit guy, and he's just,
Yes.
I'm glad he came out. And Shane is coming on later on. He's going to
Okay,
swing in.
Good.
So we'll
Shane
definitely-
is good. Shane is funny.
So Shane and him have a podcast that's hilarious.
It is funny. I've listened to all the episodes they have so far.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to give a huge shout out, because this morning's podcast was able to be brought to you by the awesome Colloquium Craft Coffee.
Yes.
If I hadn't drunken that,
Absolutely.
I would not have been as wired as I was this morning, and it was perfect. And
Wired and was immediately shut down by Double J. And I
oh yeah, he got me good, and that was funny. That was funny, because once I realized what he was doing, I'm like, "Yep, he got me," and I just got to play to it.
Well, you attacked Jersey. You came in hot attacking
Yeah.
Jersey. You know,
I knew it. I knew that had something to do with it. But yeah, you got me, and that was good. I give you props to it, because you got me good.
Well, we'd like to introduce you to the owner and proprietor of Colloquium Craft Coffee, which would be Bill Reichlin is here, and also our new audio, our audio coach right now. That's what we're going to call him, audio coach, Christian Reich. He's also here joining the show, and just so everybody can introduce themselves and point at each other and everything. We got that New Jersey. We got Double J. They're both from the Boomer Bunker podcast. We're still waiting on Double A, Aaron, but we don't know.
Or
where he's at.
Aaron.
But
I'm gonna-
yeah,
Hey,
Aaron.
Aaron.
Double A. I'm going to call him Double A, just like I call Double J. And yeah, we're having a good time tonight. We're going to give you commentary. We're going to give you opinions. We're going to give you some off the cuff comments on anything that we see fit during this election and the results coming in. And just let's check up on the results right now as we see them right now. We've got Trump at 195 and
Ooh.
Harris at 113.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
Harris stays at 113 and Trump keeps going up. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I want Harris to lose so bad. It's unbelievable. So one thing I want to say, going back to the whole AA run thing, my son actually thought that the name Aaron is actually pronounced AA Ron because of the way it's spelled. And he's only 6, but it's funny when it happens.
Oh,
He thought it was AA Ron.
that's cute. That's cute.
Well, anybody have any comments right now that they want to comment on either on their state? On I know New Jersey so far has went to Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry.
sorry
We
to hear
tried.
about that. There was
We
a lot of hope for New Jersey, and
Up north.
you know
up
we can
north.
only go back to this morning's show, and you know I don't know, but
all I know is I stood in line for like a half an hour waiting to take and vote today, and it didn't seem to do any good. But what are you going to do? I mean, it's the best we can really do. It's just to
how
go
many
out.
times did you vote?
Only once. Again,
Oh, okay. Well, here in California, we can vote early and vote often.
Yeah.
So.
There you go. We should
As
try
long as you
that.
have a name and an address, or have somebody's name and an address, you can vote as many times as you want. So, yeah. Not saying that I did it at all. I mean, if
We've heard. We've heard.
Aaron,
Yeah,
Aaron should be
heard
joining. Aaron should be joining
California
shortly.
goes red, there will be signs.
Bruce, would you?
Doesn't that mean the world's coming to an end? California goes red, where the world's coming to an end?
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that would be.
I would think so. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That would be something to say, wouldn't it? Holy
Yeah,
cow.
in that
it
world.
would be. Bill, how you doing, brother?
Oh, pretty good. If this sound's working, is it working?
Yeah, your sound's working great,
Yeah,
man.
you're
What are you guys thinking up there in the great state of Washington today?
Oh, for the love of Christ, it's not a great state. We've got an interesting governor's race between our current AG Bob Ferguson. He's sued everybody from Trump down to Catholic churches, and a rhino named, I don't know, Rickert or some crap, who hasn't stand a snowball's chance in hell of winning. But here we are on the left coast.
Yep. That's what
Yeah.
they tell me when I'm on the left coast. But when I'm in Canada, I'm looking at it. We're the right coast. So, and then the east
Oh,
coast is the left coast. So. Just depends
You're
on
the
what.
leftover
See,
coast.
so you're up there in Washington, so we should be on the right coast, right? We're in the right time,
Now you're
the right
tracking.
time zone, and the
I'm on the right side of the left coast, so yeah, it's pretty red over here where I'm at. It's just there's only 12 people that live here, so we don't do much.
well, there's the balance of
How's,
power for the Senate. We have one.
how's,
Flip, we have one flip. We have one flip seat in the Senate so far. So
How
we're looking,
funny would it be if everything went red?
I was thinking about that. If everything kind of flipped over,
There's
that would
no
be
way.
insane. I know. Well, there's always
I-
hoping, but
I don't think it will, but yeah, I agree with Double J.
the projection is 52 to go to the Senate. So we're going to capture the Senate again. But we heard that back 2 years ago. So and then
Right.
it never happened. So the big red wave never materialized. So we'll
it's
just
more
see
like
how-
just a little
yeah, I was a little
blurp. Just
It was like being in a kiddie pool.
exactly. A little splash.
A little pebble
Yeah.
came in.
Yeah.
how are things?
Oh, somebody was talking and just stopped.
I was typing
Oh,
in.
And you're dead.
Like Christian's idea is fabulous. He's just chilled out right there.
Well, he'll be way drunk by the end of the night.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have to wake him up.
Well, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't drink during the week usually. Because I'm trying to lose weight and get in shape. But I decided tonight, why not?
There we go.
I gotta
There
go.
you
I
go.
don't Joel
Now,
drink
damn
alone.
it.
Cheers to you. Cheers to you.
This is
I'm
not
doing a- I'm
coffee.
Doing a little bit of the
In case
Jimmy
you're
Beam
curious.
tonight. So good. So
I don't
good.
drink.
Nice.
Yeah, you don't drink much.
I don't know how we're
So
all going
looks
to make
like-
the call
Well,
tomorrow.
looks
That's
like
going to be
Senator
fun.
Ted Cruz just won his re-election bid. Last time I checked in, Ted Cruz was not doing very well, but it looks like he will be the senator of Texas again.
Yeah, he was in a nail biter when it first came
That's
out.
what I'd heard. Yeah.
So he was on Glenn Beck's show today, kind of begging people, "Hey, listen, if you're in Texas and you haven't went out and vote yet, please go out and vote." So, but from what I understood, they spent, I forget, at least $100 million to defeat him, and our buddy Cocaine Mitch, the turtle, didn't give Cruz any money for his campaign. None. He froze him out, which is ridiculous. So
Ridiculous.
it's time to get rid of Cocaine Mitch. Although he just got reelected, I think last year for another 6.
Oh my God.
But if he keeps freezing up, we might get a runoff election early before his
Bernie
term.
won again too. So I
He
mean,
did win again.
dude,
They
can you
love him.
imagine?
They
I'm
love him
giving it to this
up
guy.
there in
They love
Vermont.
that Bernie. They love that Bernie guy.
Yeah.
I'm
They-
telling you.
That's insane. That's just insane.
If it burns that much, they should be using some ointment.
Preparation H. A little bit of preparation H take care of that burn. That's for sure.
What do you call it? Munchausen syndrome when you keep subjecting yourself to the same abuse over and over again? Is that what it's called?
Elizabeth Warren
Munchausen?
is the same way. Elizabeth Warren. She won her race
Why-
again.
The same people.
Liawatha.
She's one like 1/1000th. What's the percentage?
One, yeah.
Someone waved a feather over her. That's about all. she's
Yeah,
got.
yeah.
1/124th Indian.
It wasn't the red dot, it was the feather.
Right.
I don't think it counts at that level when you're so.
Demographic, yeah.
It's just not right. That's bullshit. Ugh.
What
So
I mean,
I'm wondering who. I'm wondering how Bernie Sanders and Pocahontas must have knee pads just like Kamala does.
Thanks, Tomas.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've never seen anybody fail upward like Kamala Harris does. I mean, she got smoked in the 2020 election. She was the first one out, and then they had to pick a black woman, and then Biden picked her, and then she just kind of just rode into this. So I've never seen anybody fail up like she has. And the fact that she's even in this election just boggles my mind. I've never seen a dumber person in my entire life run for office. I mean, she is, if they turn off the teleprompter, if she's got to go on her own,
Freezes.
It's all over.
you know,
Can I just throw an idea at you there? Because I have not met you yet. Where are you from?
New
Me?
Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah, the guy. You're from Jersey. The guy with the Trump hat. There's only one of
Yeah.
us here, right?
Yes.
Sorry, is it Bob?
Bob,
John.
Boomer Bob. Yeah. He was his friend. Yes.
Well, no. And Ken, if you were sitting at his desk like he's supposed to be during the show, he would remind you. Jason, you can help with this one. Do you remember Governor Dayton?
Yes.
That man was an idiot.
Oh,
But
he
you
was
can take
dumber
an
than dumb.
idiot and put him through enough school where they can talk in complete sentences, but they're still an idiot.
He was Kamala stupid.
Yeah.
That's not saying a lot.
I know it is. It's crazy. And like after this, I know
So-
the hand wringing is going to go crazy. If
What-
Trump wins this, the mainstream media is going to go insane.
We had the Castle Doctrine come up in Minnesota, and he voted against it, saying that police chiefs across the U.S. or across Minnesota voted against it and didn't want it. And so the news went out and started talking to police chiefs, and like, yeah, he never talked to us. It's like, yeah, we kind of figured that. So now Minnesota has this duty to retreat. So if you're being attacked, you have to retreat first before you can wind up attacking back at someone. It's complete horseshit.
Oh my God! If he wins Virginia, oh wait a minute, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Well,
Yeah.
they're doing some county. They're doing county counts right now.
Right.
So yeah, of course, Loudon was way for Kamala earlier.
Oh,
So
Fairfax.
that's looking- Yeah.
Fairfax County is a county that she'd better win that one.
Yes, Kamala blew up. She
50
blew her way up.
Ugh.
Virginia, 56% are voting right now. Trump holds a 50.1 to 48.2 lead right now in Virginia with 56% reporting. North Carolina, Trump's at 51.3% to Harris 47.6. In Georgia, Trump's 52.2 to Kamala 47.1. Although he's still down, way down in Pennsylvania. And from what I understand, there's shenanigans going on in Philly. Who would figure that? And Trump says he's already got lawyers on the way. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're going through. Yeah, and Georgia's a toss up too right now. So we'll see how that goes too. So that's going to be a real important one. Pennsylvania is the big one.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. And last time we looked, it wasn't looking good for Trump in Pennsylvania, but we'll see. I would be surprised if he doesn't take Pennsylvania. Really would. I mean,
Wow.
I just
Shenanigans going on in Pennsylvania today
Mm-hmm.
with the machines not working and all kinds of issues.
Right. They were sending lawyers all over the place.
And
They
they
would-
wouldn't let the watchers in. They wouldn't let them
Exactly.
go in.
So they had to send lawyers over there to let the watchers in. So now the watchers are at least there.
yeah. Thomas Galucci says, look at the New York State numbers. Trump can still win New York because only 20% of the votes have been counted. So
Wow.
that's good. That would be a tough one. So even I mean,
You might get
California-
state, but the city will swipe that out.
Yeah. Trump will get California, but he won't get, he won't get the
Bruce-
Bay Area, and he won't get LA County. And LA County is the largest county in the United States. So he's never, ever going to flip California.
Bruce, I'm going to add Aaron in here. He's trying to join from his phone.
Aaron's trying to join from his phone.
Yeah, he's having problems with the computer, so I'm going to add him to the
Oh,
stage.
that's all right. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's Aaron.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we can. How you doing, Aaron?
Okay, I'm doing all right. It's not exactly that I'm having problems with my computer. It's that I've got my live stream going and it wouldn't let me open your live stream in a sub window of my live stream. So what I wound up doing was joining the StreamYard meeting through my phone, which is paired through Bluetooth to my Rodecaster. And now I'm going to see if I can have somebody. McShane, can you say something? See if they can hear you, or if they're just picking me up through the microphone on the phone.
I have no idea if
Happy
they're
election
on.
night. hope it
If
goes
you're on the
red.
stream, if you're on the stream and you guys want to tell me that you guys can hear Aaron, if you're looking at this through the YouTube or any podcast, go ahead and let me know. Anna Paulina Luna is projecting winner here. I can't wait to celebrate with her. Me neither. I love
Dirk's
Anna
a fan.
Paulina. I think Anna Paulina is like, oh my
Could you guys
God.
hear McShane when he was talking?
I did.
Yes,
Hmm.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
affirmative.
All right. Sweet. I guess this improvised little thing is going to work then. So
There you go.
That's good. That's good. Even though we can't see it, but that's all right. You know, we've seen enough
well, you
of
can't
you.
see me either, but you've seen me plenty.
I get
I
visions
want to
of
see
you
you in
every
person
morning.
again. I haven't seen you in person for a long
Vision
time.
of you. Oh, there he is. There's
Look at
the
that.
man.
Nice.
Yeah.
Double
Actually,
A.
I ha-
There he is.
I have a stand for this frickin' thing somewhere. All right, hang on.
Just watching it bounce. He's just
As he comes
It's
in
like a
prepared
roller
today.
coaster ride.
Comes unprepared today.
CNN, we ain't.
He's a bobblehead.
I think I'm gonna have to
Motion
get
sickness
screen
is
behind me.
side benefit.
So anyway, anybody got any concerns? What are we looking at if this thing turns ugly tonight? I know that Kent.
Drinking.
Can I just jump in here quick?
Go ahead, Christian.
So for those of you, JJ, Bill, Duchess, and AA Ron, I'm in South Dakota. And even though I live in the most liberal part of South Dakota, we don't worry about things here. Because if the liberals here in town go nuts, there's enough other people here that will just go and give them a good old slap and they'll be fine. Those of
Just
you
came
who
a
live
visit.
in, well, no, they'll just meet them in the street. It's amazing here. People just don't, there's just almost none of the passive aggressive bullshit that exists in Minnesota. It's very different here. Anyway, those of you who live in cities that can be or Ken and Jason have shown their ass in the past. Do you have any concerns that if things go as they look, that some of these blue areas are going to turn into bigger messes?
Riots is the word you're
At
looking for.
least. No, well,
Mostly peaceful demonstrations. Yeah.
because there are plenty of police precincts in some of these blue cities that haven't been burned to the ground yet.
Like Minneapolis.
I mean, they're already putting fences up around. They've already fenced off the White House. They've
Mhm.
already fenced off the Capitol.
And her
Why is
house.
Why is it
And-
only in
and
the
her
blue
house.
cities?
Mhm.
Why is it only in the blue cities?
Well, because
I don't know.
that's because the
That's where
mainstream
the problems
media
start.
have and they've basically demonized the Republican Party and anybody that's a Trump supporter. So if they've turned them in, they've said that we're Nazis. So what are you going to do? You got to go get rid of the Nazis. So the media has basically put a target on our head. They'll never say they have, but I mean, you listen to MSNBC, and today they were what Michael Duncan Clark's name? What's her real name?
Joy Reid.
Duncan Clark, Rachel Maddow.
Joy Reid, the one that looks like Michael Duncan Clark from the.
Mark Cuban.
Wow, that was a joke I had to think about to make.
Yeah. She was on here, and they had a thing of it's like, here's Trump, here's Hitler, here's Mussolini, here's Popak. I mean, I was like, how are they allowed to do this? How are they allowed to just gaslight people? It's ridiculous.
Well, they're
Yeah.
paid well. They're paid extremely well to do it. It's all
Sure.
propaganda.
Look, if they really
all it is.
decide to pop
And people
off,
suck it up.
who has the most guns, the liberals or us?
Oh, by
I mean,
far
if
we do. By far we do.
If they decide to pop
Guns
off,
are bad.
right? If they thought
Well,
cowboys
the
and
liberals
Indians
have
went
more
bad,
makeup and more hair.
I'm just saying, if they thought cowboys and Indians went bad, yeah, I don't really believe that. I don't think that they have the nerve or the stomach for it.
Christian, going off what you were saying earlier, I'm not really worried if things go south because I think it's going to be limited to the cities and just the immediate outlining cities. For the suburbs like I'm in, where I'm at, I'm not too worried. I think there's going to be mayhem no matter who wins, but it's going to happen.
Ken,
No,
Ken,
I
Ken,
totally,
are the
totally
are the
understand.
Republicans going to write if Kamala wins?
No.
Not a chance.
We've got to be at work tomorrow. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. We have to be at work tomorrow. We are the wage earners. We are the workers. We are the people that have families and have to, we're not single cat lady women and all that stuff that that JD Vance wants to spout off. But no, exactly. The sun's going to come up tomorrow. I got to go to work. I got to hopefully get through the freeway that goes straight through downtown, and hopefully there's not a bunch of people on there trying to block traffic for hoping that everybody doesn't get to work and stuff like that.
I'm actually kind of hoping for the exact opposite. I'm kind of hoping people are blocking the highway because I'm gonna turn around and go back home.
There you go.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, I got to work from home today. There's a bunch of dipshits on the freeway.
Well, the scourge of the scourge of this country is liberal white women, and the issue is that they don't realize that the rest of the world will not take kindly to Kamala Harris. If that's our leader, then they're going to think that we're weak as hell, which basically we are, and we're going to have a lot of problems. We're going to have problems with Russia. We're going to have problems with China. We're going to have problems with Iran. This has a lot more to do. That I just want a woman president because she has the same genitals as I do. Yay! It takes way more than that to run a country. Now, do I believe that a woman can run this country? Absolutely. There's
just not that one.
Just not that one.
Yeah.
Is it possible that
You put
women in
Tom
general have
Capital
not realized what
for
guys
her.
have about comparing genitals?
I'm sorry, say that again about genitals.
Is it is it possible that women have not yet understood the way men do about comparing genitals? That it's a thing. It's a conversation into which most of us don't want to go.
Duchess.
Sorry, I apologize. I'll shut up now.
No,
Duchess, can
it's
you
fine.
respond to that? Because I think women
Never
know what
mind.
genitals are.
I think Christian was probably being very polite. So,
Well, no, I'm making a joke about how
oh,
difference in perspective for each group, because women see things very different than men do, right?
yes.
Yes. We want to see theirs and they don't want to see ours.
And thanks for
That's
To
a
be
lot,
honest, most of the time I don't want to see mine.
Jason.
For the longest time, I couldn't see mine.
Oh my God.
The Dickie Do Award. Where your belly
It's
sticks
just
out
about
farther
the
than you
angles,
think.
you know.
Christian, you can't stop. You got to power through because you got to power through, my man.
Hey, when are we doing intermission? I'm almost out here.
I'll shoot it back and
You
keep
don't do an
going.
intermission. You don't do an intermission. You just bow yourself out and then come back when you're ready.
Yeah.
And that's
Camera
how
off.
you do
Boop.
it. I've given you total control of the screen, so you can do whatever you want. You can even shut us down
goodness.
if you get offended or anything. So
There's a reason I don't edit and drink at the same time.
What are you drinking,
Right.
Christian?
How do you edit without
bourbon.
drinking? I'm just
What is it? Sorry,
out of
Aaron,
curiosity.
shut up. What are you drinking, Christian?
Mostly it's bullet bourbon.
Okay.
I threw some flat starry that somebody opened because I've got family and kids here that sometimes will open sodas and not drink them. So I just threw some in there to kind of knock it down. What are you guys all drinking? Anybody else doing bourbon tonight?
people get pissed off at me because I put my bourbon on ice. My
Right.
boss is way pissed off at me about that.
That's looking pretty low there, Jason.
It's a shame.
I
I've got quite the bar behind me. I've got I don't know, 1792 bourbon or something like 14. I don't know. Hang on a second.
I got PTSD
I can sit
from
down.
1792.
It's got a tiki bar.
Christian's trying to
full-
talk, so everyone shut up.
It's got a full tiki bar behind him. A
Nice.
Full,
well,
let me tell you, it's a full tiki bar.
Bruce.
but until you've drank at Ken's bar, you've
I
not
have.
truly lived.
I
Everyone
have.
who's drank it, everyone's gotten drunk at Ken's house. Raise your hand.
We polished off a bottle of Forster at his house.
Okay.
So the next meetup
Uh,
is Ken's,
Ken's house.
You're all
or
welcome.
Aaron's.
I'm sorry, Baldwin, Wisconsin.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm stopping at Ken's on the way to Aaron's, or
There you go.
when I get a,
Oh, Aaron, where are you?
He's in
I'm
Illinois.
in Illinois, about an hour south of Chicago.
Else we could be there in like 5.5 hours if I'm driving.
Yeah.
I mean, from Ken's.
Yeah, I mean
Sorry.
that's actually on the way to my dad's house. So I mean,
Perfect.
Anybody see the picture of Jill Biden coming out of voting? She had a nice bright red
Had a nice
pantsuit.
Jill?
Jill.
Red.
Yeah.
Oh,
she sure
that's
did.
beautiful.
With a big smile on her face. Yep.
Big smile on her
Exactly.
face. I think every one of them voted for Trump.
Oh, they
Every
probably
one of
did.
them. Even
Column.
Hunter. Even
Right
Hunter.
down.
Oh, I'm sure that Joe and Jill probably voted for Trump because they know that they got pushed out,
Or did they
yeah,
write in themselves?
or that
Did they
too.
both write in Joe?
I did write in my own
The
name for
14% in. We got Harris at 52 and Trump at
Oh,
45. in
Tennessee's
Michigan.
looking good. Yeah.
Well, Ken, I wrote in your name for one of the Minnesota judges.
nice.
Yeah.
I wrote in my name for a city a city official. I'm like, oh, there was no Republican running, so
I wrote in my name for a county auditor because there was no Republican running.
attaboy.
Hmm.
That's what it was. I think it was an auditor, and I'd be great at that as dyslexic
I-
as I am.
I wrote in Kristen Hall so many lines, my hand was getting tired, so I said, "The hell with it." So I Ken Madden. This is faster.
I love it.
Less letters, yeah.
If I would have known, I could have been on the school board this year, but I didn't know.
Oh, you don't want that job. That's it.
So-
School board is thankless. People feel very comfortable to come up and yell at you
Yeah,
anywhere. I've seen people have wanted me to be on the school board for years. I'm like, absolutely
Well,
not.
we've known each other for about 2
Yeah.
weeks. What do you think?
Should you be on the school board? Oh, I think
don't
you can
know.
handle it.
I feel like people come up and yell at Bruce just because he's there.
You know, maybe I should run for school board. That would be a hoot.
Oh yeah, you can tell them your views on libraries. You know,
Waste of
If I
money.
may,
since you don't believe in books and things.
Christian wants to talk.
can I jump in here for a second?
Yes.
Yeah,
And this, I will take this and kind of cool it for a minute. I want to just talk for a minute about, for all of us and everyone who's listening, local elections are very important.
Yes, they
Absolutely.
are.
The blue side is working very hard to populate those ballots
Mhm.
with their people so they can teach them how to be shitheads from the word go.
Right.
So
The
that
farm
they can
team.
screw things up. We need to start putting better candidates locally.
Agreed. I think people need to pay attention. I've said this several times on our show.
yes.
People are so
Well, need to use
concerned
finance too.
with the
Finance too.
with presidential and congressional. They pay so much attention to those, and yes, they're important. But a lot of the things that affect you immediately are in your neighborhood, are
Like-
in your backyard, and you need to pay attention to who your mayor, your local council, and start at that and work your way up. You have
Bingo.
to pay attention
Bingo.
to that, and if you don't, that's your own ignorance. I know a lot of people in my area, and that they just don't vote. They're like, well, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. I'm like, it
Bingo.
does.
'Cause
It
they-
absolutely
they-
does. You can't bitch about it if you don't put your voice in. And a lot of people go, well, I don't know about it. Well, learn about it. It's not like it's hard. It's the fucking digital age. Sorry. It's digital age. You can find information. You can email people, and it happens
Well,
quickly. And it's
and
just
the-
shocking that
my
people don't.
my city council wants to put a data center in, so I want to get John going again.
Well, let me jump in to back up where Christian is saying. Christian and I were both at a city council meeting at one point in Andover, Minnesota, when we both lived there before we escaped. Poor Jason's still trapped. But and I remember Christian, you asked Sherry Bakula, who was running for mayor, what color can I paint my house? That is an excellent question to ask a city council member, because if the answer is anything other than any color you damn feel like,
Damn right.
you know you're dealing with somebody that wants to control you. And her answer was whatever color you want. But that was I always remember that question, because everyone in the room just got hushed down for a minute. And I don't know if you remember that, Christian. This is probably 10 years ago, but it was a question that stuck in my head because I just watched the reaction of the room, and I'm like, what a brilliant question that was.
Mhm.
Just everyone thought for a minute. Yeah,
I do what I can.
And
What?
and the president has no say over it. And so Thomas is asking, what was the question, Ken? What color can I paint my house?
Yes.
Your city council and your mayor could dictate that.
Sure.
The president has no say over
Mhm.
whatsoever. It's your local elections that matter. the
So
most.
important. So important.
The closest government to you can be the most tyrannical.
Oh yes.
Go out and connect with your local government. Not just, I'm doing some quick math here, the 8 of us on the screen. All of you who are watching, all 29 of you, connect with your local government and
Well,
get involved. Because you can make your precinct work. If you and a buddy of yours and some other rando who shows up, you get in somebody's Suburban and you drive around the precinct and you just knock on a few doors, you can turn your precinct. Ask Ken about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We did
You
it.
know,
Christian was the
I've
guy I've talked about when we were doing our canvassing. There was a guy that gave up. And we had to go in the middle of winters, 15 below zero. We had to go door knocking in January in Minnesota. Christian and me, and there was another guy that was with us that we didn't know. He just came from another precinct to help out. We knocked doors all day at 15 below zero with a wind chill, and we turned out 80 more people in our precinct that came for the presidential election in a primary in January. And we were the only ones in the group, because I was running the Tea Party then, and I was also part of the Republican Party and the executive committee. And everyone's like, yeah, this will be great. We can do it. And no one else did it. And I went back to the meeting the next month and I said, listen, all you people, we had this won. And all you had to do, and Christian and me and some guy we didn't even know went around for a whole day and we delivered. Where were the rest of you? This is why we just lost.
Yep.
We flipped the district too, didn't we? Or we flipped the precinct, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And Ken, what is one of the most important elections that nobody shows up to?
Midterms.
Well, it's primary elections. and
Primaries.
any
Primaries. That's
primary elec-
primary out the people you hate the most.
Yep.
You can completely get rid of them. People don't show up to that because they're like, oh, that doesn't matter. It's not the official election.
So matters.
Primary makes
So
the most.
matters.
Yes, it
literally-
matters the most because you could easily get rid of the Angie Craigs. Easily get rid of them.
I got a little announcement to make. So there's some people that are that we've invited that are having a little hard time getting into the
There's
podcast
Robert.
today. And we got Robert actually coming in now, so he'll be in here. But John Odermatt's coming on in. If you're having problems, just go ahead and text me or give me an email, and I'll try to get you guys in and just resend you the link. And Bobby Slack is coming in here.
I have
so
not seen
Bobby-
that guy in a long time.
Yeah, Robert
Bobby-
Slack,
Wow.
our Argentinian
Oh,
friend.
now you're not. You just
Nice
see you
thing.
later.
While we're waiting for Bob to come back, you know
All
who's
right.
upsetting me is the Amish. The Amish in Pennsylvania were supposed to be all for Trump. They had the Trump flags on the buggies and everything. And I'm looking over in Lancaster County where all the Amish are. It's all
So blue. It's all blue.
Where were they? Where happened to the Amish? They couldn't find a place.
They
didn't have
changed
any-
their mind on abortion
I'm pretty upset.
or electricity.
Were they allowed to use the? Did they have to do the pens like the pen ballots? Can they use? Do they have digital machines? Could they use those?
Yeah, they can use digital machines. They're not like our Jewish friends that can't use stuff like if they're doing the Sabbath thing.
Well,
where
let
you
me
can't-
tell you, in Lakewood, a town by me in my county is it's
hear, Bobby?
heavily Jewish county. So, and they turned out to vote. They were lined up at like 5:30 in the morning or something. It was dark. They were all lined up, hundreds of people just waiting to vote. So, and the Jewish community has a very heavy influence in our county. So,
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah.
I mean, our county's pretty much red, but it's in New Jersey. It's kind of, we try, but we have like 3 counties in Jersey that are red. Well, 2 are red, one's kind of purpley, and then everything else is blue.
Hey Bob, look at your private chat and I'll walk you through it.
So while we're waiting for Bobby,
Go ahead, guys.
check this out.
Oh, here you go. Dirk says the dipshits voting for Kennedy are pissing him off. Yeah, I don't know why people voted.
200.
Yeah, we got a
1,000 so far.
we got a
Now,
few of
what-
those here.
I love that.
But no, don't be pissed off about them because those were Kamala voters.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely. Those
Well, they have to be that stupid.
These were the environmentalists.
Who's
I
got
know
something to
this for
say?
a fact.
I can see it.
These were the environmentalists wing of the Kamala voters that didn't like Kamala. They loved Kennedy for his
shit.
environmental
So
stance.
picked her and picked off from her people, and while Trump still had his people, it slimmed hers down, I guess. But still,
Exactly.
I don't
Well, they're
know.
not very good Kennedy voters because Kennedy said no, you should vote for the Cheeto.
Yeah.
Right.
They called Ohio for Trump now, so he has 188 electoral votes. She has a 99 still. So
Actually, on Fox, he's got 195 and she's got 117.
Well, I don't. Like I said, I'm going by the
actuals.
AP poll.
Oh, okay.
AP, the Associated Press. I have up here.
The AP toll says what? I'm sorry. What does it say?
The AP poll has Trump at 188 and Harris at 99. So
I don't know what's going to happen but in Pennsylvania, I don't have a good feel for that. But I can tell you, the Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota area is that's in play big time.
Yeah.
From what I saw here in Wisconsin and what we've
John.
seen around the state here in Wisconsin, there's a good chance he's gonna win Wisconsin pretty handily.
How awesome would it be?
And John is finally on.
Did I just hear someone say
John is finally
Pennsylvania?
on.
Yeah.
John is on.
John Odermatt from the Lions of Liberty.
Yeah, good to be here. Good to be here.
Oh, it's so great to have you on, John. And I'll tell you what, the interview that I had with you, let's just say that I was a little uptight on that. So
You did awesome, man. You did great.
Bruce saw it, Harco saw it, Ken saw it, I saw it. If we ever do another one, I'm going to have a little relaxation before we do it. So.
Right. He had a little Chris Farley going, hey, remember that time when he did that one song? And that was cool.
That was awesome. Yeah.
But I was on his show, and it was great. I mean, I am still so appreciative to have John have me on his show, Finding Freedom. It's a great podcast, and John's a great guy. So thank you.
Thank
John.
you. Appreciate that, man. Great having you on, and Ken and Bruce and Harkos. They were all
We'll meet
really
Double
good
Jane and
shows.
the Duchess of New York. They're from the Boomer
Jersey.
Bunker podcast.
New Jersey.
Okay.
Jersey.
Oh,
New
that's
Jer-
a
they're from New
thing.
Jersey.
Saying
We went to
Jersey and New
Camelot
York and getting them
tonight.
confused. That's a big
Jersey
no-no.
went to
Yeah.
Camelot.
He's from California. There's nothing else, east of California.
No, right.
No.
It's flyover country until you get to Germany.
Yeah. New York, New Jersey. Right?
Yeah.
And Christian is in
Hey,
South
Bruce.
Dakota, where he's freeing up a room so I can move in with him.
Yeah. Christian's the freest human here.
That's
He's like,
there's
oh,
a chance
shit.
that I actually am. Yes.
With the
I
hottest
want to
governor.
throw something out here. Can
Yeah, go ahead.
I go down a road? Can I go down take us all down a road quick? And this
Yeah.
is one of those things. This is a little bit of a semantics journey. But we talk about and we hear candidates talking about our democracy and how we're fighting for democracy here.
Not a democracy.
Now, I want to say, hold on a second, dipshit. We're a constitutional republic, which is quite different than a democracy.
Correct.
Now, someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but if we shifted to a democracy, that would actually take what we've created here. And as I think it's Jefferson a long time ago said, we'll have a democracy we'll have a republic as long as we can keep it. Fucking
Franklin.
Kamala.
That was actually
Franklin.
that was in
Ben
Jefferson. That was Ben Franklin.
Just
Well,
some
okay.
guy with a white wig. Same thing.
Yeah.
Different people though, but yeah, same thing, same era.
I
Early
think
trend.
We're on the same page here, though, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
saw a video where every time somebody in the news said something about it's a threat to our democracy, and they changed the word
Uh-huh.
democracy through AI to bureaucracy. Did I say that right? No.
Bureaucracy.
You know what I mean? Yeah, bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy.
Thank you. With my big, fat, lazy South Jersey tongue. But if you take and swap those two words out, it really does make sense when the way they talk about it.
And this is why semantics are important, right?
It's very
Mhm.
important.
Because you can
And they've been able
choose
to
language, and it will kill our country.
yeah, and
James
Go-
coming in now too.
going off the whole language thing, words change meaning over time, and they shouldn't, but they change meaning over time. And like, for instance, if you look up gay nowadays compared to gay in the 1930s, they meant something completely different. The same thing.
But the
applies
gays today are
to-
pretty happy, though, aren't they?
they are very happy because they're not married to a woman. Sorry, Duchess. But words
They
change.
all can't be awesome like me. I'm sorry.
That
Do I have a rim shot here on my.
So
Have a rim
words
shot on my,
words change over time. And if you look back at the Second Amendment when they're talking about well regulated. Well regulated meant something completely different back in the day when it was written. It didn't mean to be well regulated by the government. Well regulated didn't mean that. It meant well operating. If you look at the actual text, if you look at literature from back at the time the Second Amendment was ratified, well regulated was in a lot of literature, and it actually meant well operating. It did not mean regulated by the government.
And I'll jump in on that too, because if you read the letters that these guys were all sending to each other back at the founding, well regulated simply meant that you have guns and you know how to use them and you're proficient with them, and then you also teach your children how to do the same. And they talked about that at great length. So,
Self-regulation, not government regulation.
Correct.
Exactly, John. I was hoping you'd chime in on that because,
Yeah, and I mean to continue down the road of words and their meaning changing. One that it annoys me because libertarians refuse to acknowledge it, and that's the word anarchy or anarchist. Where when you look at how the world recognizes the word, they have a picture that comes in their mind of Antifa dressed in all black and throwing bricks through Starbucks shops windows. And then you'll have your libertarians on Twitter, your libertarian anarchists on Twitter who will say, but it doesn't mean that. It means without rulers. Yeah, that is what it means. But to 95% of the world, they're operating under a different definition. So it kind of sucks, but to a certain extent, we have to speak in the language that's recognized because like you've all pointed out, words the definition of words do change. I think it's dangerous that they do, but it's something that we have to figure out a way to work around in order to maintain our ability to persuade and convince people to our side.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
Sometimes the evolution of language is really sus.
I agree.
What is your projections in Pennsylvania? We have the reports that the Amish people are coming out in droves, and Ken thinks that it could be a little bit of hyperbole, but
no, I've heard some crazy stories about the number of Amish that have been registered to vote being in the north of 50,000 within the past couple months.
I've seen that too on Twitter.
I've heard
it's crazy. I don't know how true that is, but Pennsylvania every state kind of counts their ballots differently. And I believe Pennsylvania counts the mail-in ballots first. So when you saw this crazy spike at the beginning of Kamala was up 80-20 or something crazy, that was all of the mail-in ballots coming in. And then it'll be same day voting and also early vote too. I'm not sure which one of those goes in first, because in Pennsylvania, the comparing 2024 to 2020, Republicans actually participated in the early voting, which previously they did not participate at all. So I think though, obviously it'll narrow, but I'm pretty confident, looking at Georgia and looking at how the Democrats and Kamala have been underperforming in urban areas in Georgia, North Carolina. If that carries over to Philadelphia, then it's locked up.
Pennsylvania, 43% reporting just went red. Trump is ahead 49.9 to 49.2.
Wow.
That's sweet.
That's the one to watch, really.
That's going to be the one that stopped for a leaky pipe in the basement. So
they better not.
Oh my God.
I got some plumber friends. We'll be right over.
Get in the truck. We're going.
Use keep counting. We'll fix the water leak, okay?
The water.
Bring some umbrellas.
And ain't no water stopping this vote count. I'll tell you that right now. You ain't doing that again to us.
Yeah, you get all the yinzes. Head on over.
And John, speaking of the whole anarchy thing, I was when we were talking to Brian McWilliams the other day. I had brought up that I used to be an anarchist, because I did the whole trifecta of political parties. I started out as a hardcore liberal Democrat, wanted everything banned. Then I realized that, this stuff sucks. I really am a Republican. And I realized, no, I'm not a Republican. I'm a libertarian. And then I got into a libertarian. I'm like, no, I'm not a libertarian. I'm an anarchist. And then I realized, no, I'm not an anarchist. I'm just me.
Yeah.
So you're confused.
Yes, I'm very confused.
That sums it up.
But you have an open mind.
I do. And
You're willing
there have
to
been a
move
lot of people
to
who
change
I've
the-
read,
and
like
change
Chris
your
and Hall and other people who I've read, who have my mind has been able to be changed by just listening to other people because I do have an open mind. I'm not set in my ways.
And all
Well,
we got to
not
do
much.
is get you to learn how to take a jug handle, and you'll be right in there.
Nope, not going to happen. No Jersey jug handles. Nope.
We can
not-
teach you. It's not hard.
It's not.
I've taken them. I've been to Jersey, and I do not like them.
Well, you've been to the bad parts. That's all. There's better parts.
You've been at exit 4, 6, and 13.
That's
You gotta like exit 9 is the way to go.
That's a matter of opinion that there's better parts of New Jersey.
There is. There's a reason we're called the Garden State. Telling you.
Well, we
Good job.
definitely figured that out this morning about New Jersey. So double J over there, he took care of Jason very handily this morning. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I had said this morning that there should be the slogan for Jersey should be, if you think our laws are fucked up, you should see ours.
Listen, I wanted to run for governor just to make sure we got plastic bags. Our dipshit governor took away all the plastic bags for
Ridiculous.
When you go
Yeah.
to the grocery store.
Yep.
So now you got to bring your own bags in. So I get my groceries delivered. Anybody need some reusable bags? I've got 200 over here
All right.
in the bag.
John, here's the deal. Our company has a semi. I got a friend with a black Trans Am. We could load this thing with plastic bags because I got a whole bunch of those, and we can run the border.
It's
Eastbound
Smokey and
and
the Bandit.
down, load it up and truck in. We're gonna
My
do
God.
what they say can't be done.
Well, it'll
I
take
got
a
a-
long time and a short road to get there.
Short
Yeah.
time to get there.
Is that outlawed in Jersey? Are plastic bags outlawed in Jersey?
No.
No.
People coming out of the Wawa, which is like a convenience store. It's like a real good 7-Eleven, and they're juggling stuff because they can't get a bag. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, and New Jersey people don't pump their own. We know
How do you
how
pump
Yay.
The law. Is
We
it
have
true
gas.
against the law?
I
Well, how
love it.
do you think it is to pump gas? We know how to pump our gas. We
Yeah.
just don't pump our gas. It's not a big deal.
Why
you
should
guys
I?
in Jersey, do your gas pumps have the little bellows on it that's supposed to suck the fumes back in?
We got all the stuff.
So
We got all
we
the.
don't have
we got
any
all
of
the
that
good
shit
stuff.
here.
well,
Because
you know,
people
Oregon
still
was
drive
like that.
old-
Yeah, Oregon
no,
State was
people
like
still-
that for a while.
You drive old cars, you can't fill your tank on an old car. If you've got the gas tank behind the license plate like God intended, God himself intended to flip the license plate down and you stick it in there. If you've got the big bellows, it doesn't go in there. I used
That's
to
what
run
he
into this
said.
problem all the time out east.
Oh, okay.
Bill, do you
But
get
you
to
guys have
do you
a lot of
put your gas in your car in Washington State? Are
Yeah,
you
we
able
can
to-
pump our own gas, but we can't have plastic bags either. They took those away a couple of years ago, and then they brought paper bags back because we replaced the paper bags with the plastic bags to save the trees and then to save the environment.
Well, they
brought
grew back.
paper bags. Then they got rid of the paper bags and they charge us for thicker plastic bags that don't degrade the sunshine anymore.
Isn't it?
Well,
Aren't
what they
paper
did,
mills
What's going on
filthy?
up here?
It's
Yeah,
it's science. You wouldn't understand. It's science.
I'm a chemist.
what they did in California was they banned the plastic straw, so they gave you a paper straw in a plastic
Wrapped in
bag.
plastic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's
It's so
fantastic.
stupid.
It was idiotic. And now
That
we
is
know that
so
John
sad.
Domingo goes to Walmart.
John
so-
fails to mention that he was sent a gift of a large package of plastic bags.
Speaking of Walmart, the other day, last Friday, I went into Walmart wearing this shirt.
I love that meme, by the way. I've seen those memes everywhere. They're so
I was
funny.
wearing the shirt, and some lady looked at me. She's like, "Good for you." I'm like, "Yeah, fuck off."
Well,
I would have commented on your shirt. I probably would have said, I
when
like
you wear a
that
shirt like that, you definitely are looking for comments. Would you say
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are like, "I love your shirt," and I'm like, "Hey, I can make one if you want."
All right.
So it
So
looks like Thomas
I'm-
Gallucci has the pulse on America right now, and he
It's-
says that the Times just upped their estimate of Trump's electoral college vote to 281, and then he says that the New York Times just upped their estimate of Trump's electoral college vote to 291. So
I got a 293 from the New York
Really?
Times, and it says leaning Trump. Chance of Trump winning the election is 77% right now.
Wow.
In the New York
So
Times.
what's the magical number? I don't remember what it is anymore because I stopped caring.
270.
270. Yeah.
Right.
Holy
270.
shit! I'm looking at Poly Market, one of the betting markets. It has Trump winning at 87.8 probability.
Can I jump in? John, Poly Market. What is that?
It's a
betting
scam.
site.
It's a scam, really. I talked about
No,
this on my last show. They advertise on both sides to drive money into betting, but
Well, that's how they make their money. They got
Yeah.
they got to get the money on both sides. That's why they have the points. That's why they have the odds, so that they can drive money because they make the money off the VIG.
Christian said
But-
when his hand goes up, you guys shut up. That's what he said.
I'm trying to not interrupt and talk over everyone. Here's what I'm saying with this, though, John. The whole Poly Market thing, is that not a good insight as to where the actual money, the force behind all this? Because a lot of these polls are absolute garbage. I actually had a poll call me for the first time, and it was enlightening.
Yeah.
And bizarre. But anyway, the Poly Market data, it's actual money, though, isn't it?
it is, and I think it's a better indicator than the polls, but it can definitely be manipulated. I think right now this definitely tells you something. I mean, if you look at the chart here, I mean it is spiked up ridiculous. Trump started the day at 58, and now he's up to 87. So it tells you something there. Something's going on.
Bookies aren't in it to lose money. So
Mhm.
No.
I mean, I kind of look at that the same way as John does. It's just like probably a better barometer. So so we're at 7:12. So we're about 45 minutes away from California and all the West Coast closing. Let's take the temperature here. What's going on?
I really want Minnesota to go red just to give a big FU to Walz. That would be. I would laugh so hard.
That would be amazing.
They've
that
only
was-
How
counted-
long would it have been? When was the
probably-
last time Minnesota was red? 86?
No. Minnesota hasn't voted red since 72.
right.
Wow.
They the one time when Reagan ran the whole table, the only state that he did not win was
Oh,
Minnesota.
that's right. That's right.
That was the only state that he did not win.
I'm
Right
so
now-
glad I fucking moved.
Is that just because everyone's drunk up there all the time, or what's happening?
No, they're
more
idiots.
people are
They're
drunk in
idiots
Minnesota-
and drunk.
More people are drunk in
Drunk idiots.
Wisconsin than in Minnesota.
Yes.
So right now, with 2% of the vote in Minnesota, has Donald Trump at 58%, Kamala Harris at 40.1.
Wow.
That's with 2%.
Well,
You
that
guys
does
are a
not
little
bode
slow
well.
up there counting
Well,
votes.
everybody else has counted their votes way before Minnesota's been closed for how long now? For a couple hours now?
Mhm.
They've been closed for an hour and 15 minutes.
Hour and 15 minutes.
And they just started reporting? That's interesting.
Right now,
They declared like at 2 minutes after the vote was counted last time, right? I mean,
Yeah.
geez, what's the matter with them today?
quick.
It's so frustrating. There is not a consistency anywhere on anything. I'm sorry, Ken.
Go ahead, Ken.
All right, guys. I've got Wisconsin up here. Wisconsin is taken off now. Trump is ahead 50% to 48.3 in Wisconsin. And if the map, obviously Madison, Milwaukee, Door County, which is where the rich people go to have cabins up north.
Yep.
But most of the what's reporting here votes in has been we've got a lot. Yeah, it's probably 60% of the votes in.
That's what I'm saying.
So-
42% right now reporting, 42%.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. So Trump's at 50 and she's at 48.4. So we're doing the ride right now. But I think it's going to go. If my town of 3,500 people had 2,200 people voting by 5:30 and it was open till 8, and that's happening all across the western side and the outskirts. I live in the boonies, and people are not Harris people out here.
You know, it's funny. 82% of Georgia's reporting right now, and it's 51.9 to 47.4 Trump, and they're still not calling it. He's got like a 200,000 vote.
It's not 3 a.m. yet.
Yeah, it's because a lot of the vote that's out in Georgia is right around Atlanta, I think,
Mhm.
and that's
Fulton
Atlanta's
County, man.
big-
Fulton
it's
County is
big.
going to do it.
Yeah.
Christian, go ahead.
Can you guys see the Blues Brothers?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, well, I'm still working on my gear then.
Well, I can't
Easy.
hear your finger.
Okay, I'm sure you can hear. Yes, you can.
You should smell it.
In New Jersey, you can hear our finger for sure.
I couldn't leave that way.
it's good.
He's trying
Everybody
to-
knows what that finger means.
Christian is trying to teach me the finger signs to tell people to shut up so I can talk. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
When you're in charge, Bruce, you need to be in charge. So if everybody sees you do this, they'll shut up.
Well,
So
I'd be
he's
like the
doing
Miz on,
scouts.
I'd be like the Miz on WWE. When my hand goes up, you shut up.
Yeah. I can't do it because it
Oh.
screws up my AI camera then.
Ken,
Yes.
one thing I showed Bruce this other day. Look what I did to my finger.
We know what that's from.
Yeah, we all
Hey,
do.
It's not from
Lube.
masturbation either. It's from
lube.
no, it's not from masturbation. It's from working.
I
in
believe
my,
you.
Yes, it's from my leaf blower. My
Sure it is.
no,
Sure
it's
it is.
not either.
Yeah, what's her
Is
name?
that what
Sure
you
it
is that
is.
what you call your dick?
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I call it. It's
Lucy,
the leaf blower.
Lucy the leaf
But
blower.
I wound up having to clean out the carb for it, but yeah, getting carb cleaner inside that wound feels good.
Oh, you should get in your eye. That's where it really feels nice. I mean, when you have to wash your eyes out with
This is
lacquer
not
thinner
the
to get
morning
carb
show.
cleaner out. It's that kind of thing.
This is not the morning show.
That's
I
election
think
night.
everyone's kids are sleeping now, so it doesn't matter, Bruce.
And he's 3 vodkas in. It's open season now with Jason.
Yeah, leaf blower.
Yeah.
Oop, Kamala Harris just took the lead in Wisconsin, 49-9 to 48-5.
No.
Fucking Madison.
We knew we couldn't count on you, Ken.
Come on,
What-
man, what the hell?
What election map are you guys using? I'm looking at Fox News. Doesn't let me zoom in though very well in the counties. What's another good one?
Oh, I just went to Google and put in the 2024 United States election, and it came up with the AP. So I'm looking at the AP.
If somebody wants to share their screen, go ahead.
Why don't you share your screen, Bruce?
Because I've got it on Fox News and
Okay, hang on. Let me hear. I'll do it. I'll present.
Yeah, let's see what you got.
Okay, share screen.
Domingo, the coolest name in
Domingo.
fucking podcasting right there.
Well, thank you.
And I can share my other screen, but I don't think it's appropriate for
Oh my goodness.
No one wants to see your midget porn.
tubing.
What happened?
Tubing.
We all need to have more drinks. So.
Somebody has to
tubing.
drag it in. There's my screen at the bottom there.
We're tubing tonight.
We're not seeing it. There we see it.
All right,
There
so
we
there
go.
it is. They've got Trump at 98, and then Harrison. So if I go into, I can go into Wisconsin here, and it'll drag it in, and it'll show you where.
Yep.
That.
Oh,
So
nice.
I can explain that map. So if you go to that map, you'll see Kenosha, Milwaukee, Madison down there. All goes blue. Those are all guaranteed. Eau Claire is a college town. It's hugely liberal.
What about
and then
Kenosha again, Ken?
Kenosha's very blue and liberal.
Oh, why is my
You know.
hometown blue?
Well, because you fucking left. You and Aaron both left. It'd be different if you were there. You beat some asses in there. Anyway, the two blue counties up top are the two ones I was talking about. Up this Door County, that's those two right there. But the rest of it. So if you look at like the gray just left of Eau Claire, where it says Eau Claire, the gray county there, that's where I live, and that's gonna go red. But there's probably Amish counting them, so that's probably why it's so slow. Click on Minnesota. Let's see what Minnesota looks like. I can give you a little rundown of that. So
There's hardly anybody. There's hardly anything counted in Minnesota, so that's kind of weird. I mean,
Fox News does let you actually scroll over the county though and see the results in that county.
yeah,
Which is nice.
all right. Well, then I'll stop sharing my screen, and I'll try to go over and get the Fox one.
You got the Fox one there, John? Go ahead and
Yeah,
share.
yeah, I can try to pop
Who knew
mine
that
in
John
here.
Domingo was going to be producing my show tonight. I love it.
Someone's
wanted to
got to do it.
produce.
All right, I just put it up here.
I
Someone's
have,
got
friends, I have friends in high places. I love it.
It'll take a minute to go up. There we go. So you've got,
So we're on Wisconsin here, right?
yep.
So
Yeah, those counties up top are going to go for Harris. Huge. Blue. Milwaukee is as
I would think
radically
Kenosha County would go for Trump, but Aaron and I left, so that kind of shoots that idea in the foot.
So where is the highest population blue county?
Milwaukee. So all the way to the right. Keep going to the right.
Right there.
Here?
You
Yeah,
were just
down.
there.
Oh, this little one.
Right there.
Right there.
Okay.
It's
Wow,
a
they're
small
at
county. That's
almost
all.
50%.
Yeah.
That
I wonder what.
county.
Yeah, I wonder what that was at in 2020. What that finished? Where it finished?
They went for Biden huge.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact numbers because I wasn't living here then. I was in Minnesota, just being angry. So
Well, as soon as the West Coast closes, you're going to get California with 54, Oregon and 54, 64, 66,
Not
Yeah.
California.
70.
New
So she's
Mexico.
gonna get-
Yeah, California
yeah,
will
she's
never
going to get
go.
70 something votes. So she'll be,
They'll
Close
slam
to
right in
200.
there. Yeah.
yeah, she'll be
Illinois
close to
went
100.
blue, which you expected.
I think it'll be done before we get to the West Coast.
You
Well,
do.
if he wins Virginia, which
And
let's take a look at
Pennsylvania.
that.
It's
In
done.
Pennsylvania. Yeah.
yeah,
So what's the total on Virginia now?
Ken and I were talking at one point. We were saying that if this goes to 11:30, it's actually a real race.
Okay, so I have to make a public apology to the Amish. They got it done. All right. So right
Did they?
now in Lancaster County, which is where
Nice.
a lot of them are, 52% for Trump, 46.45 for Harris.
I
in
love
Lancaster.
that.
Get it?
I love that. Thank God for the Amish.
Where is
All right.
Thank
Lancaster?
God for the Amish.
I
like
won't be-
John,
I
you're
knew
where in
that.
Pennsylvania are you, John?
I'm over here in Allegheny County,
Oh, belly of the
blue.
beast.
Yeah, Blue County. That's about where we'll end up. I think that's what it was about in 2020.
Sure.
But Lancaster. Where
they
is
say
We're
Lancaster?
knocking at the
now.
door in the morning.
There it is.
So here's the weird thing. They say that Harris needs 300,000 votes out of Philadelphia County to make up the deficit everywhere else. And right now she's at 258,000, and Trump's only got 65,000. So, and there's only 41% of the votes in. So that looks like it's doable. So that's what scares me, because Philadelphia, of course, Philadelphia's going to screw it all up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to
Pittsburgh
remember
did
though.
too.
You got to remember with these numbers, the way that Pennsylvania reports the numbers, they come in very hugely Democrat first. So this is even a little bit distorted, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you were talking about the mail-in votes coming first. They count those first. Montana's been called for Trump. I just saw that.
Oh, this is interesting. There's two bellwether counties in Pennsylvania, Northampton being one of them. Trump lost this in 2020, and he's up right now, 51 to 47, and then Erie,
Oh, man,
where
killing them.
31% in, but that could be the early mail-in ballots. I don't know.
Yeah, something to watch.
Well, like I said, 3:00 comes around. Another another what? 7 hours away
Mhm.
before 3:00 comes around. They shut everything down and the water pipes burst. Like I said.
Yeah, that's an interesting map.
I can't remember where we were when we stopped, or not when we stopped, but when they stopped in 2020 and Trump actually lost the election. Was he over the limit at 270 by that time when everything went awry? I don't remember.
He was leaning to 270. They hadn't had the final counts yet, but they were starting to call the states and said it's probable that he's going to win. And then
Did
overnight,
they have him at 270? Did they have him at 270 on the screen?
I think so, because this was back when Florida was a swing state. And I remember I was out to dinner with two of my buddies who had voted for Hillary, and they announced that Trump was projected to win Florida. And people were like, what? And that was like, from there was just,
well, that was in
coasting to victory.
16.
Oh,
in-
16. Yeah, 16.
Yeah, in 2020, yeah, it was looking like things were really, really close, but they were pretty much saying, yeah, Trump's going to win. It looks like a thing, and then overnight, they found enough votes to get Biden to be the guy. So it was very, very close, though.
I'll tell you, Virginia's still in play with 67% of the vote in. It's 49.4 Harris, 48.9 Trump. He's
It's
right
so
in there.
close.
It is so close.
Yeah. Whatever other candidates got, they have 51,000 votes for that, which sucks.
Get over to Virginia and see what they're saying about Virginia. And a lot of the western parts, Trump's killing them.
Oh, he's got flyover country. He's got a huge chunk of Midwest.
Yeah, he's got the country of the country.
Looks
And this
like,
is why
Flyover's big, but yeah.
I'm an advocate for. I don't like the way that the Electoral College works in the sense of each state is saying, other than Maine and Nebraska, saying the whole state's going this way or the whole state's going that way, instead of, hey, there's 7 congressional districts. Each congressional district should count for something, because that's really the fairer way, because otherwise the cities take over. So Minnesota has 8 congressional districts. 3 of them go left every single time. The rest of them always go right every single time. But all 10 of them are going towards, whoever wins the popular vote.
So you want an electoral college for every state? I'm not against it.
No. What I'm saying is that each state, instead of saying, okay, Minnesota has 10 electoral votes, they have 10 electoral votes because they have 10 congressional districts. They need to break those up so that the Minneapolis congressional district and the where the Mayo Clinic is in Rochester, Duluth, those are 3 different congressional districts. Those should count to whoever they want, and the rest of the congressional districts should count to whoever gets voted there. It would change the way this all works, because right now the cities are running everything, and so because they're the population base. But to make it actually be, there's supposed to be an even playing field. That's what the Electoral College is supposed to do. And because states allot them as a chunk instead of each congressional district, it makes it unfair for the outstate communities, because the cities can override them.
Yeah, it's just
what really made me
interesting.
nervous was North Carolina with the hurricane damage that they had, where the western part of the state, 40,000 voters out there that have basically been displaced or dead. We don't even know how many are dead out there. And so that's what scares me there too.
Well, I'm sure we'll get the right number as soon as 150% of the vote is counted. So, I mean, we got that to look forward to. So,
Looks like North Carolina should be called soon. It's almost 75% in, and Trump is up 52.5 to 46.
Well, you get that screen up? Ooh, share that screen.
Yeah, I think you got it.
There it is. There you go. Yeah, that's promising.
And it's some of the counties that he's losing, and he's not losing by much. But then if you get out into the western counties, he's winning by 68%.
Wow.
In the western, 61, 68, 62.
They're calling North Carolina for Trump. That's what
they did.
Thomas Gallucci.
Actually, I think we called it here first. So yeah,
that's right. We did first. Let me see, because I'm going back and forth between a couple of them now. See here at the AP, they still have not reported. They still haven't called it yet. He's killing her in North Carolina. Why haven't they called that North Carolina yet?
There's going to be, I think there's going to be an element of, there's going to be some networks. If it does play out that it looks like Trump's going to win tonight, there's going to be some networks that just won't call certain states as to delay it.
Mm-hmm. Here's another thing, like New Mexico and Arizona befuddle me. Here, they're the ones that are getting the brunt of the illegal aliens coming across the border and all this problem, and they're still voting Democrat. I mean, how stupid do you need to be? I don't understand that.
They're shipping a lot of them out, and a lot of them are going right to California. That's why. So there's nothing in New Mexico for them. So they come into New Mexico and right away they leave. They're gone.
Yeah.
And Arizona is just the gateway to California. So they're going to California, or we're shipping literally hundreds of thousands of them all around the country. Minnesota's the same state where Minnesota's getting a shit ton of them.
Well, they're deporting them now to like you said, the other areas. There's tons of
Other
Michigan.
areas.
Yeah,
They're just
absolutely.
diluting,
Michigan,
they're diluting the
Jersey,
voting.
New York,
Yeah, and they're
DC.
diluting
Yeah,
the voting, and that's how they're buying votes in New Mexico and Arizona, because they're
absolutely.
saying, look, we're moving them out of the way, and this is all happening, in clandestine little rooms. I've got relatives down in Arizona, and I've driven through New Mexico quite a few times, right along the border. Actually, I did it last May, and I'm like, this is incredible.
Arizona's a dogfight because as I was sitting here as we were talking, it flipped from 40. Arizona just flipped to leaning red right now, where Trump just took over. So again, I'm looking forward to, if God, from my lips to God's ears, if Trump wins this election, I am so looking forward to, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, and all these people that he's bringing into this government to go in there and shake some trees and let some rats fall out of them, to be honest with you.
We can only hope that really happens. I mean, we've heard, rumors before, but I think it's pretty solid. I mean, I think basically, I mean, we can look forward to this. I'm looking forward to either a Vance Tulsi ticket in 28 or something like that. But I'm really looking forward to that. I'd love to see Tulsi in the top spot, to tell you the truth.
Yes, I would too. I mean, I think she deserves it.
The Democrats really fucked up, because if they wanted to beat Trump, if they put Tulsi in there, Trump wouldn't have had a chance.
But see, the problem is that she's not going to sit there and parrot the narrative, right? She doesn't, she actually believes that, there's a difference between men and women, and you just can't say, oh, by the way, I'm a woman now. You can't just do that. And then
there's your news. There's your news right there for Pennsylvania. We just saw it.
What's that?
51-49. 51-49 in Pennsylvania. It just went off the screen. And then it looks like Wisconsin is 49, and Michigan is just a dead heat in Michigan right now.
Wow, look at that! Look how close it is in Michigan.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Come on, Ted Nugent, let's get you, deliver.
See if Uncle Teddy did anything.
What did ties mean in a flip state like that, in a state that's really tight and has been either mostly a blue state? Does that look good for Trump?
Bluer and shit.
There's going to be
does that look good for Trump? I mean, when we're sitting there looking at 49-49, what are you thinking about?
To be honest with you, it's only 22% in right now, so
it's nothing sandwich.
Yeah.
Until it's 60-65%, it's not. It's not even a time to raise it.
I mean, Wisconsin and Michigan. I mean, they're whisker thin, these leads. Yeah. Minnesota.
What's Minnesota at?
He's pulling out 58.7% to 38.2. What a smack in the face.
Yeah, but it's only 3%, so that could that could just be some rural vote.
I'm just saying, could you imagine if Tampon Tim can't even carry his own state? Here's another big mistake that the Harris campaign. If they picked Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, to be the vice president, they're not even. She's walking through Pennsylvania right now.
I don't know. Yep. She might win Pennsylvania, but the thinking there was he would have made her look even stupider than she already looks. Because
that's true.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's the meme. I don't know if you guys have seen it, where it's like it starts with Obama. He's like, I got to find someone dumber than me to be my vice president. Then it's Biden. I got to find someone dumber than me. Then it's Kamala, dumber than me.
Literally, yeah, they took it literally. Jeez, God damn.
But it's funny that Trump didn't do that. Trump went out and got J.D. Vance, and he's way smarter than Trump and so much more polished. I mean, I love with J.D. Trump. And I mean, no homo, but I mean, I fell in love with his policies in the way that he, that he talks to the press and goes in and does all that, goes into these interviews with these people that are just so venomous towards him, and then just talks them right down. I just love it.
He's great. Well, the thing is, yes, Vance is better than Trump, but he's also complimentary. So what we're talking about, Walz is not complimentary to Kamala. And had he picked the Pennsylvania governor, he would not have been complimentary. And yes, he would have been the equal as much smarter, but he would have made her look stupid. Vance doesn't make Trump look stupid. Vance makes Trump look smart for picking Vance.
Yes.
Mhm.
And that's the beauty of what he's doing. Did you see the Rogan interview with him?
Oh my God, it was
It's
amazing.
unbelievable. It's
You beat
artwork.
me to it, Ken.
Live from
Oh,
the
yeah?
You beat me to it. I wanted to bring that up. Vance is a guy like me who occasionally can't keep his kids together
Yeah.
and has a potty mouth.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I thought he was a little weird. Now he's like me.
We watched it for 5
Mhm.
minutes. We were 5 minutes in, and my wife is like, "This is the most relatable guy. Why are they calling him weird? He's like the most relatable guy in politics ever."
Because to them
And-
it is weird.
Just think
Yeah,
about
well,
Yeah, they can't handle that.
after they had Trump and after Joe had J.D. Vance, he had John Fetterman, the
Yes.
senator
Yeah.
from Pennsylvania, who has a major
Rogan?
stroke and can barely speak like me. And he went on there and talked to him for over 2 hours. And Kamala can't even go in there and talk and have a conversation with Joe. And, you know, all these different stipulations she put on there because she didn't want to go, but she didn't want to make it sound like she didn't want to go. There's
Right.
no way he would have ate her alive if she would have went to there, and she would have looked dumber than she actually looks right now.
I'm from a middle class family.
Did you see the thing today where she's pretending she's talking to
clear.
somebody on the phone and then she holds the phone up and her camera's on? She wasn't talking to anybody on the phone. She's a nitwit. I mean, a real dunce. And then she's this close. I mean, she's this close. Like right now, it's
What does that say? What does that say about the people that vote for her?
198. I'm
What
sorry.
does
What
that say about the people that vote for her?
What is
Not
this
a lot.
people who organize all this shit?
No, he ain't Trump. That's the vote. It's your
It
voting
is.
for
Yeah.
Trump or it ain't Trump. That's
They're
what you're-
voting for the machine, the Democratic political
okay.
machine. That's all they're voting for.
Don't disrupt it. Don't
Well, let's talk
disrupt
about the
show.
elephant in the room.
What?
If-
What about me? I'm
Let's
sorry.
talk
I'm
about the
trying to
elephant in the
cut back
room.
my drinking, Bruce. Get off my back.
if, if
Talk about
Trump
me too,
pulls this
Bruce.
out, if Trump pulls this out, will Kamala invoke the 25th Amendment on Biden
No.
Yes.
and become the first
No.
woman president?
I
Yep.
can't
No.
see them doing that.
She should. I think she should.
I think she should too, just to ruin all his swag, the 47th president swag.
She doesn't have the brain or the people behind her to put that together. To do that, the coalition you need to put together, the people that are behind her now aren't actually supporting her. They're just behind. It's like the Republicans that supported McCain. No one was behind McCain. He was just the guy that was chosen.
Right.
But
Hold
You
on
know-
a second. I'm going to call Barack and see what he says.
All right, give him a call. See if Big Mike's there too.
Big Mike.
Pence?
Big
No.
Mike's dick is bigger
No,
than
not
hers.
Pence. Obama.
Michelle.
Oh, Michelle. I'm sorry. Yeah.
she's hot. Come on.
In a manly kind of way.
Yeah, brown
No
sugar.
homo. That's where the no homo should be.
Oh my God.
Oh my
So
God.
we've got we've it looks like we've got
Bourbon, so we're in for a ride.
we need to win by at least 6 or 7 points, which is going to be very, very difficult to pull off. So the Trump world needs to win by 7 points to
You're
be
talking electoral votes.
well. I'm just talking to keep it from being this thing gets just drawn out until the middle of December, which drives
think
me
it
fucking
matters.
crazy.
I don't think it matters.
The other thing is where Jamie Raskin, and I don't know where he's from, but he came out and said that if Trump wins, and when they go to certify the election, they pull one of the amendments, and I'm trying to remember what it was, where he's an insurrectionist, and they will disqualify him from being president because of because of January 6th. And he says
Oh
at
my
that
God.
time we got to protect everybody, and we got civil war conditions because basically that's what would happen.
Oh, thank God I'm in South Dakota.
Yeah, and where you guys are in Jersey and anywhere if you're near a city, you're fucked. Because you guys can't have guns, and people have
Yeah,
guns out
right.
there, but it isn't like the Midwest. I mean, I've got 10 guns in my closet, and I'm like a child compared to most of the people I know.
You
that
think
have-
New Jersey people don't have guns? You got to be kidding me. We
No,
have
New
ton of
Jersey,
guns.
New Jersey people have guns, but in the
And
cities,
dump trucks.
it's like
Iowa
Minneapolis.
just called.
In the cities, just like in Minneapolis, people don't have guns. They just don't have guns. I mean, there's some here, there's some there. The bad guys, the gangs, all have them.
Yeah.
But the average Joe Schmo, in Minneapolis doesn't have a gun. They're against it. the shit breaks out and goes on, it's it's all crime. It's not. It doesn't come out here. Like, even I lived in Ramsey, Minnesota, and Andover, Minnesota. Both were they were outer ring suburbs of Minneapolis, like 20 miles from downtown, 30 miles from downtown, and they were loaded tight. When the George Floyd shit happened, it was about 20 miles from my house, and it was in the neighborhood I lived in for a long time. These people started talking, like the Black Lives Matter group, saying, "Hey, we're coming out to the suburbs. Hey, Anoka County, we're coming to you," and that's where I lived. Well, what Anoka County did is a bunch of us met on Facebook and talked and got together, and we created a coalition of people that just said, "No, you're not." And we sent messages to the Black Lives Matter people with pictures saying, "If you come here, this is what you're facing." And it was all of us with AR-15s and stuff like that. And like, we're not going to ask questions. We don't give a fuck what you think. You come here, you're going to get shot dead. And guess what happened? They didn't come. They started because there was cars without license plates. There was pallets full of bricks that were delivered right into downtown Ramsey.
Ken,
And it was handled by the people, not by the police. It was handled by the people because they just said, "Hey, you guys come up here, we're going to kill you."
They hit the target on Coon Rapids Boulevard.
Yes.
And that's 5 miles from our old houses.
Yep.
I have a 308. I used to have a 308 with an 8-32 scope.
Yeah,
And
Budweiser says Georgia's got to be called soon. 88% of the votes in, and Trump's up by 4.
Well, if you believe the account, the election wizard on Twitter, he's already called Georgia. I don't know how credible he is.
Okay.
Well, he's a wizard. He's fully credible.
He's got 537,000 followers, so he's doing something right.
Is he
what? New York's the
Is it
same.
Mr. Wizard from back in the 80s?
North Carolina and Georgia got to be close to being called.
Like Harry Potter.
So
Do you guys remember that Mr. Wizard from back in the 80s?
No.
Yes.
And Virginia's so close. I mean, they're only like 30,000 votes.
Comment that what happens, because Trump still has to be sentenced on several of his court cases.
That's all going away. That's all going away.
That's all going away. He wins, it goes away.
Yeah.
Like
and the other thing is he's going to win on appeal. The 36 felony convictions. He's going to win that on appeal.
The misdemeanor convictions.
Yeah.
That's what I call them. They're all
All right. And then the what are the other cases that he has?
The Georgia election stuff that's still going through.
That's so tainted because of Fannie Mae and her lover.
Boyfriend,
Right.
yeah. I'm sorry, not her boyfriend.
Right.
It
So
was
that's
her
been,
boyfriend.
that's
My
been
boyfriend.
She screwed the pooch on that one.
She did.
So I don't think there's anything's going to happen.
He played it masterfully. He did. He really did play that masterfully. I mean,
I'm just, something. I just have to say this, and you might. I don't know how many people believe in God or not, but I believe there's some kind of divine hand here that is kind of moving. I mean, they could have shot him dead right on live TV. He turned his head just a little bit and it nicked him on the ear. If he wouldn't have turned his head at just that moment, he would have been dead. Then you go through all this lawfare and everything has just been falling apart. Nothing sticks to him. He's like the Teflon Don.
Makes him more
Literally
popular.
Teflon Don.
what do you think happens? What do you think happens to lawfare after this?
I'll be honest with you. What I think should happen is I think he should go in there and give the Democrats a taste of their own medicine.
I think so too.
And then after that, say, are we done with this shit? Are we done with the suing and the putting people in jail? Because we can continue to do this if you want. We can make this a war every time. We can start throwing people in jail.
I think he shouldn't waste time though and just go right after Fauci day one.
Yes.
It's such an easy target, though. All of us could go after Fauci.
I'll tell you what I'd love him
Let's do it.
I would love Trump to do is I would love him to open up investigations on the assassination attempt in Butler, PA, and I would love to see him open up an investigation on the attack that he had in Florida too. And I would also like to see him take and just do away with the FBI. Just take them and move them into other agencies and do something away.
Federal marshal. The federal
Right.
marshal. Yep. The FBI could be absorbed by the federal marshal.
And then they just had funding for a $300 million new FBI headquarters in Maryland.
Turn the whole FBI into Raylan Givens.
There you go. I would take Dan Bongino. I would make him head of
Exactly. Make him head of the freaking Secret Service, baby.
Secret Service. I'd make him the head of the Secret Service immediately.
What
Absolutely.
cabinet post is going to get?
Who?
Musk.
Oh, he's going to be in charge of
Efficiency.
government.
It's like the bloat. He's going to
Government
cut. He's going to
efficiency.
oversee it and kind of cut
Like
down
government
departments.
Yeah,
It was like
just
a
like we-
junior
just like
He's
position.
going to be Bernie's boss.
Like what he
So
did
do-
with Twitter. Just got rid of like
Right.
2/3 of it.
Right. But
Waste,
remember,
fraud, and abuse.
we're trying to not grow government. We want to take government and make it smaller. So if we take government and create a new post, that is a new post, which is a larger government.
Yeah, but
you're
we're gonna-
getting
No, it's
rid
going to
of
eliminate
the
tons of
education,
people.
you're getting
One
rid of
time
the-
you say
and
and
eliminate a
but.
lot of big stuff.
Right. But how do we take the idea? Because I would love to see a smart guy go into government and start cutting off heads.
He will.
That'd be well, right. How do we do it? I think we should put him in charge of DOE,
DOE, Department of Energy?
education.
Education.
Department of
That's the
Education.
first,
I wanna
that's the
put
first
that place
department
up.
that's going to go. We're going to take that big giant building and make it into a hotel. That's
Yeah.
the first
A lot
building.
of migrants there.
But we need to keep the titles under control before it gets out of hand, because at some point, remember, we always talk about how we don't want the opposition to gain ground from things we create. So we try to limit what we create to control future growth. So if we put him in charge of the DOE, go fix it.
There's no DOE. We're doing away with the DOE. He's going to be above the DOE.
Okay. Ken's gone now. Jason can help me with this.
I'm back.
From the land of 10,000 lakes, if you're on a boat and you're going to change direction on the boat, can you grab the wheel and whip a shitty in the middle of the lake?
Huh? Try that in English. Help somebody from New Jersey understand what you just said. please.
If you're on a boat and you
Yeah,
grab
okay. I know boats.
You got
are you
both.
sure? Hold on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
boats.
boats. Trust me.
If
I
you
know
grab
boats.
the boat and you take the wheel
Uh-huh.
and you turn it too fast, what happens?
Well, you could. I
Every-
understand.
Get rid of the dead weight in the boat.
Right, but first, you
Everybody's
throw a lot of
all-
shit out of the boat that you didn't need anymore. That's one thing you could do.
You
That would
create
be
a
one
way.
thing.
You create a way.
This isn't a boat. This is a big giant. You're not going to turn this thing too fast.
Doesn't
Because
matter if it's a 12-foot fishing boat or the Titanic.
you're telling me that Washington's a 12-foot fishing boat? It's not. It is.
No.
It is a big giant super.
If you turn a boat too fast, things fall down. You can't turn a big system too fast.
Watch me.
No, you cannot, because it will be massive riots all over
Yeah.
the place.
You can't change the
Whack the Department of Education and FBI
kill
day
the
one, and it
education.
wouldn't work.
Riots for-
Not
you
how
talking
you build
riots for
bridges.
Randy?
You can't
Riots for
build
Randy?
bridges by good job, Ken. You can't
Woodford,
build
yeah.
bridges by crushing everybody. You have to work on building relationships and changing perspectives so the changes you make today will last beyond today.
He tried that shit the first time. They blocked him. They blocked
I
him.
don't believe
Well,
that.
No, the first time
Bruce.
he fucked up the first time by having the worst people he possibly could put in.
Yes,
Agreed.
he was surrounded by the worst people.
Understand how
Agreed.
people think.
And yes,
This guy Tom's right. He says the Titanic was a huge ship that couldn't even get out of the way of an iceberg. So
but you got to remember this. So you got to
Yeah,
look
waited.
back. History matters here, guys. Calvin Coolidge did this already. He cut the government spending in half within 3-4 years.
mhm.
Well,
After World
right.
War-
But it was a different time.
No, different time, schmiffrent time. That's bullshit. It is not different time. You can still do it when something is so much bigger than it was. You can cut it down, and it has to happen quickly. It can't happen slowly. If you don't, if you don't rip the Band-Aid off and turn the ship hard,
I'll bet you a donut. And none of you know me well enough besides maybe Ken. It's a big deal for me to bet a donut.
I'll bet you that. I'll bet you that donut. I'll
If
even
you
I'll even
knock
throw in a
third
Krellick.
out of the federal government, our society will fall apart.
I don't think
I
so.
like Thomas Gallucci's little suggestion there. I want to see Alex Jones as the
Ugh.
press secretary.
Oh
the
my
press
God,
has to
yeah.
put
Could
him on
not
the bid.
listen to him.
Right now, we got the globalists on the run. We're getting rid of the ESG, LMNOP, and
He could not be
all
any
the
worse
other
than
alphabet.
KJP. He
I could not listen to that.
Thomas
Oh
been
my
on
God.
fire tonight. in the
So
comments
Bruce,
section. He's gonna win.
the hell with a pink donut. I want a pink taco.
I'm
This
glad
is
you
not
didn't
the
send it to
morning
me.
show. This is not the morning.
You can always count to Jason to bring it right back to the locker room.
What's the over and under for impeachments, and how soon if Trump wins?
They're already being drawn up. Literally, the Democrats
I'm
have
sure.
already drawn up
Oh
impeachment.
yeah,
First-
I'm sure they have been.
Are we talking about tomorrow? Are we talking about Thursday, Friday? What are we talking about?
Wait, when's the inauguration? The day
It
after.
doesn't matter when the inauguration is. I
Yes.
believe that
12:01 on the 21st.
will be put in place by this weekend.
Hey, I got an idea. You guys,
Bernie Sanders is already working on it.
why don't we show them what an insurrection really is?
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
No.
Let's not do that because, in other words, then you give them a
That's a
reason.
good way to get your YouTube
Well, no, not only that.
demonetized.
But let's be serious about this.
What
First of all,
my
you're not
point?
gonna-
I'm of course joking. What my
Okay,
point
but
is,
I'm just saying, there's a lot of people out there. Again, the same people, the same nitwits that charged the Capitol that day and went inside and got all jammed up. Because they're going in. I mean, they went in for an insurrection with no weapons. What did they think was going to happen?
wasn't my point, John. It wasn't an insurrection. I know dozens of people that were there that day, and they're like the stories they tell of and these weren't people that went and broke windows and stuff. He says there was groups of people there that weren't with anyone that got this all going.
Oh yeah,
So
they were
that was all
FBI.
planned.
They were FBI agitators.
Yeah, they were. These weren't. They're FBI, and they were also. There was just other groups of people that sent people there to do that, and they were paid to raise hell and start breaking shit, knowing that a bunch of these rubes would follow them in, and that's what happened. But I'm for the Million Armed Man March, where no one fires a shot or does anything, but just shows up at the Capitol, a million of us with our rifles and our guns and things like that. My problem is I don't think that there'd be enough people that would be smart enough not to start shooting.
Or they just embed a couple agents in there who do start shooting, and then others start shooting. Yeah.
So it's there's no answer to that, but it is what we're leading to. Things haven't gotten bad enough yet for that. I'm not a proponent of violence in any kind of way. I abhor it with everything. I hate war. However, there's a reason why the Civil War happened, and they got to the tipping point. And at that tipping point, all hell breaks loose. But there was literally a Mason-Dixon line. There was a dividing line. We don't have that now. Now it's neighbor on neighbor. So when these idiot 3%ers start talking about a civil war, I just want to go bitch slap them and say, hey, that would destroy everything.
They don't have enough. There's not enough support for that, to be quite honest with you. And
you don't need much support. You don't need much support. All you need is a couple thousand people to be idiots. You don't need much support. Hey, Jason has a question.
Go ahead, Jason.
I've got a comment.
He's learning. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Boomer Bob actually has a good point.
I find that very hard to believe.
That Biden will wind up pardoning Trump. That if Trump wins, just to give a huge middle finger to the establishment, Biden will say, you know what, I'm going to pardon Trump just to screw off and to piss off the people who pushed him out.
Bob's trolling you. First of all, the only person that Bob hates or that Biden hates more than Harris is Trump. There's no way that he would pardon Trump. There's just no way.
Also,
even though he hates him, doesn't mean he doesn't understand him.
But he won't, and I'll tell you why.
Understand anything.
Then you'd have Vance.
Here's Wisconsin.
Because if he's duly elected,
48.
What do we got?
You're over 50% for Trump in Wisconsin right now.
I think that's a good point, though, Ken. With with Trump making J.D. Vance his vice presidential nominee, it's not coincidental that decision was made. And J.D. Vance talked about this on Rogan's podcast. He didn't know the day before the Butler rally was the first time Trump had really brought it up to him. Actually proposed the idea to him. I think Vance had the idea that he was in the running, of course. But then after that, he made the decision pretty quickly.
Well, in like you said, you pick someone that's very strong to back you up. They're going to be a lot less likely to get rid of you, especially, and this goes back to what we were talking about with Jamingo here, is Vance is better than Trump. So if they get rid of Trump and get him out of the way, they haven't actually done anything. So they're not going to push him out. They're not going to, because they're like, well, then we end up with Vance, who is maybe even worse than Trump as far as doing what they really don't want done of the changing of the country.
Yeah.
So we need radical change. We need bold moves. And this is where the Republicans all start strategizing. And it's like, there's a reason why the LGBT group has taken over this country. They're this much of the society, but they're the loudest. They're what they've done is absolute brilliance. And the abortion group too does the same thing. It doesn't matter what they say is true. It doesn't matter what they just matter. Nope, you're a racist. Nope, you're a misogynist. Nope, you don't understand. Nope, the women's health thing. All of that works, and the Republicans never do that. And they're finally, with Trump and Vance, starting to do that. So pushing Trump out doesn't save them anything.
Oh my goodness.
Who did that one? That was
Finally,
good.
somebody who knows how to do.
We're allowed to use sound effects. I wasn't sure we were allowed to use sound effects.
There
You're
you
allowed
go.
to use whatever you want.
Did it work?
It worked.
We heard it.
I love it. I love it.
I've got sound effects on my Rodecaster, but I can't make it work on my own headphones.
We need that in the morning show.
What did you hear?
The womp 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 womp.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that?
I can't
No, he
hear
didn't hear it. We heard it.
I got
It
it.
did work.
I definitely heard it.
Yeah.
That's the one.
It works.
There it is.
Yeah.
See? That's great. See, I got to do that, but I need a producer to do that during the show. So Christian's going to fit that bill well.
But I
This
get
whole
my
election,
there.
Bruce, this whole election's starting to turn my stomach.
Oh, is it there?
It's
No.
starting to turn your stomach. Are you talking about Kamala?
There it is. There it is.
I don't know, dude.
Chris, I've heard it like 5 times now.
Sorry, I'll stop.
Maybe he's just telling you what's going on with Kamala Harris, and I've
don't-
just seen some ugly stuff about Kamala Harris, man. I'm telling you, you don't want to hear the news that I'm about to tell you about Pennsylvania.
No, I want to, Bruce. Please tell me. I'm on the edge of my hammock.
Pennsylvania just went 75% to Kamala Harris.
Bruce, you're
I'm
making
sorry.
me.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry.
Bruce,
I'm
my
sorry.
stomach's turning.
You're saying they just called Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris?
You guys just gotta hold on for a minute. I gotta do something quick. I'm sorry about this, but
Are you okay? Is it too much of that Woodford? Too much of that
Jesus,
Woodford, or what?
I hate when it comes out your nose. Jesus.
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding.
Was this
That
all
was
choreographed ahead of time?
I just can't. I
No,
just can't.
it was
Some of
not.
this Pennsylvania shit.
Did you practice that?
We did.
Oh. Oh, I'm good. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Ken.
Right there.
No, stop. Don't do that.
Hey, we're trying to be professionals here, right?
That was
Trying to be professional. I mean, actually, Boomer Bod's being pretty professional tonight. I mean, right?
That's a shocker.
Ken is not playing up.
that was professional. I'm a Foley artist.
Well, we got Trump.
Anyway.
212. Trump has got one extra electoral vote now. We went up to 212, so we're getting there. We're getting
Can
there,
I?
guys.
Do you guys mind if I take a second? And hey, Bill, how do you feel about all this?
About all what?
Normally, I'm the quiet one, but now that I got some,
It's
whatever.
actually
Well, I'm kind of quiet because you can ask Bruce. I typically have problems with Bluetooth reception, cell phone service, internet service. So
Are you
you
in
never
South
know if I'm
Dakota
actually
too?
going to come through. What?
Oh, okay. Are you in South
I'm,
Dakota too?
No, I'm in Eastern Washington, and I almost dare anybody to
man.
come up with less population density that I'm sitting at right now. So I'm 5 people per square mile. We go
Oh, wow.
predominantly completely
you.
red, 90% conservative voting, and we lose this state every fucking year.
Need to secede.
I like Tim's idea about splitting up the congressional or the voting districts.
Yeah, just
It's one thing
what
that
is
makes
it?
sense.
Annex yourself to Oregon.
I hate Oregon, even Eastern Oregon. So maybe I don't.
But what about Western Oregon?
Wait a minute. What
Well, I
else?
really despise Western Oregon. That's the same as Western Washington.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we just had Matt Bradley on, and he was in Washington, and he had terrible
It was bad.
internet problems during our podcast that we had with him. But we got through it, and it ended up being okay. But yeah, we thought we had bad problems with you when we had you guys on, but no, he was much worse. So you guys got to work on your internet stuff up there, man. You get that Inslee guy,
Get that Starlink. Get Elon on it.
There you go.
You know, everybody
Starlink.
who had the chance jumped on Starlink, and now the market here is saturated, and you're on a waiting list to get it, unless you want to pay the more and get the traveling RV version. So that's where we're at right now.
So
All that money.
Mr. Larry Dyer, my old softball coach, has just told me that the Republicans has now had 50 seats in the Senate, so we're back at even.
Larry,
And we
that's the
flipped
best
seat,
news I've heard in a
so-
long time.
and we flipped the seat.
Can I do another hand thing? Can I just bring up? Oh, sorry, Duchess.
no,
go
no,
ahead.
it's okay.
Let's all
No.
give Christian the hand thing.
No, Duchess had her hand up before I did.
Well, I just wanted to point out, and I know it's still early, but I'm looking at Michigan with 27% of the votes counted, which is now up ahead with Trump at 51% to 47%, which I thought was interesting. So I don't know if that's been hanging that way, but I didn't notice it before.
That's sometimes how it hangs. Yes.
Yeah.
Little to the right
Okay.
Usually hangs pretty low though.
sometimes.
And now we'll go to. So
All right.
yeah, I was going to make a point, and now I'm distracted by all the.
The hanging.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, California just came in, and Washington.
Shocking. Yeah. They already called it for her.
Yeah.
It's just blue already.
California,
Yeah,
9
yeah,
o'clock.
1 minute in, and they and
Immediately.
1 minute in, and they call
Nothing's
it.
No.
recorded.
No results, but it's blue.
Blue.
Yeah. No precincts reported, but it's all blue.
Yes.
Right. Same thing with Washington State.
Well, at least I canceled out one of the Kamala votes.
There you
At
go.
least I did that, and hopefully, fucking Adam Schiff gets his ass beat by Steve Garvey. I hope so.
Let's find out.
Doesn't Adam
I
Schiff
hate
like
that.
having?
I mean, if
There's
Adam
no way
Schiff
that's going to
gets
happen, Bruce. There's no way Steve
man.
Garvey was winning.
No, he didn't have
I
a
don't
chance.
know.
Oh, in the election, I thought Adam Schiff liked just having his ass beat in general.
Dude, I'd love to. I would
Creepy
love
dude.
to. Oh, dude, no, we get arrested.
By minors,
No, just a
I'm
good,
not
just a
gonna
good.
I'm not going
hey,
to threaten
and
Adam
then
Schiff
some
on my
pegging.
podcast.
He's all into that. No,
Is
or is
Schiff
that- is
a
that
House
bedroom?
guy, or is he a
Oh,
senator?
yeah.
Is Schiff part of the House of Representatives, or is he a? I can't.
He's a senator.
You know,
he's gonna
he was House of Representatives.
He was House. Now he's going to be a senator.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
running for Senate.
Schedule
right
the
now.
fault destroying California sooner. Can we just have that the San Andreas fault just destroy California? We just be done with you all.
Thank you.
Jason,
What,
on our
what about
morning
Bruce?
show,
Come on.
I had a,
I love
I had a-
Bruce can leave.
We like
come on-
Bruce.
Bruce, come on over. South Dakota's nice this
I'll
time of
be
year.
right back.
gorgeous.
Yeah, they don't get too much snow in the winter. Oh,
Well, it's
I have
40
friends
inches.
saying
Can you
300
handle
days.
40 inches?
40 inches. That's insane.
Mr. Jamingo just went off the air.
Uh-oh.
He's had it with us. He's
40
had it with
inches
us.
was too much for Jamingo.
Nah, he'll be back. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
I
I
know
just
he
sent.
Well, no,
I
it's,
just,
it's our own personal intermissions.
Yes, exactly. Here we got Pennsylvania at 51-47 for
That's
for
Texas
Trump.
Senate right
North
there.
Carolina 51-48.
What are you doing? It needs
What
to
is he
match
doing?
what you say.
Why are we being so quiet?
are we going to
I still
ASMR?
want the biggest FU to come from Minnesota.
Yeah, I do too.
That'd be cool. Oh, that'd be so fucking cool. Hey, your fucking governor is a fucking nightmare. We don't want him. Take him away.
Trump's
So
back
they
in
learn
lead.
how to
with
count
Martin.
up there.
Yep.
I
Trump's
still
back
have
in the lead
11%.
with
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
here's what the scoreboard looks like on Fox right there. So we got the all those yellow states that haven't declared yet, and then
Yep.
we got New Mexico, and it looks like Minnesota up there that are still in the gray. What's that over there? Pennsylvania still?
Yep.
I believe that's Pennsylvania. That's how that map works.
Usually in Minnesota, every election, they find a few thousand Franken votes in the back trunk of a 74, Ford Maverick
In the
Put that
basement.
in
Yeah.
there. Because cheating is how Franken got in there.
Early and
Yep.
often. Early and often is how Minnesota works.
Yeah. Well, in Minnesota, you can vouch for up to they lowered it from 16 to 8 people now. You can vouch for 8 people at the voting booth day of if they're not registered to vote. You can
Wow.
you can say, I am registered, here's my proof. I vouch for
I
these
missed
8
my
people.
flight.
Worse
Yeah,
worse
I
than
missed my
that,
flight.
it's 8 people at a time.
Wait, are you not joking? Are you being serious?
I'm dead serious.
Oh no, he's dead serious. Yeah, he's dead serious.
It used to be
That's
16.
messed up.
Now it's 8. So that's why they're putting all these people in there that are they're the Somalians. It's the largest Somali community in the United States, actually in the world outside of Somalia. In Minneapolis is the largest Somalian community, and give them amnesty and then bring them in to vote. You say, if you come in and vote for this, we'll give you all this stuff and we'll vouch for you. So they just had buses of people.
Christian's got something to say, Ken.
Yep, go ahead,
Yes.
Christian.
Well, no, I wanted to bring up the whole Minneapolis. Let's just call them a religious group. Did a certain religious group that's prominent in parts of Minneapolis, say near the old U of M campus area,
Moose lambs?
where you used to get good pizza, and now you have to wear, if you're female, you have to wear a head covering.
Yeah, friggin'
yeah.
Lutherans, they're everywhere.
The moose.
Whoa. Be careful who you're talking to.
Boy, Lutherans have really changed since I went to church last.
Yeah. It's not that Christian. It's the prayers on the speakers every day that they've been doing now.
So in Minneapolis, they have
Ugh.
places where the 5 times a day, the call to prayer is
All the
announced.
prayer. Hmm.
But and I heard a rumor that parts of that group have said no to blue,
Yes.
engaging red,
Mm-hmm.
They did.
because they're trying.
It's not a rumor, Christian. It was a huge press conference that they
We talked
had.
about that with Walter Hudson earlier.
Yeah.
I missed it because I couldn't get I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Sorry. Oh, by the way, I'm an idiot sometimes. I miss Walter and the whole Bella thing. I didn't want to get it weird. It was potential for whatever. What's going on in Minneapolis with the Ilhan Omar crowd?
So the Ilhan is going to win again by
A landslide.
74%.
Yeah.
But the rest of the ballots is not.
Is she going to become a Republican?
No.
No, she's Democrat.
She and AOC will become Republicans because that's how far the party has shifted.
No, they
Never.
hate
Never.
Jews way too much to move over
She's got
to the
dirty feet,
Republican
though.
Party.
You and your dirty feet. Good Lord, man.
AOC posted on Twitter today,
Yeah.
it's 70 degrees in New York City in November. Get out and vote. Like, I think she was insinuating climate change, need to vote. I want to vote for more 70-degree days in November. That's
what I said.
nice.
Bitch, I love the weather in New Jersey now. I always wanted to move to North Carolina for the winter weather. Now North Carolina weather's in New Jersey. Shut up. Shut up.
If you look at just for a second, if you look at climate science, humans don't live when things get a lot colder.
Yeah.
We do well when things get warmer.
Yeah.
It's funny how
Like Joe Souchere from the Immortal Garage Logic podcast says, if you want to worry about something that you have no control over, worry about global cooling, because then you can't grow food and everyone dies.
and make sure your CI is bigger than your age.
Yes, your cylinder index should be bigger than your age.
That's
They
an
want to do the
inside
same
joke for us.
thing. They want to have a carbon tax here, like they have a carbon tax in Canada, which is the biggest ripoff.
Yep.
They want to do that thing right now. What they're doing, I forget. I think it's going into South Dakota, that they're taking pipelines and they're piping carbon underneath the ground.
Oh, they're trying. We all voted against it.
Holy shit. They just called it for Marino, Ohio.
Really?
Wow. That is big.
How big is that, John?
That'll
First
give
day we won.
that'll give the Republicans likely 52 seats, which is a big difference between 51 and 52. It's only one
That's
seat,
right.
but what it does is it takes the power away from those two goofy independent Republican senators. I forget their names.
Yeah.
Conversation.
Ooh.
Let's have a conversation about what happens if, by accident, the idiot Republicans can pull off the executive branch, both houses of Congress, and somehow manage to maintain the judiciary. I can't believe I said judiciary correctly after this much.
They will
burp.
do nothing. They will do nothing like they did with was it Trump the first time, and Bush had it one time too. They'll do nothing. They'll do absolutely nothing.
So
Might be different this time.
We need to turn the boat slowly.
Oh, here we are with the boat again.
Hit that boat like this.
I want to take that thing and spin it around like a top.
Yeah.
Falls
I want to
down.
rock that thing over and
We've
have
done
it
nothing but
on its chime.
We've done nothing but try slow change and look at what Obamacare, how that went through.
Yep.
That wasn't them turning the boat slowly. That was them pulling out everything,
Ramming
They
it
turned
right
so
in.
hard, and they rammed it into the beach. They hit it so hard,
Mm-hmm.
and they paid the price in 2010. But you know
Did
what?
it work?
It wasn't that big of a price because in 2012 they got reelected back in.
But did they knock down a giant bridge?
Not yet.
That came later.
Also, with 30% of the votes, Michigan is still up with Trump. So that's
I'm
interesting.
up with Trump. I'm up.
BR 549. We're on a boat because some of us live in a land of 11,500 and some random lakes. That's
Right.
why we're on a boat.
Who knows where BR 549 came from? Come on, boomers.
Well, we live
With-
on the
with our-
ocean. Turn your back here.
Pennsylvania.
Where did BR 549 come from? Come on, boomers. Oh,
Hey guys,
disappoint me.
sometimes you have to talk to the audience so the audience will realize they're important.
You know,
So audience in Wisconsin right now we've got
There's
62.
two hands up. There's two hands up. Bruce,
No.
look, it works.
Look at, but I'm going first because I'm just talking. So there's 62% of the votes in here in Wisconsin, and Trump is at 50%, and Kamala is at 48.2. Kennedy's got 0.5%. God bless him.
What
Jason,
state
you
was
made your
that? What state was that?
Wisconsin.
It's confusion.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Hey, Bruce,
What do you got,
why does the
Jason?
map beside you only have a blue Arkansas? Look at your background,
No,
Bruce.
no, it's the one I got
Arkansas
on-
red.
Arkansas is red.
Yeah.
Already called it.
The whole South is red.
Bruce
No,
has
on
got
Bruce's background. Wait, is that Arkansas
Oh.
there? Is that where Arkansas is?
Is that the election the Clintons couldn't lose or couldn't win?
Bruce thought that was Chicago. He's from California.
Yes. What the?
he's in the land of fruit and nuts.
The
Yeah,
beauty of
Jason
green
had
screen.
something to say. He was politely putting his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
So I've got a question for Bill.
Oh, this should be good.
Yes.
How did the shirts that I sent you turn out?
Oh, that's very.
Oh, those are awesome.
Okay, good. I just
Those
wanted
are
to
awesome.
make sure.
Sorry, I didn't respond, but yeah.
No, but-
We're actually
We're doing
I'm meeting
business
up
here?
with my my friends this weekend that I'm giving them to. So
Okay.
We can't
thanks,
live with
thanks for
tango.
the
What
I'm
kind
willing
of
to be
shirt?
unreasonable shirt.
What kind of shirts were these that you sent?
Yeah. Well, Bill, that idea was from you, and so I wanted to thank you for that idea.
Well, I hope it's
Good, let me
working out
speak-
for you.
Let me speak to my friends in California. You guys in California are fucking idiots. All right.
Yeah.
You're going to elect shift into the Lions shift that you guys hate. Well, I don't know. California didn't hate him, but I hated him. And anybody that I hate, California should go with. Trump should have freaking just grand slammed California, but no, you won't let him. I mean, because San Francisco and the Bay Area and Los Angeles County are the two biggest counties in the freaking world. So red California is never ever going to be able to run that situation. But y'all are fucking stupid. So there you go.
You,
So,
you and
yeah.
Bruce,
Same
you and
problem.
Brian McWilliams are gonna just hang out in California as the ship goes down.
You know what's funny?
That's
There's
if he stays alive. That's
barely
if he
any
stays
votes in
alive.
California. They just made it blue. They just made it blue. Like, in other words, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counties reporting, and they've already made it blue. California, there's nothing.
Oh yeah, because they're stupid. Because they're stupid.
Massachusetts
Like
is
I
the
said,
same way.
Orange County has the largest electorate of all counties in the whole United States. The biggest electorate. It's fucking crazy that their county is that big. It's just crazy that they got that many. That they haven't divided that up.
One grenade to get them all.
You know, I'm not really crazy. I'll tell you one thing, I'm not crazy right now. Kamala Harris has 193 electoral votes. Trump has 216. I'm not happy about this at all.
No, this is not looking awesome.
So speaking of California, you want to know what the biggest thing that I send out to California is, Bruce?
What was that? Go ahead.
Oh,
geez. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
These are a hot seller in California.
Yes, you did.
Oh, how dare you? I got you. This.
How dare you?
There, yes.
Yes. A lot of people from California have been buying them lately, which is great. I love it.
So true story. I have inside of the gas cap on my 1997 black Lincoln Town car is that very sticker, the "How dare you" sticker, and I get comments on it whenever I get gas all the time as that flips out. It's very good. And
So actually, speaking of that, I turned the sticker into a vinyl decal, and anybody who is ordering stickers gets a vinyl decal also. A flat black vinyl decal with all orders that go out for that.
Very cool.
Yes.
Tell you right now, Arizona's a dogfight right now.
What's happening in Arizona?
They're separated by 3,000 votes in Arizona with
Can you bring it up?
50% reporting. Can I bring it up?
But I think Arizona was a state that had a lot of early Republican voting. Like comparing to 2020, it was like 100% higher. So maybe that's not included yet. I don't know how they count.
Larry, where are you getting that Trump 246 at? Report, man. Give me a source.
Where's it coming from, Lawrence?
246. I
I'd
don't
like
see
to
that
see that
on
too.
anything I'm looking at. I got 214. Fox is at 214. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Fox is at 216. The AP is at 214.
Said Newsmax.
Newsmax.
And the New York Times.
Schiff took it. Schiff won.
214.
Adam Shit took it.
Yep.
What,
Right
was that,
now.
that was 0% of people checking in? Is that what it was?
All right. So they're saying this is the New York Times. The New York Times has an estimated electoral college that Trump is at 299 and Harris is at 239. And the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency is 89%. That's from the New York Times.
Christian looks like Toby Keith from '98.
You have an admirer. You have an admirer. You have an admirer.
The dude abides.
How do you like me now?
Or Doc Hendricks.
Bruce, throw my screen up on the screen for a minute here. I'm gonna do some Fox News vote
Analysis.
breakdown here.
There you go.
Yeah, give
So
us an analysis there.
they keep saying that the two bellwether counties in Pennsylvania, Northampton and Erie. Northampton, Trump is now up 52 to 46 with 93% of the vote in. So remember those numbers, 79,000 to 70,000 with Harris. If we flip over to 2020, that's the wrong one. 2020 and share this tab. So if you look at Northampton County, Trump lost it to Biden, 85,000, 83,000.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's one of those counties, and he's trending up. This is like a county where they say this, reflects well across the country. So, I don't know. Maybe this could be one of the reasons why the betting markets are going heavily for Trump.
That's a good point.
It looks like Virginia's probably going to Harris.
I think so.
76% and 50% is Kamala Harris. And
Yeah, I didn't think he'd put
48.3.
Virginia. Virginia's full of
Close though. Well, it's all the Washington D.C. folk who
yeah,
live
it's
there.
all Washington D.C. folk in the northeast of it, and it's
90% in Georgia reporting. 90%. Trump's up 51-48.
They haven't called
And they
it.
still haven't called it yet.
Like I
Although
said,
it is only
the
100,000
pipes-
votes.
The pipes has not burst yet, so we're waiting for the pipes to burst.
I'm watching Michigan. That's going to be an interesting.
Mhm.
There was a
What you got,
huge
Christian?
battleground.
Christian's got a comment.
Yep. He just doesn't have a mic on.
Minnesota 60% for Trump right now.
Yeah, Christian, your mic's off.
Sound guy.
Yep,
Sound guy. There you go.
Okay, now
Yeah.
I got a lot of buttons in front of me. Here's the deal. When I was a kid growing up, I lived in Johnson County, Kansas. At that point, Johnson County was one of the top 5 wealthiest counties in the country. Now, where are the top 5 wealthiest counties?
DC.
All ringing DC.
Mm-hmm.
Does that strike
Exactly.
anyone as being a problem with the way our system is functioning?
Not
Can we
if you
go
talk
back to the
Jimmy
vote
Dore.
questions? I don't know what he's talking about. What?
The
30
top
years
county-
ago, the top 5 counties were all around the country, and now they're all around DC.
Oh, okay.
And now I'm not one of those, hey, we're going to clean out the swamp people who think it's actually going to happen. But it should be a reflection on how maybe it's time we take a bigger step back and realize that there are parts of our culture, society, humanity that could stand a little bit of deeper analysis.
We got 65% in over in Wisconsin. We got
Yep.
Trump up
Trump's
by
climbing.
yep, Trump's
Yeah.
climbing in Wisconsin.
He's
There is
climbing.
hope.
Again, we look
Come
back
on,
at how
Ken.
the system is set up.
They called North Carolina for him.
Oh, wow. That's big. That's
That is big.
230 votes right
So
now.
we're done
Nice.
then. We're done then, aren't we?
Nope.
No,
No,
not really.
270.
230.
No. Hold on. He got Wisconsin
He doesn't have
and he got
Wisconsin yet.
Pennsylvania.
He doesn't have
He doesn't
Wisconsin.
have him yet. He doesn't
They've
have
not
him
been
yet.
called,
Not
but
yet.
they're
Yeah,
they're
not
looking
called.
good. They're looking good.
Not
He's only
called
2%
yet.
up, and there's 35% of the vote to come back up. and he
What
could turn
part of
around.
each state comes in last?
Well,
I don't
Well,
of course.
in
I
Wisconsin,
think that
Hold on.
depends. I think that depends on the state.
yeah, Wisconsin, Wisconsin, the north part of Wisconsin, the Door County area and stuff. Those little precincts and things can come in last, and they're super blue. So you can't write that out.
Well, but I think Wisconsin is an outlier then in the bigger picture. Because in
Wow.
most states, aren't the outlying states or the outlying precincts the ones that come in red last?
No, not necessarily. I think a
I think
lot of
so.
because in the cities, there's just so many votes to count.
There's one
Especially-
county that doesn't
yeah.
have any. Doesn't have any up in the northwest corner. There's one that's blue, and the other one doesn't look like it's reporting anything at all yet.
Yeah, like my county hasn't even reported yet.
That's
Because
because
like
they're
the
all
mail-in
drunk.
ballots,
Hey,
the
it's
mail-in
Wisconsin.
ballots.
They're all drunk.
That's all
Yeah,
of
man.
Wisconsin, Christian.
You're talking about the northwest corner of Wisconsin. It has about 3 people. How much longer does it take to count 3 fucking ballots?
It's superior.
Well, when you're blacked out drunk, it's not easy to count ballots.
I can count to 3, and then I got to call the count to come in from Sesame Street and help me out.
Yeah, there's a lot of in Minnesota. There's still a lot of counties that have not reported yet. I mean, a ton.
Well, but in Minnesota, though, I think a lot of the late respondents are going to be
Yeah.
less blue.
Yeah, it's at 16% though, so we got some time on that one.
Because what do they count in Minnesota? Where do they count them all? What's the location? Is it St. Paul?
What? All the votes?
There was a
Not on the map,
question. There's a question just came up. Raising my hand.
See, look, even they can learn, Bruce. They can
There's
learn.
There was a question just came up on the screen. Why aren't they counting already? Some of these states have like rules or laws or whatever. Their, Secretary of State determines that like they won't start counting mail-in ballots until the day of the election. So they'll
Yep.
sit for a freaking week with all these ballots, not do anything.
In
It's
the back of a truck.
really dumb.
Minnesota's one of those. Minnesota's one of those places. They don't start counting until the day of.
Shocking.
Ken,
Yes.
my county of Dakota County is so far 63%. It's only 4%, 4.7% of the vote, but 63% is for Trump.
But how many is reporting?
4.7.
You've only got 4.7% reporting.
There are
Yeah.
some that would say 4.7 is not a bad day or night.
Look at me. I'm that 0.7. I'm that 0.7 in California. That's me.
96 went for Kennedy.
Point seven's not a good night.
Not
Yeah.
0.7, no. That's a bad night.
0.7, you're not driving for
I'm going to agree with you, gentlemen.
California, of
beating
course,
the
it went
crap out of
to,
Chase Oliver.
This is why I can't drink and do a show at the same time.
Christian, your part of the show keeps getting better. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you need to keep drinking.
You're like Johnny Fever.
What was the joke about Johnny Fever and the turkeys?
When we started, so
There you go.
I can't
I'm
get my
shiny
sound
bag
effects to
right
show
now.
up. I was going to do the Les Nessman turkey thing here at one point, but I can't get it to work.
I haven't went out to my shed yet to go partake, but no.
Are you holding people in your shed?
That's why we haven't seen it.
Bring out the gimp.
That's right.
there's guys out there in his shed you don't want to know
Sounds
about
like
it.
a scam.
With the
Let's
strap on.
not count the mail-in ballots until the day of, so we know how many to bring out of the basement. Yeah, I don't like mail-in, but I think they should do away with mail-in ballots.
I do too.
I don't mind early voting. I don't mind that, but I do not like mail-in ballots. There's just not. There's
I
no
hate
need for it.
mail-in ballots.
Well,
I
okay.
hate them.
So again, here's another big question.
Is it
Johnny
a
Fever,
vote?
how do we have a functional voting system that allows early voting for those who can't or are gone?
Sorry.
Sorry. Well, hold on. In South Dakota, we got a lot of people who are away from life so that they couldn't vote in the regular system.
Why?
And I think it's reasonable we find a way to let them do that.
You do an absentee ballot.
What do you
Which,
mean
like, yeah.
away from life? Like not living or just no longer around? Or like,
No.
They're hibernating in South Dakota.
It's Minnesota where they're not alive and they vote.
What they're doing.
There's cemeteries that have more of a turnout than some precincts.
They're on a boat in South Dakota, and they're
Turn slowly.
Christian loves his boats.
and they all fell out of the boat, and they need a way to talk or vote.
Well,
in the
so
next election.
here's what I think for absentee ballot. That's our military. So do we not allow them to vote?
In Minnesota, the Red Bulls were the most abused Natty Guard
There you go.
group in the country. And we missed out on a lot over many, many years.
I don't like the 1 day voting, and I'll tell you why. Because there's things that come up, the lines are too long. People won't go if they got to stand in a 3-hour line. Where I live, there's right across the street from me was early voting. It was a week long. There was a line, but it wasn't horrible, and it was a constant line all week. And people that couldn't make it on Tuesday to vote, they could make it early, or they could get it done and get it over with, because there's a lot of shenanigans that are going on in Pennsylvania, that printers weren't working, the scanners weren't working, and all this other nonsense. So this is why everybody should have went out and voted early. This is so they couldn't do this stuff. Power went out, all kinds of bullshit that they're trying to
But
do.
all that bullshit goes away with paper ballot.
Yes.
Well, and
John would be happy.
that begs the question. If we can serialize every single dollar that we have in our currency, why can we not serialize every ballot?
True.
Well, I'll answer your question like this. What we really need to do.
You need to get a better processor there.
No, I think my processor is fine. But I'm just trying to say that if you're going to say really, that why can't we get a serial number for every voter? We can. It's called a social security number.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we already have.
Oh, they won't allow you to use it because then people steal your number. So
Well,
you'll
then-
vote, but then you'll have 16 IDs and
Why is
52
it
credit
every time
cards and a new mortgage.
Why is it every time I fix a problem, a woman comes over and tells me I can't do that? I don't understand.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't
Wow,
know.
we just dived into a deeper pool here.
Oh no, I
You
can't.
might
swim.
have a moment.
Good. I'll tread water right around you, Jamingo.
Jamingo says, Bob says, Jamingo, stop picking on Nickelback. I was trying to figure out who he looked like. He looked like the guy from Nickelback.
Nickelback sucks.
Oh.
Nobody likes Nickelback.
Nobody
Actually,
does.
I have one friend that likes. Everyone has one friend that likes Nickelback.
Yeah, and
I
that
like
friend is
Nickelback.
always
Well
wrong.
done, Bob.
He's always funnier in the chat. That mother, he's always funnier in the chat. Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
So it sounds
And
like
this is
Boba
where
was
the
called
great
for
part of
another
the show-
term, right, Duchess?
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Was Bobert called for another term?
Yeah.
Okay,
She won.
she should be on the committee for Libertitties.
Yes, yes.
John doesn't care what committee titty she's
Did
on.
you ever
as
see
long as
her
he
in a
can see her.
bikini? She's all tatted up. I didn't know that.
No,
I don't
classy.
care.
She used to
I
be a
don't
stripper,
care.
right?
Did she?
I think
Nah.
so.
No, she's just white trash. That's,
We're not
One
supposed
I
to
don't
judge.
care.
I didn't know.
I don't
which
care.
way
I
to
don't
go.
care. Yeah.
I didn't know which way to go. I didn't know whether to root for her to be back in the.
You didn't know which way to go?
Well, I didn't know which way to root because if she gets knocked out of the thing, then she'll start an OnlyFans, and I could get into that, to be honest with you.
It's good to be an entrepreneur.
It is.
Yeah, an entrepreneur, one or the other.
You gotta work the talents you got.
Right.
I require
Make-
a moment.
Hey, well, the sun is shining.
Yes.
So I'm looking at NBC News. They've got Minnesota reporting 47% expected votes are in, and Trump is, let's see. It just flipped in that
Sure
small
did.
time. Yeah,
Mhm.
it flipped because he was up and now she's up.
That could have been a ballot drop. Yeah.
Yeah, 55 to 42, but it was opposite
Yeah.
of that 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago.
Sibley County just showed up.
Yep, that's what it was.
Yeah. Well, Michigan's still looking good. 51.4% to 46.9 with
Without
Donald
the
Trump.
hand gesture, can I bring up another idea?
Sure.
You guys ready?
I can't
So,
wait.
well, I'm trying to keep this interesting because this has been the better part of 2.5 hours now, and we need to keep it interesting. What happens if the Democrats win?
Oh,
And
All
keep
right, we're
it
going to hang up
on-
on you if you keep talking like
We're
that.
going to get on.
No. I think this is
All of
interesting.
that.
We're going to
Easy.
get on a
Hold
boat
on.
and we're going to turn it real fast.
Hold on.
I've been used to that for forever here in
Um,
California.
That's because they keep bending you over, Bruce, over and over again. Here's the dealio. As far as the far right has the far left has gone, do you think it's possible that one more 4-year stint with them in full power will be their own final couple of coffin nails?
No, and I'll tell you why.
No,
If they get power again, it's most likely over since they've imported so many votes already into swing states and into red states, illegal immigrants, flown them right into states like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, paid them off, paid for food, housing, education. It's over. I mean, the immigrants that will now be legal and able to vote. That's Democrat voters. They've been brought in and bought off like that. That's their plan. When Fetterman was on Rogan, Rogan called him out about it, and Fetterman's talking about immigration is good and it's a net good, and Rogan laid out exactly that. Well, aren't you essentially just bringing people in and setting them up in these states, and they'll eventually become Democrat voters? And Fetterman's like, well, yeah, but I think it's a good thing. That's what they're doing. Like, if they win again, we're all California, essentially.
Yep.
So we'll all be like Bruce.
That's what they wanted to do. They wanted the California, the United States. Look at all the people that fled from California to Texas and
exactly.
Minnesota.
Tennessee. I mean, they were moving out in droves. You couldn't get a a U-Haul to leave California, but they would give you one to move back to California. They're just ridiculous.
That's a business thing. That's not necessarily
no, it's a political thing, man. They take their politics with them. It doesn't matter whether they leave because they're blue and they go to another place and all of a sudden they're going like, I want this, I want that because I missed all this in California. I really want my community to do this. And then all of a sudden you're purple, and then lo and behold, blue comes around and you're done. You're fucked. You're just
let's
done.
look at Texas. Is Texas purple because of the immigrants from California? Or is Texas purple because of the immigrants from
both
South America?
Both. No, because the fact is that the bluest part of Texas is in Austin, Texas, and in Austin, Texas, all you have is high tech workers. And where did the high tech workers came from? They came from California and they came from Colorado. There was a mass exodus from California back in the 80s in the .com bust to Colorado, and then when Colorado got tired of it and they went blue, all of a sudden, I know you want to time out, but I'm going to give you the facts here. What's going to happen is that when this COVID hit and everything else happened, then all of a sudden people started going to Texas and started going to Florida, and I'll guarantee you, within a decade or a decade and a half, you will see a blue Florida and a blue Texas.
I don't think you're not going to see a blue Florida. I don't think anytime soon.
You're not going to see a blue either of those.
Well, they're going to have to do something with Texas. They're going to have to straighten Texas out. I mean, they got to get a governor that's not in a wheelchair that can actually do something. They're going to have to do something with the immigration issues here. I mean, I was going to say you have to stand up and be a man, but he can't.
And the disabled community is just going to hate on this channel now forever.
Who cares? I don't care. The thing is that he should have been able to stop the flow of illegals into his own state. I think for some reason he wouldn't do it. It's not that he couldn't, he wouldn't. And I don't care what I don't care what the national government or the US government says, the federal government. He took an oath to the state of Texas, and for them to come in there and just let people just walk right across the Rio Grande and come into the state with no way of supporting them, it was ridiculous.
Oh,
well, the
comment was funny.
There's number one, we got Shane Mecklin coming on, and Aaron's back on. But there's a fact that we forgot is that not only in Florida and Texas, but the two governors of that state ship people to different areas of the country and just diluted the vote. Because let's be serious, they're voting. They are voting. I'm sorry. You can tell me that I'm wrong, that these illegal aliens aren't voting. They're fucking voting. And the governors in Texas and in Florida have shipped those people out to other areas.
But they're not voting in Florida and Texas.
Bruce, I want to jump in because we got Shane in here. We don't have him for a long time.
Yep.
He's
Go ahead.
We're going to call him Dark MAGA right now because
No
he's
kidding.
I want to make an introduction. Shane Mecklin is representative from Minnesota, who's another phenomenal liberty person that's really been fighting a good fight and taking it to, not backing down at all. He's turning the ship quickly. And John Odermatt, Shane Mecklin, John Odermatt. John Odermatt is from, he formed the Lions of Liberty podcast group, which has 40,000 listens per show.
About that now. It used to be a lot higher, but yeah.
But he's got a
not
great
per show, not per show, per month. We're at like 40,000 per month. Yeah.
But you guys should talk offline. With that being said, I can make that connection later. But Shane, what are you seeing in Minnesota? We were just talking briefly on the phone for a minute. What are you seeing in Minnesota?
So we only need to flip 4 seats in the Minnesota House to take the majority. And we only need to flip, there's only 1 seat available in the Senate to take away their trifecta. What it looks like right now, that the House may actually flip. Like, we know we have 2 of them so far.
Excellent.
So, and every contested Republican seat looks like they're going to be okay. That we know so far. There's a lot of unreported precincts, and my lights keep going off, so I'll just keep pushing them. But I can't go back in the restaurant. It's too loud in there. So everything right now looks really, really good. and on many, many levels. I mean, is everything gonna be great? I don't know yet, but there's gonna be a lot of stuff we'll be talking about in 2 or 3 in the morning, and then we'll kind of all sleep in tomorrow until about 4 a.m. or whatever, 5 a.m. because we got to get up tomorrow morning and giddy up and go once we know wherever we land. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty optimistic, and things are looking really, really good. This will be the first time in my tenure of being silly enough to run for office that I might have the absolute opportunity to be in the majority, because I never have been. And we've changed a lot of things here, of switching around leadership that seemed to be Republican leadership that didn't seem to always do the right thing. So we got through that. It took a while, but we got it done. And now we're moving on to the next phase, and hopefully we're there. And actually, if you just simply look at this, look at the Amy Klobuchar race and look at it from 2018 to 2024, and look at the numbers, because she had a candidate ran against her in 2018 that worked his absolute ass off and covered every county. And he lost by 24 points. And right now the candidate hasn't really done a whole lot, and he's only down by 12. So it's not so much that he's a great person, but it's that's how much they dislike her. So at the end of the day, that's what I think the general consensus is that people just believe that the Democrat side is like failing them, even here in a very blue state.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would really like to see it's Royce White who's running against Amy Klobuchar. I'd like to see Amy lose. I also really want to see Angie Craig lose.
Well, and I haven't even looked at that one yet, but those numbers are all coming in, and there's certain districts, like especially in those bigger races, where they always kind of hold the numbers back a little bit longer, because they have a lot of early mail-in ballots. They take a lot longer to tabulate, apparently. So they'll be the 1:32 a.m. number dump. We'll see where that all goes. But I mean, even in my little county, a seat we tried to win in a county commissioner, that particular race then was our person was way ahead, and that 1:30 ballot drop all of a sudden flipped it like hard, and she continued to win or be ahead. Right now, I don't know that she can come ahead, because it's like 4,900 to, I want to say 1,800, I think, and there's only one precinct left to report. So I don't know that she could pull it out at this point, but we'll see. But the tides are changing. I'm pretty optimistic, both on local level and state level, and we see this stuff going on within the federal level.
Special election law.
Yep.
So Shane, I want to ask you, just for the people here, because we have people from all over the country. We've got Wisconsin, Minnesota, we got California, we've got Pennsylvania, we've got New Jersey. What part of Minnesota? How do you describe yourself where you are in relation to, say, the Twin Cities?
So I'm central Minnesota. I'm closer to St. Cloud. If you look at a map, I mean, that would be the better way to put it. About an hour and 20-ish minutes away northwest of the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
Excellent. And you're pretty safe. Or how's your race going?
Sounds like it's about 72% for me right now, with the precincts reporting, and over half have reported. 70.
That's just because you're awesome, Shane.
Well, it's 72 somewhere in there, but 72, 73 somewhere in there. But yeah, I wasn't that worried about me. I was more worried about the other races that are more important, if you will.
But you're bringing up the average. For those of you who don't know the cities all that well, Shane is in the very, very, very northwest area of the Twin Cities metro.
Is he in Stearns County? Are you in Stearns County?
I'm Sherburne County. So,
Sherburne. Okay.
So like Stearns is to my immediate west, and so then I'm Sherburne. So really interesting. I just told Ken this when he called me, because for whatever reason it wasn't working earlier, or I was doing something wrong trying to get in. But we had a phone call, I was on another podcast, and they brought Dexter Taylor in. Dexter Taylor is the one that's been put in jail in New York for having non-serialized firearms because of New York law that changed that he didn't know about.
Yep.
And so surprisingly, there's a young man that's been charged with the same damn thing in Sherburne County, a very conservative county. So he's got 2 felony counts over his head. And so I jump in this podcast thing, and the guy announces he's going to bring Dexter on the line right then, right? So I run back in the restaurant and I look at him and said, "Get your ass out here and get it out here now," because they've talked in the past, but since Dexter's been in jail, he can't really talk to people. Mm-hmm. And then the whole StreamYard thing was a little challenging, if you will. But so then we jumped out of that, and then Walker Anderson and Dexter had just a quiet phone call between themselves. It was pretty impressive. And when Dexter was going into jail, knowing he was going into jail after he lost the case, whatever, he actually did a shout out to Walker Anderson from Sherburne County, Minnesota. So it was pretty impressive. Like, he knows like the plight he's about to go through, and he's more worried about Walker than himself. And the difference is Dexter's about my age, in the mid 50s. Walker's like whopping 23. He's been going through this for 3 years now. All this is pending. He's got a young lady sitting right inside the restaurant right now. He's like, I don't know, do I say I do or not? Because I don't know what my future is. And at 23 years old, that's a pretty weird thing to be going through for doing something that he made sure he didn't do wrong. But you have some little rogue, little assistant district attorney that decides, well, you did. So pretty unique moments tonight. I'm absolutely optimistic. It's been a great night so far. I got to get back in there, and I got to get behind my computer and refresh and see what other updates we have so far.
Thanks,
because
Shane.
all I want to find out is that we are in the majority, and whatever the case may be. And then on Thursday, we are this is normal every 2 years. We have what they call a victory night party, which my first 3 years first 3 times of doing this was anything but a victory party because we've been in the minority every time. However, you can bring a guest. And so this year, my guest will be the state director for the Trump campaign from Minnesota. And if this all plays out well, I am bringing the absolute best young man, because it's something that I know very close and very personal. And he's an absolute young man. In fact, his mother is sitting inside the same restaurant that I'm going back into right now. And his mother is younger than me. So I think it was a brother, but he's younger than actually my boy. So, but he's an amazing young man. So I'm telling you, there's hope that there is generations much younger than us that are actually bringing up the reins, that because we can't do this shit forever. So God bless all of everybody. I'm optimistic, and this is the greatest time to be alive. We're writing history books like you've never seen before.
Shane, what restaurant is it?
I am at the Palmer House in Palmer, Minnesota right now.
All right.
Very cool.
Thank you, Shane. We appreciate you coming on.
If you have a chance to
Absolutely.
pop in later, go ahead. If there's anyone in there, and even if it's loud in the restaurant, you want to pop in and show what's going on, we'd love to see it.
Yeah, we love chaos.
I might actually do that and turn my camera on where in there.
Yes.
Because this particular restaurant, one really unique thing is the owners of this restaurant, they're very incredibly pro-veteran and pro-law enforcement. So there is a series of law enforcement, like arm badges, and I'm talking like thousands of them all the way around the rooms.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
No, it's I have pictures of it, but I mean, it's pretty impressive because the gentleman that is co-owner in this, he trains law enforcement and special forces all over the country. It's what he does. And he is very affectionately known to be, remember that movie? I don't remember the name of the movie, but I have a very special set of skills and I know how to use them.
Yes.
Take it.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy. So this guy is that guy. And while I love him like a brother, I would never want to piss him off. I'll piss him off in a fun way because then he'll be nice. But if I ever actually pissed him off, it would hurt.
Yeah, would it make you laugh? Am I a clown?
Actually, I don't even know that it would hurt because I think you'd be dead before you even knew what hit you.
Before you hit the ground, you're dead.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. So
That's
either way, it's a great place to be. It's in district. It's with all the people that all work hard to do all this stuff. It's absolutely awesome. I could have gone down to the big stuff in the metro, but I got to see all them people in January anyway. So I'd rather be with.
We had Walter on earlier. He came in right as we got started, and he lit you up a little bit for not being in there. But Walter was always great to talk to too. So thank you for sending him the invite as well. I appreciate that.
No, we talked earlier today, and I'm like, if we can, hey, it's Dick Clark's New Year's Eve night, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Updates from what's going on in different states around the country. And right now, Governor Walz doesn't look like he's in the best spot. We'll see.
Yeah, let's hope not.
He loses.
Hopefully,
How
this
funny
year
would
is done.
that be?
Maxi Pad Man looks like he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Perfect.
Oh, that's why we love you, Shane.
Then this has all been a success.
See how I took it away from Tampon Timmy? Trying a new one.
I like Maxi Pad Man better. Flows off the tongue better.
Yeah, exactly. Maxi Pad Man.
I love it.
All right, I gotta go.
Thanks, Shane.
Thanks,
Shane,
Shane.
I posted his Facebook page into the comments section. So if you guys want to learn more about Shane, he's going to be someone that you're going to know in the next few years. So I would recommend you get to know who he is.
Yep.
All right, thanks, guys. I gotta go.
Go
All right,
get
man.
him.
Take it easy.
Thank you.
Yep. And Walter Hudson. Walter Hudson is going to go places. So just make sure you guys remember who Walter Hudson is also, because we're good. We got some projections from Fox News coming up. Looks like the Republicans gain the Senate control. We'll see what those numbers look like here as soon as they bring them up, because of course they're freaking gabbing in the background like they usually do. And
let's go back to that conversation. What happens if if the Republicans get the executive branch, the Senate, maintain the House, and of course we'll keep the judiciary. What happens?
You get rid of the income tax, you get rid of the Federal Reserve, you get rid of the Department of Education.
When was the last time that one group had this much power?
Bush, right? Bush 2006, I believe. I can't remember if that was the case.
And
I don't think he had the judiciary. I don't think anybody's ever had the judiciary before. I'd have to look that up.
We are in an unprecedented time with unprecedented potential.
Could be.
Now, while I brought up the idea of not turning the boat too fast, if we did turn the boat with some bit of whatever aggression, how far do you think our society would go?
What do you mean?
Where do you think we could take this? Because it seems that in general, the directive we've been going with for the last, 8 years, 12 years.
Trump's going to be a lame duck, number one. So
right.
Which is, I think that's good. He doesn't have to worry about being reelected.
Yeah.
True.
True.
So it's going to have to be his cabinet and his vice president and the higher ups that are going to have to really press the power around Washington.
Bruce, you're looking at this conventionally. Get that fucking shit out of your head. We need radical change. And
they're not radicals. But they're not radicals.
No. Radical change. The group that he's bringing in is talking about radical change. And he's bringing in people with enough horsepower that can... Kennedy, this is a big name. Tulsi Gabbard is not a huge name, but she's a big enough name. But when you have the funding of the power of an Elon Musk, you now can change that ship's course rather quickly. So this working in the margins and stuff, that has to all go out the window. We need radical, because we need to sit there and take there and say, we're going to cut everything by 45%, boom, and just do it and let the chips fall where they may. What's going to happen is we're going to find out if we're a leaning right group or a leaning left group. And that's how you're going to find out.
You're going to have to get rid of all the bureaucracy. You're going to have to get rid of all those bureaucracies in the NGOs. And that's where you're going to have to cut it all. You're going to have to cut those heads off.
Radically. You have to lay off a few 100,000 people in government.
And you have Elon Musk, who I think today or yesterday was already saying, I mean, and this is the way you frame it. I mean, because the people you're going to be laying off, it's the managerial class, it's the bureaucracy, you know, the people who've been in DC their whole lives, who are buying up all those big houses in Northern Virginia. And the way you do it is you lay them off and you say, guess what? They'll be more productive in the private sector. I don't know if they will be or not, but that's how that's what you say, and cut them out and let them go figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
You've been way too quiet, Dutch. What's going on? Give us some commentary.
It's also midnight for me, so I'm kind of zoning a bit, but I'm hanging in there. No, I'm just refreshing and watching while I'm listening to you gentlemen speak. So it's interesting to see how things
gentlemen.
Yeah.
She keeps using that term. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, thank you for beating me to that one. Yes, good job.
This is that's like the fifth Princess Bride, reference I've done tonight. I'm just that guy. Sorry.
All good. No,
So Ken, it looks like they called it for Angie Craig.
Fuck yeah, Angie Craig was going to win.
And it looks like Klobuchar won also.
How does Apple Valley elect her?
Because as you know, Christian, you more than anybody should know, the Republican Party in Minnesota is the most ineffective group of fucksticks in the.
Does Angie Craig have more balls than all the Republican males there?
No, she has more balls than all of the Republicans in the group of Republicans that actually.
You guys are fucked. If Angie Craig beats you, you're fucked.
Christian, remember she got in there because she beat Jason Lewis. Jason Lewis was one of the greatest legislators ever gone to Washington. He just is. Yeah, I know you don't like the guy, but he was a states' rights libertarian that got elected as a Republican, went to the city, and she came in and she played the lesbian card and beat him.
The reason I don't like Jason Lewis is because he didn't call me to produce his show. Not because he's a bad guy.
Here's why I like Jason Lewis, because when he came and spoke to the Tea Party group, first of all, he charged just a third of what he charged anyone else. Second of all, afterwards, we sat for 2 hours at the bar drinking together. And when he left with a full beer in his hand with the glass and just went in, got in his car, and drove home. That's why you want Jason Lewis.
Like a boss.
Like a boss.
Like a boss.
That's not how you're supposed to do it.
A fucking boss, right there.
Well, he had a national talk show. He was really good, and
he quit on live He quit on live air.
Well, that was
nice.
That was a bit. That was all planned, but I listened to that show too, and that day I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" And I had talked to him later, and he's like, "Yeah, we had planned that. That was a thing." It was well done, because when he quit, he literally was on a show and he's like, "I'm done. I'm not dealing with these people. Everyone can go fuck themselves. I'm done." On a national radio show that was popular.
I will always respect a person who has a professional level studio in their home.
Yes, and he did. He was great.
Yeah,
he was great.
If you don't have 6 compressors in your rack next to your desk, sorry, Bruce. Yes.
To address your question about the ultimate power, now Obama, I believe, had the ultimate power during his first administration.
Okay.
And the Democrats did fucking zero. Okay. And as far as I'm concerned, it always happens that way, because we can talk about the number one issue in Democratic freaking politics, which is abortion. They wanted to codify Roe versus Wade. They could have fucking done it, and they didn't do it.
Isn't that when they pushed the Affordable Care Act through there?
And they pushed through the Affordable Care Act.
So they did do something. They did do something.
They did something, and it fucking ruined all the shit. And I lost my freaking doctor, and I was not supposed to lose my doctor. I got a very fucking sour taste in my mouth on that whole Obama thing, because I actually voted for the guy. But anyway, we're going to put that aside. The thing is that when they get all the power, they still don't do anything.
Well,
You
and
know,
that's
Trump
that's
talks a
Well, not
big
for
game.
us. For them, they're doing plenty.
well,
That's
They're lining those
that-
pockets.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it right. You got it right. For them, they do a lot. For
I
us, they
think
do.
it's illustrative of how the system works. Because even when you're in a situation where you can just destroy everything if you want to, what do people do?
Well,
They have trouble pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
Which, if we go back to the whole Civil War idea, and I assume, well, I'm just going to ask, how many of you are veterans? How many of you served in a combat zone? How many of you were ever in a situation where if it became necessary, you would have to engage and take a life?
I've done that.
Did I hear Ken say that?
Yeah,
He
I
said
said
that.
that because I lived in Minneapolis, and twice I had my gun stuck in people's faces. So
What?
I would have had to take a life if the person didn't run away because my gun was stuck in their face. Illegally, because you couldn't have a permit to carry back then. But it wasn't a war zone. It was Minneapolis.
Close.
There are times when I see politicians and they're in a place where they can do stuff
Matt's trying to come in.
and they don't. And I see the whole thing or with the perspective that we have now, the potential to have the House, the Senate, the judiciary, the executive branch. But what are they going to do? Are they going to steer our ship quickly? What's his name? Where's Jumanji?
Jumanji. John left like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. John had to leave. He
sends his best.
He's sleepy boy.
It's late on the East Coast, isn't it?
It's midnight. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
tired.
It's midnight in Jersey.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop off soon.
Yeah. You guys on the East Coast, you feel free. Duchess, you've done your duty.
You know
Thank
what?
you very much.
I think I am because I don't want to interrupt anybody else. I've been up since 4:30, so
no problem, no problem. And
I'll
we'll
be
see-
watching on YouTube, but I'm afraid I do need to tap out. It's been
Absolutely.
a delight. Thank you so much for letting me come hang out with you guys.
Yeah, you're more welcome. You're more welcome. to come back in the morning.
Hold on. Duchess, before you leave, you might want to wait a minute. We're trying to get Matt in here. I'm working with some technical difficulties
Okay.
here. Matt was one of the stars and he did, I think 16 or 17 seasons of Deadliest Catch. One of the greatest shows on the Discovery Channel. We had him on our show. a few-
Oh, Matt
few weeks.
Bradley. Oh, cool.
Yes.
Okay.
And so we're trying to get him in. And if that's interesting to you, I don't want you to miss, but we're working together to try to work out our
Well, I'll hang in there a few more minutes then.
All right.
Thank you.
And John,
What did you get up for at 4:30?
I go to the
long
gym.
live Pennsylvania.
Oh, so
There
you
he is.
choose to abuse yourself.
Yes.
Matt is in the house.
Hey, Matt.
How we doing, guys?
How you doing, Matt? Thanks
Well-
for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
We're not fishing in the North Sea, so it's okay.
What's
No, but I do live on a farm, and my internet, as we experienced the other night, is crap.
Yeah. How's Washington looking?
The internet or the
Oh,
election?
Yeah, the election.
The election. Here's how it's playing out. The last bellwether state, as I read the article today, Clallam County in Washington State, which has predicted the winner of the presidential election for the past. They were wrong for Ford and Carter. They are 67% reporting and 54% Kamala Harris and 43.9% Donald Trump. So
Well, that's
Washington State's blue as usual.
Yeah.
So,
I'm hoping
Ken, Tom
they're
Emmer won
wrong.
again.
What
And how
Jason?
how do you see it, Matt? How's it going over there with your county? What's going on over there?
The governor that I didn't want they just announced that he won.
Oh, that's no good.
That sucks.
That's
Yep.
freezing.
Ken, what I was
Because
saying
again.
earlier is Tom Emmer won again.
Yep, I figured Tom would win. He was pretty safe. That's good. So Matt's in here. Well, Bill, you're in Washington. You guys are both in Washington. And Matt, I don't know if you can hear us. You might be able to hear, might not be able to see. He has some internet problems up there in the farm, like he was talking about. But we'll have to get some Colicum coffee down there and down Matt's throat. I know
Back. I mean, I
you're
can
back.
hear you guys.
Do you like coffee, Matt?
Do I like coffee?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you guys see me okay? How do you
Yeah.
feel?
Yeah, you look great.
This is my coffee bar.
Awesome. All right, I knew you did. So one of the guys here is a good friend of ours, and it's Bill, the Colicum Coffee Craft guy, and
Okay.
he's in Washington State, and he brews his own coffee and beans, and it's incredible. So if you like coffee, you guys should hook up. I'll send you a link to his website.
Yeah, do that, Ken.
He's the coffee is unbelievable. We're all fucking addicted, and you know. You understand about that. You get good coffee. It's something else. So we'll get some of that in your hands.
Pennsylvania's looking pretty good at 83%.
Yeah, I've been watching
Yeah,
that.
it sure is. Wow.
Pennsylvania is what? Yeah, it looks like Pennsylvania is going to go Trump.
Yeah.
Wow.
My wife's over here cheering.
Hey, Terry.
Oh, thank God. This is brutal watching this.
Oh,
Do you check them price, babe? Yeah.
Still,
Yeah,
still
right.
Georgia. Still waiting on that one.
Yeah,
I'm gonna set you guys down for a second.
I think we're going to be waiting a long time on. I think we're going to be waiting a while on a couple of those states. Just like they said in the news, it's going to be days. I really think it's going to be. I hate that. It
I do
shouldn't be
too.
like that.
No.
If it doesn't go tonight, I'm going to have a rant in the morning.
They want to do everything they can to slow walk it so Trump
I
can't
am gonna
announce
go off.
tonight.
yeah.
Yes.
Aaron's way too goddamn quiet here today too. So
John just said it. John just said it. They're going to slow walk it so Trump can't announce tonight. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed about that. I wanted an announcement tonight so I wouldn't have to go to work tomorrow.
Georgia was called to Trump.
I mean, all I need is a bunch of idiots blocking the highway because I mean, the office is close enough to Chicago. There could be spillover, you know, and
well,
but
I'll
now
definitely have a difficult. I'll definitely have a difficult
my concern is
day.
the boss going, I know you carry, get your ass in here. So
Well,
You
we're
know,
waiting
you
for Georgia
mentioned
to come in. We're waiting for
Sure.
Georgia
Yeah.
to come in. Larry said that
Georgia
that
Georgia
got
got
called for
announced.
Trump.
Wait,
Yeah.
who called Georgia? Was that Fox or
He's watching Newsmax.
Newsmax?
So yeah. And yeah. So we got some parties going on over here. Yeah. See, lottery, what does it say? The lottery, how many people within minutes should the lottery run the elections?
Yes. The
But yeah,
lotteries
so-
run very well because they get a nice big fat cut out of it. That's
What
why.
is this with eastern states closing down at 12 midnight? What's up with that? I thought polls closed at like 9.
They close at
Come on,
8.
Becky.
They closed at
My-
8.
Mine closed at 8.
Yeah.
ours
they all
closed
close
at
at
7.
Yeah.
Well, they were just saying some of the polls closed at midnight in the East Coast. So who knows anything
Well,
about that?
they extended. There were a couple counties in Pennsylvania. I know that they had issues with the machines during
Yes.
the day, so
Yep,
they took it to a judge, and the judge extended a couple of them to like 9 or 10. I think
That was ridiculous. Yeah.
I have an announcement and a projection. Attention from Wisconsin. From what I'm seeing here on NBC News, 77% of the expected votes are in. Donald Trump is at 51.1%. Kamala Harris is at 47%. It's looking like she's going to take Wisconsin. That is huge. That he is going to take Wisconsin.
She
Trump.
She or he?
Trump.
He or
is
she or
ahead.
shit.
Trump is ahead by 4 points in Wisconsin right now with 77% of the votes in.
Hey, you want to hear something kind of funny?
Eric Hovde is the senator that looks like he's going to win too. He's 2 points above Tammy Baldwin, who's the incumbent that's been there for 28 years. That is huge as well.
the problem, though. Ken, is Milwaukee is only 57% in, though. And
True, but what's happening here in Wisconsin, John, is outstate Wisconsin has showed up both in at the polls today and in early voting, something to the tune of 600% more than it ever has. And outstate Minnesota, there's enough people to override Milwaukee and Madison.
Wow.
So this is really, really good news.
That's huge.
Yep.
That is huge.
You want to hear
All right.
something fun?
Yeah, I like fun things.
Okay.
Yes.
The one of the websites I was looking at earlier when I was trying to get all this stuff figured out. And by the way, I apologize for not being here earlier. I was really trying to get these things figured out, but I also spent perfectly good money to be able to stream shit today, so I wasn't just going to be like, well, fuck it, I'm just going to go hang out with these guys. Because again,
Well,
cheap
being
bastards
here.
spent money trying to. I was determined to try and make that shit work, and the fact that I couldn't figure it out just
I
frustrated
gave
the
you
shit out of
thumbnail.
me.
I gave you thumbnail billing. So come on.
Well, yeah, well, you should have cleared that with me first, fucker. No, no, I really, I thought I was gonna be able to make things work, and technology is not my friend apparently, because I couldn't. But anyway, one of the sites I was looking at is, if you look at Bloomberg.com, their election tracking, they've got this really cool tracker that is tracking the prediction markets, right? Polymarket, Predicted, and Kaleshi. Right now on Polymarket, Harris is at a 3.
Yeah.
It's 97% Trump, 3 for Harris.
Okay.
Kaleshi is 93% Trump, and it just dropped down to 6 for Harris.
How do I bet on Harris right now?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Is
97 to 1 odds. I'll throw $100 at Harris.
yeah, I
Why
mean,
not?
and you know, if the
Cost
fix
you 100.
is in, I mean, yeah, but if the fix is in, that's 97 to 1 on $100. You got your car money for the next couple of years.
That's
I
true.
need that. I need that car money, as you know.
Yeah, me too. But yeah,
That's
so
good.
it's.
That's interesting.
Look at
Like I
that.
said, I'm
93% in.
really disappointed at the way this reporting is going. Why is it third world fucking countries can do something better than the most advanced country on the planet?
Just don't understand. Just
It-
don't understand. I can't.
It's pathetic.
Do you think either way, no matter what happens, that Trump and Harris will each address, make a speech tonight at some point?
Mm,
Yes, they were both going to make a speech tonight at some level. I don't know that it'll be a good speech, but I think that they will both make speeches tonight.
Night, Duchess.
nice, Duchess.
Good night,
I'm
Duchess.
gonna take that opportunity to drop off too.
Yeah.
John,
We
thank you
got
very
it's
much
late
for
here.
being here.
Yeah.
John, thank you so much for
Thanks
being
for having
here.
me.
Yep, we really appreciate it.
All right,
Thanks,
see you
John.
guys.
Then we got Matt back.
Matt's back. All right.
I'm right in the middle of cooking dinner, so
Dinner was 3 hours ago.
it's 9 o'clock. I finally feel like I can eat now.
Oh, that's great. So things are looking
Aaron,
pretty
Aaron, was your technical difficulties able to be resolved, and did you get out to Twitch and all your other fine people on your
No.
Discord?
No, I
Dang it.
managed to get out to X, and that's it.
Mm.
And everything else, I don't know what the hell's going on with Restream and all this other crap. And I was trying to, because I got the, I've had very bad luck with StreamYard when I've tried to use it. Maybe it's because I'm using the cheap bastard version. I don't know, but
No,
yeah. But so I decided to, based on some of the other shows I have a working relationship with, I
Yeah.
decided to try the Zoom Professional, right? Because that's supposed to have an option where you can stream out to multiple platforms using. They have like a built-in thing that'll stream to but YouTube. But I wanted to get the access to X too because that's where I have my biggest following. So I'm like, let me get a stream to X. So I managed to get it to only go to X, and I couldn't get any of the other ones to go live. And then every time I started trying to add another component to it, everything would just be like, nope, yeah, we're not doing this shit anymore.
there's a
So-
lot of problems tonight. When we got onto the stream tonight, it when I went live, it took like probably 2 minutes before it actually hooked up. So
Yeah.
I went live right on time, and it took
You got to
till
realize,
7:03. I mean, there's a lot of server activity going on tonight. Yes.
Bruce, you got to realize, yeah, exactly, that every Tom, Dick, and Harry like us that has a show of any sort is trying to stream live right now and running into issues with that. And what I've seen across is I've monitoring other things where everyone's having problems tonight because it's just
it's
such a huge night, huge election.
Everything's saturated too, I'm sure. So,
But the weather report and the I Had to Say It podcast and the Boomer Bunker went off without a hitch.
Damn right.
And I thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah, I probably should have checked with you. Next time I will.
Oh, I appreciate it. And like I said, I had every intention of being here. I really did. But like I said, the cheap bastard in me was like, dude, you spent the money. You need to make this shit work. Now, granted, I should have probably been messing with it 2 days ago, trying to get everything worked out. But I had a lot of other bullshit going on. It's actually been a really rough few days for me. I haven't gotten too far into it in terms of like our daily little chit chats and whatnot, because I usually have something else to say. But unfortunately, just suffice to say, the last like 72 hours have been pretty fucking rough in my world. So,
well, hopefully you're back.
Well, I mean, fortunately, the actual really shitty parts of it, most of it missed me. Like we had some major layoffs at my job, and
oh man,
and we didn't really know how that was going to play out leading up to it. So last week was very stressful, and then the fucking axe fell on Friday and caused a lot of ripples where I had to deal with a lot of stuff when I came into the office on Monday that was realistically should have been taken care of 3 days ago, but the way the mood was in the building, everybody was just like, yeah, no, we're not doing this shit today. Yeah. So the last like 2 days of work have just been extremely intense, where honestly all this other stuff was kind of backburnered for me. So again, I apologize. Next time I'll try and be better. So hit me up in 4 years. And
we're just hoping a whole lot of Democrats lose their job tomorrow.
Oh, I hope I hope it's a bloodbath. I hope these fucks have to go out.
You can't say bloodbath. You can't say bloodbath.
No, you can't say bloodbath. I don't give a fuck. But I honestly, I'm at the point where it's like I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the fix is not in. I hope Trump actually gets in there. I hope Elon comes through and slashes and burns, and we have our own little afuera moments, and we reduce the government by about 80% and cut a lot of waste and bloat and fucking useless motherfuckers. And I hope there's a huge conglomerate of motherfuckers with political science degrees that can't get jobs and have to go out there and fucking flip burgers and shit, because fuck those assholes.
Yeah. It doesn't take much to get a government job, really, and then once you're in, they just keep moving you around. So, hopefully, the Trump administration, if he happens to win out, will do something a little bit better than he did last time, because he created quite a swamp, when he came in. Unfortunately, had some bad people behind him, and hopefully, he'll have the better people with him this time.
He did, and let's I didn't like some of what he did with his tariffs and things like that. I thought that was a bad idea, but he did do some really good things too. And he did start the deregulation of a lot of the bullshit. He did cut a lot of red tape. And I think this time with this group of people he'll bring in, the amount of red tape he'll be able to cut in the regulations and the bureaucracy, again, it'll be just huge if he can do it. So I think we're in good shape. I don't have I'm still just looking at Wisconsin and seeing what the Wisconsin results are so far. And let's see. That's
Tom, thank you for letting us know. We knew that we were going to get demonetized tonight. So don't worry about
you guys are monetized?
Yeah.
I say you could have warned me. I could have behaved a little bit.
The monetized what we have is we're self-monetized.
Yeah, we're self-monetized.
We're all independently wealthy.
I'm sure we got a warning. I'm sure I'll wake up in the morning with a little nasty email that says you said the wrong thing.
Yeah.
At some point, some big bald fucker came on and said some really ignorant shit, and you guys are not allowed to do that. Naughty, naughty. It's like he thinks he was having technical difficulties. We actually shadow banned his channel. We just won't let him log in anymore.
So, you guys in Wisconsin right now, 78% of the votes are in. Trump is still at 51%, and Kamala is at 47.3%. So that is pretty good. Eric Hovde is winning by a solid 2 points still for the Senate race, which means we're going to pick up a Senate seat. Another one. This is good news. This is very good news. In districts, let's see. I'm in District 10. Those are winning too. So it looks like Wisconsin is leaning way to the right, which is fantastic.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So
I wish Minnesota
there's
would.
hope. It's not quite the landslide that I predicted. I thought that it'd be over by now, to tell you the truth. I really thought so. But unfortunately the citizens of the United States happen just to love Harris. I mean, look, I don't
Bruce?
understand it. Oh, go ahead.
10 minutes.
I'm sorry?
10 minutes
10 minutes
To what?
till it's done.
Till it's
Maybe
done.
15.
You think so?
Well, in 10 or 15, 10 minutes from now, more polls close, right?
Yeah.
Put the timer on. Put the timer on.
Well, this is one of those where I think we're far enough down the road in a direction. Sorry, I'll stop trying to make the boat turning.
You're thinking about the boat turning slowly as you're slowly turning the boat. That's
I'm
the
falling. No,
problem.
I'm falling down. I barely made it down the stairs coming down to my basement.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, this has been fun. I haven't had this much fun doing one of these in so long that I'm glad to see all of you, even though there's some of you I've never met before. This has all been great. So everybody, thanks for the experience. I appreciate it.
When Trump wins, did I light this?
Oh yes, yes.
In
You
15
like
minutes,
that?
yes.
We don't have that kind of freedom in California.
No, you have to go to Wisconsin. Well, so you'll like this, Matt. When Bruce came to Wisconsin, I've got two huge warehouses of fireworks right in our town, right on the interstate.
Super Walmart size.
Oh
the
yeah,
Walmart
yeah.
size.
My grandson works at one of those in Michigan like that.
I love it. Oh, you're in the
We're
garage now.
fortunate we have tribal. I have tribal business partners, and he usually runs about 4 fireworks stands. Along with there's like 75 fireworks stands for the whole month of July, and then a little bit towards New Year's. So I get wholesale pricing on big fireworks. But that one was made for me. It's about a half a stick. It's loud. They're loud. And I'm in unincorporated, so there's no. I literally have the fire department across the street from us, and nobody. I can shoot guns right outside this door. It's perfect. I love it here.
Jesus, man, I'm coming over.
Coming over. The shooting range is just on the other side of that garage door.
Oh, that sounds like heaven on earth.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah. We do get the fireworks around here. We just don't get to sell them. We don't get to get them. I mean, I've got neighbors that I hear freaking these things go off in the middle of the night, and it scares the hell out of my wife. I hardly hear them, so I'm used to it.
You mean sparklers in California? That's what you can have there.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about what Matt has. It's just I don't get them. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so.
Sparklers cause wildfires. Wildfires cause flooding. Flooding causes landslides. All bad in California.
All bad.
All bad.
Exactly.
We've been stuck at 232 and 216 for a while here, so we need to get some kind of action going.
You'll get that. Is the western states start finally reporting?
Well, they're too fucking slow.
I'm with you.
That's the problem, man. We're all laid back.
Well, Matt? While you having some issues, so I was saying about the coffee thing and stuff like that. I gotta send you. I gotta send you a link to Bill's stuff because Bill, it's him and his wife that do this company, and they literally do everything themselves.
Is he on here now, or?
Yeah, Bill's right there.
Oh, you're in the middle. Well, you're in the middle on my screen.
He's
Hi,
Bill
Bill.
in the middle.
And
Bill,
you're located where, Bill?
I'm in Ellensburg. Well, that's where our roastery is. Currently, I'm in Lincoln County, in the middle of effing nowhere. Effing nowhere.
My daughter lived out there in Ellensburg for a couple of years. So,
How far is that from you?
what is Ellensburg? 2 hours, babe? Hour and a half? But she's gone. It's about
anybody who doesn't know out there that is still on the stream. We got 28 people watching. We got Matt Bradley from the Deadliest Catch here. We had him on a couple weeks ago. He was very gracious for his time, and we were welcome to be here. We also got Bill from Kalacum Craft Coffee. You guys want some coffee? I'm going to put all this stuff down in the show notes when I post this. It's going to be a 4-hour podcast tonight, so it'll be quite long. But all the links and all that stuff will be in the podcast in the podcast notes, and we'll get everybody all taken care of and all their promotions all done. So, yeah,
Aaron,
just want to let everybody know that.
Aaron, Illinois went to Kamala. What the hell?
Yeah, that's totally my fault. I forgot to get out there. I'm sure I was the tying break.
That's rough.
Actually, no, to be honest, I did go vote. I even made the lady give me 2 stickers. I was going to put them on as pasties just for Bruce. But
another, jeez, ingrained in my mind forever.
So Matt, just for
you're the one who thinks about me in the shower every freaking morning.
No, you're
half
the one
the
that
time
told
I'm
me you're in the
shaving.
So Matt, there's a podcast called I Had to Say It, and that is our friend Aaron here, and it is one of the greatest podcasts. It's the best kept secret in podcasting, I say, because his podcasts are fantastic.
You'll have to send me a link to that one too.
That's very kind of you, but I appreciate it.
No, it's great. Your podcast is off the hook, man. It's one of my favorites.
My reader's over there, babe.
So we'll get you set up.
Yeah,
we need Minnesota to flip red badly.
Yeah, it's not looking good, Jason. I was just looking at the numbers, and it's looking really bad.
There we go. Now I can see all the pictures.
All right.
So we got Georgia, we got Georgia, we have Wisconsin, and a pretty girl that just got on from Atlanta.
I posted kalacumcoffee.com in the links there on the side there. So anyone watching in the comments, you can click on that. There's a link right there to go to the coffee place. It's the best coffee in the country, and buy some and help a couple out that have really worked hard to build something, and they've got something great.
It really is good. So we got Georgia at 50.8 for Trump at 93% in. Still too soon to call. So, like I said, it's not 3:00 and the pipes hasn't busted yet in the basement. So
he needs Georgia. He's got to get Georgia. That's closer.
There's 93% for Georgia right now. Is that what I just saw?
Yeah. Well, they closed. They closed California at 8:00, and at 8:00.2 they called the state for Kamala. So I don't know what's going on with Georgia.
What is going on in the West Coast, you guys? I mean, all you West Coast guys. I'm like, everyone I know from the West Coast is awesome people. Why does everyone else vote crazy? Do I know the 3 cool people in the West Coast? Is that what I know?
I think that's what it is.
Why is Georgia too close to call right now?
Well, Larry says on Newsmax they already called Georgia. So apparently, I don't know why Fox News is.
Yeah, Fox hasn't called them, but Georgia's been called by 3 other sites. So Georgia's going to Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I just
technically, we just won Georgia, babe.
Yeah.
So that's 246, right?
You gotta leave the real news. You gotta leave Fox for a second to see it. I
Oh
guess.
yeah, I guess so. I guess it's surprising to me that Fox is so far to the, what do I want to call it? They're not to the center anymore, are they? Are they? Ken, what do you think?
Yeah, they're just being careful. They're just trying to play the game. I'm looking here.
Well, they had no problem fucking calling Arizona 4 years ago.
So NBC, I'm looking at NBC News right now. NBC News has Trump at 230 votes and Kamala at 189. And he's projected. In North Carolina, he's got Pennsylvania's still too close to call, but I think Trump's going to take that. Yeah, he's ahead by 4 points in general. And this is
I agree with you, Larry. I agree with you about stop watching the mainstream media. I step on my own dick sometimes.
Yeah. But I will say this though, the lamestream media, when it comes to when numbers and polls and things like this, at this time of night, when you're getting towards the later, when things are really starting to come in, this is when they can be rather accurate. Like if you sat there and watched any of the last few elections, if you went to the middle of the night, you could see everything flip. You see what happened.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be up that long.
I'm gonna start shotgunning some Red Bulls. I'm not going to bed until this is over.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I told everyone. I
can't wake up to depressing news.
You're going to be up till Friday.
I'm like, I'm not making any videos tomorrow. We're not shooting any YouTube stuff. I said I'm going to be in no position in the morning to be doing anything because this is going to be a late night for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm with you, Matt.
I doubt very seriously we'll have our spaces in the morning. It just depends on.
Oh, I'm not going to be there at all.
Yeah.
So 90%.
So I got to tell Bruce to shut the fuck up.
You have to tell Bruce to shut the fuck up tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Fox is saying we just pretty much won Tennessee as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Larry says I don't trust anybody except for Newsmax. So let's entertain him and let's run over.
Yeah,
to
go over to
Newsmax.
Newsmax. I was watching them today. I was following them at work. I had it on because I was making really cool new shit.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you're making, Ken?
Some cool new shit.
Some cool new shit.
What was I working on? I was working on some cool new shit today.
Motorcycle enthusiast in me wants to know.
Yep. We've got so if a guy had a 24 Road Glide or Street Glide, there's some cool new shit coming out.
I might have one of those right here. I got another 24 over here.
They're right. You know what? Hey, Matt, speaking of that, if you guys go back down to that dock that you took that picture and posted on Facebook a while back.
Yeah. The one you did the painting of?
Yeah, take another picture, man. I would love to do another painting like that.
That would be super dope. That picture was out in the garage for a little bit. Now it just looks really good in the hallway.
It moved in the house. It's been upgraded.
It's been upgraded to the house.
Oh, it's in the hallway. It's the only artwork in the hallway.
I think there's 8 pictures in the entire house.
Well, there'll be 9. So go back to that place, that marina. I just love that picture. I'd like to do another one, and we'll set you up.
It's definitely
unfortunately, I don't get
a photo shoot.
I don't get Newsmax.
You can't get Newsmax?
Hulu doesn't have Newsmax.
No, just go to Google. Go to YouTube and type in Newsmax. It'll pop right up.
I guess so.
Newsmax.
That's too complicated.
No, it's not. YouTube isn't complicated, my brother.
I didn't say. Jesus, give me a.
I wouldn't want to
keep
go
the show rolling
tomorrow. Trump.
You keep the show rolling, and I'll look up Newsmax.
You want me? Well, you want me to get it? I'll tell you what. You keep the show rolling. I'll get us up there because I've been busy posting everyone's links and stuff. And
yeah, here's Tom.
How many people are watching us right now? Can we see that number? Has anyone got any deadly catch questions?
We have 30 people live just in StreamYard. That doesn't count YouTube or Rumble or anybody like that.
So we're about 5 different things. So anyway, like Matt was saying, so this is Matt Bradley for Deadliest Catch. It's 18 seasons you did on there, or 17?
19 of the 20. And they're currently finishing filming the first 5 or 6 episodes of season 21. Unless for some reason Discovery Channel cancels the show, but more than likely we will have a Deadliest Catch season 21.
Oh, that's good. That's good news.
Yeah.
It's consistently been one of the top shows on Discovery, hasn't it? I mean,
It's still cable. To the best of my knowledge, it's still cable networks' #1 most watched show, and then it is broadcast in 127 countries, and then they subtitle it or dub it in like 7 different languages.
Wow, that's incredible.
I'll tell you a funny one because we're just kind of BSing right now.
Go ahead.
Where were we? Cancun, Mexico, and we're just flipping through the channels, and Deadliest Catch was on, and of course it was in Spanish. And I was like, "Oh, don't change it because there's this next scene's got a good 30, 40 seconds of me." And here I come on, and I'm speaking in Spanish, and my daughters, 3 of them were sitting on the bed, and they were laughing so hard they had dubbed me with a girl's voice.
Did they really?
Oh, they thought that was so funny. Like, Dad, you sound pretty feminine. Of all the things. I've had people call me when they're like overseas in China, and they're like, I get to my room and the only thing on is Deadliest Catch. I'm like, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that's in China. That is pretty cool. Yeah, well, the show itself really was. It touched on something, and they had a bunch of shows that were doing like the Ice Road Truckers one was another one I like to watch.
That was good.
That was a good show too, but it didn't capture the danger and the drama and the fact that look at what you guys do. After you watch a couple seasons, basically you're like, well, they just drive the truck out on the ice. It's dangerous. Then they get to
meet a couple of those because they'll have us do
stuff
some PR stuff, and they'll bring a couple of the Ice Road Truckers to the same event. Mythbusters guys, Orange County Choppers. Jesse James back when he was super popular. We've got to kind of commingle the TV shows, and then of course Mike Rowe. He's always a hoot to be around.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Mike has just been he seems like a really good guy.
He's good. Yeah. Almost all those TV shows, Gold Rush, Ice Road Truckers, whatever that one they're filming, Bering Sea Gold up there in Nome.
Yeah.
That's all the same production team. So they take all the camera equipment after they beat the piss out of it for 3 or 4 months with us, and then they would ship it straight to the Ice Road Truckers and start filming that. And then when that's done, if there's anything left of it, they ship it to Nome and start following those guys for that TV show.
Alaska is an incredible place. I've been up there, I don't know, 7 or 8 times. My sister's lived in Anchorage since 1974. And you'll like this because you have an odd job, in the world of odd jobs. She had an odd job too. She was a piano tuner in Alaska.
Oh, wow.
Well, in Alaska, there was only 2 piano tuners in the whole state, but every town, since half the year, all you can do is drink and listen to someone play the piano. Everyone had a piano. So she learned everything, and she'd been all way out in Aleutian Islands, up to Nome, Barrow, everywhere.
Wow.
And tuning pianos, and she made a really good living doing it. And then later she got into financial planning and then did really well there too. But Alaska is just this. It's hard to describe, isn't it? I mean,
it's one of the most beautiful places. Like everybody watches the show and they think we live up there, and it's I'm pretty remote where I'm at, but I couldn't. The winters are too harsh. The summers aren't that great, and I mean, I'm not saying you can't ride motorcycle there, but no.
Well, you can for a few hours.
I enjoy motorcycle riding too much.
Well,
Put 10, 15,000 miles a year on my bike. Like I don't know how I do it up there.
Yeah, it would be hard. I remember being up there in 1981. My dad used to run the Fairbanks Summer Arts Festival, which was like music and he'd bring people up. And Cab Calloway. We brought all these big names up to Fairbanks, Alaska, and I remember being up there in 1981, and the state police had 2 black Trans Am as their cars, and I saw it. I'm like, I can't believe it. I got a picture one. It's a black Trans Am with the hood eagle and the whole thing, but it's got lights on top and it's got the sheriff thing on the side. It's awesome. It was just super cool. Different
breaking
place.
news. Breaking
I'm
news.
sorry,
we
Bruce.
got the Senate. We got the Senate. So
What's
the
happening?
Republicans retained the Senate or got the Senate. They flipped the 2 that they needed to get 51 in the Senate. So even if
Wisconsin was one of them, and if Wisconsin flipped the Senate on our side, we probably went for Trump.
Yep. So at least we got that, and we're waiting for the House to come in. So the House will probably come in fairly soon, and
I'm going to take a look at Michigan.
Yep. We'll see what's happening there, but yeah, I changed it over to Newsmax for one of our viewers that says that he likes to use that one better. So we're going to take a look at that, and so far they have Trump at 248 and Harris at 213. So we'll see how that keeps going on, and yeah, we'll keep monitoring it. We've got about another 20 minutes left on the live stream here, and we're just going to keep on going until
Bruce.
hang up. Yeah, go ahead.
I got Michigan right now. It's got 57% reporting in. Trump is at 52%. Kamala's at 46%. So I think it's pretty safe at this point, at this level, to say that Trump's probably going to take Michigan. Now, if he takes Michigan and Wisconsin, it's over. He wins.
Is that right?
Yes.
It would be awesome if it takes Pennsylvania too.
So we're still missing PA, Arizona.
Yep. Yeah,
How does
Arizona.
Arizona not have their votes in? I thought they counted theirs yesterday. Too soon?
I'm gonna check on Arizona here while I got this up here. Arizona, where are we at here?
Arizona's at 50% so far for Trump.
Yeah. Trump right now is 49.9 and Kamala is 49.2 with 52% reporting. So it still is in anyone's race in Arizona, which is crazy to me. I go down there quite a bit, and it's in like Kerry Lake can't win, which is
No,
I don't
she's
know.
not going to win.
I don't know why. Well, she's not super far behind, but she's far enough behind right now. But the Democrats are doing pretty good in the House in the House races down there too. So Arizona's a weird state. I mean, it's gone way left, which is unfortunate.
I mean, so what's
Because all the people left here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. Like, I got dozens of friends that lean to the left and have moved there. There's California too. It's just the cost of living was better there. You get more bang for your buck out there, and then of course they take their politics with them.
Well, the interesting question would be if the Republicans regain the House or take the House and keep the House, and then we got the Senate, that pretty much leaves Kamala as pretty much a lame duck. She's not going to go 2 terms. There's no way that Kamala goes 2 terms.
I've got excellent news. Pennsylvania right now, and I'm on the NBC News poll, NBC News right now, and with 89% reporting, Trump is at 51% and Kamala's at 48%. So it looks like he is going to take Pennsylvania. So if he's got Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it's over. We win.
Yep.
That's great news. Yeah, and Trump is just Lawrence Dreyer down here. I'm going to put this up in there. He is on 50 to 49 Arizona now, so that's good.
3 minutes and we're done.
3 minutes. He's got to.
You turning this off in 3 minutes, Bruce?
No.
No, Christian's going to bed in 3 minutes. I'm saying in 3 minutes this is all done.
Over in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
minutes of sports.
Well, 2 now, but whatever. 2 plus.
Yeah.
We're Berman now.
Bourbon Supreme.
Vermin,
Not Berman Supreme.
this is great.
This is
Well,
almost better listening to this than watching one news channel because we're getting like, and I got TVs going out here, and I'm just like, oh
I
no,
got
my
Trump at
phone's gonna die.
51-48 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Trump breaking news. Here we go. Count Trump 248, Harris 213, 213.
Let's listen in. Let's
Who's got the
listen in.
sound? Bring the sound up on this one.
Yeah, bring the
The
sound up.
Harris campaign, the campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank
Are they
you for
contending?
believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count.
That's
We
Washington.
still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight,
Oh,
but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to
that's a
address
bad
the
sign.
nation.
And to give a condolence
Thank you. We believe in you.
concession.
May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all. I'm going to come.
Yikes.
I'm gonna come.
Go Harris, where she can go away, maybe.
Why would you just come out and address them? They've been there waiting hours all day.
Because she knows she lost.
They were looking for Beyonce again. Huh? They're looking for Beyonce, and they got
Yep.
nothing.
That was
And now we're done.
yeah. Oh yes.
Who is
You
that?
gotta play the dance party one, babe.
Oh yeah.
Dance party with Beyonce. Oh,
They're leaving the building. They are leaving the building. You can see it. Check it out.
Are they walking out? Yeah.
Does
Look at
anybody,
that.
does anybody have the Polymet page up yet?
The Polymet page, the gambling one. No. What is it?
Duchess
Is it
is,
called
asking, Duchess is asking, didn't Hillary send her people home in 2016?
Polymarket election?
Polymarket.
get over it.
I'm opening the page now. As we speak.
Polymet was the copper mining group in Minnesota.
Look at these comments. Liberal tears.
I like Duchess's one. Didn't Hillary send her people home in 2016?
Yeah, I think she did.
Polymarket has Trump at 97.2% winning.
Holy smoke.
And we're done.
She's at 95. Predicted's at 94.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been fun and educational. Now it's time to be unconscious.
There you go.
They're all bouncing out, and Trump's is just off the hook. Oh,
I want to see if is Trump making a speech anywhere now yet?
We're waiting. We're
Well-
we'll see. We'll try to stay on for a little while longer and see if he comes out and makes his. He's got to be waiting for that trigger that Kamala just did. So like Christian said, it's over for Kamala right now.
Yeah, 'cause, I'm looking at the NBC polls, and they've got Trump at 246. And we're
He's been there
waiting
for a while.
we're waiting for Maine, New Hampshire. We're still waiting.
Here we
for.
go. Here we got a bunch of red dancers here.
What you got?
Look at the dance. They must know something. They must know something. Suing Trump to address reporters. Yeah, we're going to stay on. We're going to stay on at least.
Let's wait till that's addressed. Absolutely.
Yeah, we are definitely staying on to do the
We're gonna
address.
have a bigly announcement.
Yes, keep it going. I got to get something to drink here. So
The joy is gone, guys. The joy
I've got some announcements to make here. It looks like Maine is leaning towards Harris. So is New Hampshire. No surprise there. Jersey is going, yeah. Pennsylvania is going. Looks like it's going to Trump. Michigan looks like it's going to Trump. Wisconsin's going to Trump. And Minnesota is going to Harris.
Jason's gonna cry.
He
I'm
is
gonna cry tomorrow.
Nevada's going to Harris, but that's not a big deal. They
It's
don't have
almost tomorrow.
Arizona, Trump is up, but just
Remember
barely.
tomorrow.
Believe it or not, New Mexico is still too early to call. So
It's because they're all doing the blue meth.
in Alaska, polls don't close for another 2 days. So let's see.
Neither do New Hampshire's.
Yeah, New Hampshire, it's 52% Harris, 47% Trump.
Hey Ken,
Yes,
did you ever drive through New Hampshire when you lived out there?
I drive through New Hampshire all the time. It's awesome.
You know why it's taking them forever to get the votes in? Because those roads.
There's not a straight road in the whole.
There's not a straight road in the whole fucking state.
Yeah. If you have to go 1 mile, that's what they talk about as the crow flies. That's where that came from. Because in the road, all of New England, where I grew up, there's no straight roads. They just, wherever the cows walked, they just paved it with cobblestones and put tar on top of it. And it's
Yes.
perfection.
Yeah, America, fuck yeah. Hey Matt, can I ask a question about the show?
Yeah, go ahead. What you got?
So I like watching the show because it's like, wow, I can't believe that's what their fucking day is. But here's the big question. How much of the show is the wild and crazy moments that occur, and the rest of it is just days of boring shit?
So that's kind of a two-part answer. Season 1 through 8, they would just shoot and make cliff notes, and then they would take it back to the editing room and build a story out of that, right? Then after that, they got a little bit more of trying to make a story or follow some kind of storyline. Like maybe I have something going on at home. Something that aired was like a court date. So they were following all that through the show. But like, of course, you don't go to the car races to watch cars go round and round. You kind of go to see one hit the wall and play smash up derby, right? So if there's an incident, you almost know it's going to make television. Line snaps, somebody gets hit in the face, take a hook, breaks a nose. You're probably going to see that on TV. And then, like, to give you a kind of a rough idea, say in our king crab season, they shoot 250 hours of tape. 250 hours of tape gets broken into 6 1-hour episodes. And out of those 6 episodes, 5 to 7 minutes is going to air. Does that make sense when I say it like that?
Yeah, I gotcha.
So, I mean, like, they're constantly trying to get content, and they've got deck cameras going. Sometimes they'll have a couple of GoPros that are hardwired to bigger drives, just going constantly. So they're almost always filming something, unless weather is super nice, and then that doesn't make for very good TV. So that's when they leave us alone a little bit. They were like, we're just going to shut the deck cams off and hope nothing happens and leave you guys alone for a couple hours. And that's when the music comes on, because they can't edit out us playing music. That's probably my biggest bitch with the whole TV shows. Before, we used to just have music playing all day. I mean, it's constant. You need something to kind of get you going. The kids these days always wear them stupid earbuds and they can't hear you saying, look out. It drives me freaking nuts. But
yeah,
I get it. Yeah. Well,
but does that kind of answer your question, bro?
That's perfect, because just thinking about the little bit of work I've done trying to do any kind of video production, you shoot a shitload of content. And then if you're lucky, you can put together a few minutes of something decent. So I just wondered,
hours and hours and hours of tape.
A shitload of
we
boring.
got a question that if any of the show is CGI.
And make a Deadliest Catch AI based, and we'll see the fish will eat the boat.
CGI.
Some kids from St. Paul Island had made us a little replica of the boat at a styrofoam of the Saga. It looked pretty cool. I actually posted this on my Facebook because it came up in that time hop yesterday. But I had thrown it in the crab tank and had done some editing, or some not editing, but audio to it. See, this is how Deadliest Catch is really filmed in a green room in Canada in a controlled environment. And the little styrofoam boat's floating around at the top of the crab tank as the water's going down. That little 4-minute video or 2-minute video, whatever it is, got thousands and thousands of views. People got a big kick out of that.
That's great.
Has anybody thought about sending a camera down with the pots?
They have. It's too deep.
Oh, there's no
when we
light down there, is
fish-
there?
Yeah, no light. So when we fish shallow, they've done it. There's actually king crab in Dutch, and there's a couple of shallow spots. So they've actually got some footage of the crabs going into the pots. They've been able to get codfish going in because it's not deep, and then they just put a bunch of lights on it. That's pretty neat to watch the cod swarm the pot, and then all of a sudden one of them goes in, and as soon as one does, all of a sudden it's like they figured out how to get in. Kind of neat.
So when the cod get in the pot, do the crab attack the cod, or vice versa?
No, cod eat the crab, but
Yeah.
there's so many crab in there they can't eat them all. They usually just eat the females. The females don't get very big. I mean, like a female Apelio crab is size of a $50, or an adult male is 4.5 inches, 4 inches across the back. The females don't get very big. I hate it when we get them in the pots because there'll be like 5,000 of them, and you got to, as gently as possible, get them back in the water. And I'm sure a dozen or more get eaten on the way down. But we set pots specifically just to catch cod or bait. So
I heard, Matt, that now because of some changes in deep water courses, that now some of the same crabs are working their way down towards Antarctica. Are you looking for a longer trip down to the
That's the other end of the world, dude.
the flats down there south of South America? You can go through.
That's a long migration.
Yeah.
Well, the way the water is moving around, it's now okay for the crabs to go there, and they're eating everything in front of them.
Oh yeah.
So now you could go down to Ushuaia, Buenos Aires, and do some work down there.
I'd be okay with that. I could be fishing in flip flops and Bermuda shorts.
Well, the Drake Passage is a little bit interesting from time to time. Anyway, something to think about. Maybe a change in perspective and latitude. Would that be latitude? Change in latitude.
This is a good question, Matt. We got another good question. This is: do the windmills have effect on your fishing? Do they even have windmills up there? I don't think they do because it's too cold.
Do they have windmills for what? For hydropower or power? Is that what the question was?
The gentleman was Thomas was asking that he hears windmills have effects on the whales or the dolphins because of the vibrations to the ground. But up in the Arctic, you're not going to have windmills because they'd be covered with ice half the year.
Yeah, there's to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing. Well, there's definitely nothing in the Aleutian chain like that. I mean, you got like these hurricanes that hit Florida come through the Aleutian chain daily. Like, I mean, you got 50, 60, 70 knot winds constantly.
What kind
like
of
those
size?
guys, I just saw the Windy T weather report. It's gust to 55 to 60 right now. So,
what does that do for the size of waves that you're running through? Like, what's the sea like?
55 knot winds. You can get how do I say this? If you have northeast or northwest 50 for 6 days in a row, the seas just keep building, and then you get wind with the tide. That's when you start getting those 18, 22 foot, 30 foot seas.
Oh, that sounds like fun. How long is the boat?
What a 30-foot sea is, that is a 30-foot from the bottom of the wave to the top of the wave is 30 feet, so 3 stories. And you're in a boat that's how long?
Monsters, absolute monsters. Our vessel length, Northwestern, is about 130 feet.
So
Holy shit.
So a quarter of the size of the boat is going up and down
That
as you're
sucks.
trying to fish.
When they're 30 footers, you just go up, and then you go down, and you hope that next one doesn't break on you. Because when it breaks, it just buries us. Absolutely buries us.
This sounds like fun, man. Why? Hopefully, you're really actually getting paid well for this.
We do okay. We definitely do okay. When I first started fishing, by that third year, I was making, 80, 100 grand a year, working 8 to 11 months out of the year. 20, 22 years old. That was a lot of money. 1989, 90.
Yeah.
In 90, that would be a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Has it kept up with inflation?
No.
Well, look at that. Look at
The
that.
price of fuel has gone up. The crab quota has gone down. The price of crab goes up a little bit, but no, there was quite a few years where it's like they're still paying us, pennies on the pound, literally. Like, why can't we get some more money? And the cannery they just built another cannery, and you see the owners of the canneries, they're like, you just bought an island, and you bought an island, for crying out loud, and put a golf course on it. You need to start paying us fishermen.
Wait, they bought an island in the Aleutians and put a golf
No,
course
not in the
on it?
Aleutians, San Juan's, and then they all bought houses in Hawaii, and I was like, wow, it must be nice.
Oh,
I'm still renting an apartment.
Right. Exactly.
And that was probably my poor life choices, but in fact, I know that part was, but
That's
So Ken, I got a question for you, Ken, about Kamala not addressing her supporters tonight. What does that mean?
You don't address your supporters if you're two things. You don't address your supporters if you think you're going to lose, but you don't want to admit it yet because there's something else that you think you might have up your sleeve. The not addressing the supporters that night is an absolute kick in the face for everyone that's been working for you. You come out and say, "Look, man, it is really close. This is super close, and thank you all for all your hard work. We really appreciate everything you've done. My God, I wish we could have a win right now, but we won't know till tomorrow." You come out and you talk to your people, and if you don't, it shows character or lack of. So regardless, they got to come out and say something. That's why Trump is going to come out and talk tonight. He's going to come out and he's like, "Wow, this is great. This is the greatest thing we've ever run. And this is going to be a great thing, and we're going to win. This is going to be an awesome thing, but it's going to take a few more times because people can't count the votes." He'll come out and say something. The fact that Kamala doesn't shows you why we can't have her as president. You have to come out and talk to your crowd before midnight.
Good, bad, or different.
Exactly. And just say, "Man, I wish we had an answer for you, but we don't yet. We're going to so everyone go home, get some sleep, for God's sake. You guys have been working your ass off for the last 6 months. Thank God I have you. And let's wake up tomorrow, hopefully with a win." But she doesn't even do that because she can't.
So these are the same people that were at the convention. Is that correct?
Well, no, the people that are these are when you get to this level, when you've been involved with it, you're invited to come to this party. So you're huge donors, you're hardcore activists. You've brought a lot of votes in. You're one of those people that was like union people, that kind of guy. The people that really effect that kind of stuff. That's who's all there. The
Or
grassroots
super hot.
or super hot. That is Christian says that is funny, but it's true. If you're really, really good looking, they want you there.
No, I know one person who's there. It's a long story, but there's one person who's there. Very attractive.
Yeah, well, attractiveness, power attracts attractiveness, and that's what they do. So the fact that she doesn't, it's a mistake for her to come out and do that, but at some point she's just like, fuck it, I'm either going to win or not. Trump will come out and talk because it's part of his deal, and he should, and he'll probably do a great job. But the guy is, I mean, what's he, 78 years old? And the amount of stamina he's shown at his age is phenomenal. I mean, incredible. Biden's only a few years older than him, and he can't put together a sentence. So, I mean, it's really, and Biden right now has been doing things for the last 3-4 months since he got pushed out to just fuck up Kamala Harris's campaign. It's been fun to watch. Having been very, very involved in politics for many years, I'm watching what he's doing, and there's nothing that isn't calculated. When she's going to come out and do a big interview, and he comes out and does a Zoom call, and it's a disaster. It was on purpose. It was on purpose. It was tainting her. So it's really interesting to watch. I still think we're going to end up with Trump. I'm hoping at the end of all the voting, we've won it by 5 to 7 points. So the somebody cheated bullshit can go away. If it's within a couple of points, whoever wins, the other side's going to say that there was cheating going on, and that's not going to be good for the country.
Yeah. Well, thanks for clearing that up, because
it could be by 40 points. They're still going to say it was cheating.
But if he wins by 40 points, they can say it. They're going to say it no matter what. If he wins by 40 points, everyone will laugh at him because they'll be like, well, no, we all voted for him. If he wins by 2 points, it's a different story. It needs to be big, and it's not going to be. Yeah. Biden's last job would be to pardon his crackhead son.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree with that too.
Pennsylvania's at 90% reporting with 51% at Trump.
Yeah, Trump's taking Pennsylvania and Michigan for sure. Probably Wisconsin. You're welcome. And
thanks for all your work, Ken. Thanks for all your work.
I worked really hard doing that.
Nevada's at 75% reporting, and they're at 50.9% for Trump.
Nevada's going to Trump. Well, that's good.
I've been watching these YouTube channels talking about their predictions for who's going to go where.
Sure.
And they've been talking about how Nevada is a borderline maybe. It's not going to be just another blue stamp.
I thought they don't have many. I mean, so what, 6 congressional votes, I think, in Nevada, 5 or 6. But that's a big deal when you're in a tight race.
6.
A lot of the blue collar workers moved into northern Nevada from California during COVID, so I would imagine that that
really
had a lot to do. Oh yes,
but
oh yeah.
Does this
And a lot of
speak
people went down to Las Vegas, but the Reno area, Reno Sparks area, really came together, and a lot of people moved into there.
But does some of this speak to how maybe it's possible that the party walked away from its people and they went too far, too fast in a direction?
Absolutely.
And it's old, and I mean, you can talk about how like the old Kennedy Democrats.
Yeah,
they're now Republicans because their party left them and have gone too far in a direction. Is it possible that
they totally abandoned their base? I mean, basically, or not their base, but at least their moderates. They totally lost their moderates.
The base. You're right.
Is it possible?
They were able to guilt people that are still their base. They were able to take those moderates and guilt them into keeping them. But this last couple of years has really changed that, where now that the moderate people that felt guilty before have found it's okay to not feel guilty about stuff that's absolutely wrong. When your daughter is playing volleyball against the other team of high school girls, and there's a boy on that team that identifies that's a big deal. I mean, that the left has pushed this as being, you have to be tolerant and stuff. I think that's where they overstepped, and this is where they're going to lose. is that kind of stuff. They've just gone too far. When you've lost Bill Maher, I mean, if you watch what Bill Maher is talking about, it makes a
Yes.
lot of sense. He makes a lot of sense. He's like, the Republicans are saying we do this and this, and we don't want to let free speech happen, and they're not wrong. Bill Maher said that.
And
But
this
the
is where
Democrats,
we come back to the idea of turning the boat too fast. The Democrats turned the boat too fast, and they lost a good portion of their base because they didn't get them on board before they went all fucking crazy.
they didn't.
I don't
This
know.
started.
I've seen this as being a long, laborious drive.
Yes.
Like Ken has always told me, it took them a long time to get to this, and they did it methodically, and they did it with purpose, and they did it with an expectation that everybody was going to follow them into the swamp. And I
They
think just
did.
people got too smart.
And they did follow him into the swamp. That's why we're out. The Democrats did what you're talking about doing, Christian. They spent 50 years turning the boat slowly. And then when it got to a point, they're like, okay, now. And then they turned it all at once. And when they turned it all at once, they were still premature. But what happens now is that you got to, now that boat's turned all at once, you got to turn it back all at once. There's no slow turning it back. It needs to happen immediately, and people need to pick a side, and that's what's going on right now. So it's interesting to see how close it is, because, boy,
we're done though, aren't we?
I am totally I'm totally shocked that it is as close as it is. I mean, that's where I'm at with that. I totally expected a landslide for Trump, and it didn't materialize.
I'm not surprised even a little bit. I'm not shocked. I'm not anything, because we just watched.
No, you've been telling me that.
Yeah. Because of what we watched during COVID, we watched people just follow. And so this doesn't surprise me a bit. I'm upset about it. This should be a lot, this is the fact that like Washington and Oregon, I expect the East Coast to go cuckoo, but I actually don't expect California to go that bad, because I mean, Ronald fucking Reagan was governor for 2 terms, and
but how many years ago was that?
That was 40 years ago.
40 years ago, yeah, 40 years ago.
50
years ago. 50 years ago.
Well,
but
another question. Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
We've had an influx of Californians up into Washington for the past 20, 30 years. Washington State hasn't been red in a long time. Now, when I say Washington hasn't been red in a long time, look at a county map and see how the counties vote. There is one county typically on the eastern side of Washington that goes red, and it's Pullman. It's the only college town.
So
major college.
Are you saying the college town goes red?
The entire county goes red because the only population base is that college town. Or no, I'm sorry. It goes blue. My bad.
Yeah,
it goes blue.
Way.
Yeah. Well, okay. It's late. Give me a break. I'm on my 4th whiskey. You get outside of the population centers, and we're just talking Pierce County, King County. There's a
Bruce,
third one in there.
It's more like the state of King County. For them to vote Ferguson in right now I can't believe it. Like, it is the most insane thing I've seen in this state. Like, our rate of crime and the amount of drugs on the streets right now and they just want to liberalize it all. Like, I mean, you can like literally smoke fentanyl on the street with a cop standing next to you. They do nothing. I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes, like waving at the cop with a piece of tinfoil in her hand, taking a calculator into the grocery store to steal $850 worth of stuff because it's not a felony, and just go out the door. And nobody can stop them unless it's a guy like me. And then my wife's like, please don't, not tonight. Don't stop them. Like, no, And then Ferguson is going to be just as bad as Jay Inslee and worse.
He's going to be worse, Matt. He's going to be so much worse. So when we were talking earlier about people moving from these blue states into red states, Dana and I are 100% looking at Tennessee, Florida. People are moving from the blue states, making the red states redder.
Yep.
And I think people are moving out of like California thinking they're going to get a little bit of relief moving up to Washington, Oregon, but they just bring their shit with them.
100%. 100%.
Is that what's happening in Austin?
No, I'm not going to move to Austin. I don't even care if Joe Rogan.
No, but is that what happens? Is that what's happening in parts of Texas? Is where California is migrating there? Because I've heard both sides. I've heard people say, no. People who are moving to Austin or Texas from California are reasonable people, and they're probably more red than blue. I'm just trying to figure out what the actual truth is versus what everybody's conjecture, theory, whatever that happens to be.
Well, look at Christian. You and me are perfect examples. We moved out of Minnesota because we just couldn't anymore, and Wisconsin got a bunch of Minnesota people moving to it, and they're not bringing that with them. Now, Texas is a different story. Austin has been going to the left for 35, 40 years. But people are moving from all over to go down there for that. And it was more of there's an opportunity there, and they're bringing their stuff. But all of Texas isn't getting turned blue because of that. However, Arizona is. So they're moving from California to Arizona, and that's turning Arizona a lot more blue.
House looks like they're going to keep. Looks like we got 193 to 168 Democrats.
How fucking cool would it be if we get the House, the Senate, the executive, and we already have the fucking judiciary?
Well, here's the deal, Christian. If we don't get all that, we haven't won anything. We have to get all that.
Okay. Even if we do, though, are they going to have the balls to actually turn the wheel and steer the boat in a crazy direction?
That's going to be that's going to be Christian's rally cry. It's
turn the fucking boat.
It's going to be camp slow. Turn the boat.
Hey, Mr. McConnell, pull that oar out of your ass and turn the fucking boat.
Exactly.
Hey guys, I'm losing battery power. I got it plugged in, and it's barely keeping up with this. So I'm going to jump off.
Matt,
really appreciate y'all having me on.
Hey, man, we'll get you down to Minnesota sometime and do some walleye fishing. Then, how does that sound?
There we go.
It's much
Always
less
down to
difficult.
sport fish. All right, everybody have a good night. Thanks for having me on.
Bill from Colossal Craft Coffee, man. Go out. We have a. Let me. Where's his? I'll get his link up, and you guys can go check him out.
I'll
I'm gonna have to order some of that coffee. All right, fam. Later.
Take it easy, man.
Well, and Tomas, yes, that's how Republicans have been. As a child, I remember Republicans being the dickless, ballless, gutless, whatever nightmare for their constituents. They would just roll over for the Democrats every time they wanted to do anything, and they would never fight them back in Congress 30 years ago. But now we're in a situation where we just need some people to stand up and do shit and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
And drink some good coffee, because that's really what you need. You need to drink some coffee and then do shit. Isn't that how life works?
I think so.
I've been leaning towards meth lately.
That's what works for Jason. That's what works for Jason.
Well, I was going to say, according to Jason, my coffee doesn't make you shit.
It's true.
That is 100% true. It's so good it doesn't make you shit. Because horrible coffee makes you shit.
Hey, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because there's times when that's a nice byproduct. Because if you time it right, you get up, you drink the coffee, you have a moment, you take care of business, you take a shower, and you're good for the rest of the day. Look at that camera.
You don't shit in the shower, though.
No, I'm not a waffle stomping that. That's gross.
So I've
And
got
on that note,
well, hold on. As long as we've got people here, Christian, I want to introduce you also with Aaron at I Had to Say It podcast. I don't know if
Hey,
you guys have
Aaron.
met yet.
hello,
But,
nice to formally be introduced.
Hey, Ron.
Christian is a barbecue extraordinaire, and Aaron is an actual chef, and is coming out eventually here with a
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
with a rub of a meat rub and some other different
Well,
spices.
Rub it out.
Aaron's coming out with a rub.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is this X Hamster? I just missed it.
Yeah.
I mean,
What I'm saying is
you
Aaron's
got
going
those
to rub one
Snickers
out.
over here.
Yeah. Snicker, please. So, Christian makes some incredibly good barbecue. Aaron, you are known for that too as well. I think that as I'm when I'm doing Aaron here, you see what I'm doing is I'm making another customer for you, because it's all about me and my needs, and I want to have some of whatever rub you make. So I'm really looking forward to that. So, I know all 5 of us other than you here will buy the shit. So that's 5 customers. That's worth it.
Hey, Aaron, when you get a chance, somebody here has my email address. I'd love to talk meat and smoke.
Okay.
I think having a meat and smoke podcast occasionally might be a fun thing to do too.
Oh,
Bruce, you want to do meat and smoke?
Oh yeah, I got 5 barbecues. I can fire them up. No problem with that.
He has 5 barbecues. He collects them. He's a hoarder.
There's nothing wrong with that. I have 4, so
You can never have too many grills.
exactly.
I have one.
As
I have
long as
one
you
really
keep them
good one.
clean. As long as you
Lean.
keep them
Clean. No, they have to be seasoned.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's season and then there's freaking junky dirty. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
You
I won't
cooked on
keep
my
using
grill.
this. I'm gonna steal this from
saw
Ken. You
Ken's
keep
grill.
using
I
this
saw
term. I
Ken's
don't think you
grill.
mean what I think you mean.
I saw Ken's grill.
You cooked on Ken's grill.
I cooked on Ken's grill.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ken, by the way, that time I stopped out and visited you, was it last summer? We had
Yes.
steaks that one night.
Yes.
Your grill. Ladies and gentlemen, in case anybody's still here, it would not be bad to at some point organize a Baldwin, Wisconsin event. Some of us might jump out of perfectly good airplanes. We can all have a little bit of meat, enjoy some camaraderie, some social interaction, and then just pass out on Ken's deck.
Yes. I got a big deck.
I would not be adverse to that.
The carbon that is stuck on Ken's grill, if you pressed it hard enough, would make some great diamonds.
How do you think
Extra-
I paid for the
it's
house?
extra flavor.
Yeah.
But I mean, I
Bruce,
could probably load the truck up with some meat and head that way.
Aaron,
don't
where are
have
you
to
from?
load the-
How close
You
to
don't have to
Chicago
load
are
the
you?
truck up. I'm in Amish country. I've got a friend that raises Scottish Highland cattle. The
Okay, we'll
meat
get
is
your
here.
meat.
They
No,
just
that's
called
grass. It's
Pennsylvania
grass
for
finished.
Trump is at 268.
I don't want grass finished. I want grain finished because I want actual fat in the meat.
Oh, his meat is insanely good. So
What did you do on the Wild Man weekend again?
Eat the meat of the cows.
Okay.
It's incredible.
Sure. Now you say the cows.
They're furry cows. They're cute and cuddly, and then you kill them and you eat them, and they're delicious.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Either way,
Aaron-
like I said, I'm up for a road trip.
Aaron, I'm going to buy a plasma cutter and a MIG, and I'm going to make my own smoker. Great big thing with a rotating center rotisserie. What's your favorite wood to use?
Oh, geez. I tend to go with oak for base wood because I do wood fired, and I supplement it with cherry for smoke.
Well, the whole cherry thing, we can work past that, but just smoking with oak, not post oak, but just regular oak.
No, I'm not. Well, not smoking. I'm using oak for heat and other woods for smoke, depending on what I'm making. I have a wood fired. One of my primary barbecue is a big wood fired grill. So
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes.
So
Then.
I cook the wood down to coal and then use that and then I supplement it with my chips or my chunks, depending on, again, it kind of depends on what I'm doing, you know. But my availability to get large cords of various woods is kind of limited. So
I have the same problem in South Dakota because there's no fucking trees here.
yeah, and for me, it's like the good prices around here are not necessarily good selection, you know, and I'm very much constrained by budget. So
I get my beef for $5.25 a pound. My beef is $5.25 a pound. I got to buy a whole cow though.
I've got some reporting to come in here. So
Okay,
as
go
we're
ahead.
in Wisconsin, and this is a big deal, 89% reporting Trump is ahead 51.2 to 47.1 for Kamala. So he's 4 points in front of her. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Fox
That is a
just
big-
called Pennsylvania.
What?
Fox called Pennsylvania. Trump.
Who?
For
Yeah.
Trump. Yeah.
Let's look at Michigan and see what it looks like. Michigan, 68% reporting. Trump is at 52 to 46. He's going to win that too.
He's going to win that. He's going to win Alaska too.
Yep, he's got Alaska for sure.
So I already heard
Alaska and Hawaii
called
cancel each other out.
Yeah,
Texas
like,
says-
exactly.
Georgia looks.
Hawaii's got
Texas says
0%
Trump
reporting,
PA.
but they declared Kamala as the winner.
They're always blue.
Yeah.
There's no
Uh,
chance Hawaii is going to pull its head out of its own ass.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the island, you know.
Trump got PA. Who just said that?
That was the Dutchess.
Dutchess.
The Dutchess. Yeah.
Trump got
Dutchess
PA.
is in the know.
Look at that.
Looks like there we go, right there. Boom.
There it is.
Trump
So it took
wins.
a little longer than I thought it was. It took an hour longer than I thought, but we're done. I
Well, they could have been
apologize for my
minutes on
error.
Jupiter. Fuck.
All right, and on that note, I'm fried. You gentlemen have a lovely night. I got to get up
We're
in
gonna
4
stay
hours.
on. We're gonna stay on. We're gonna stay on. You guys can take off as much as you want, Virgo. We're gonna stay on and listen to Mr. Trump speak, our president.
Yeah, I want to hear his
number-
speech.
Yep.
We're gonna hear his speech, but I
I'll
want to thank
catch you in
everybody
the
for
morning.
being
Like
here.
I said, I
really
got to
do.
get up in 4 hours. So-
All
I
right,
want to
man.
thank everybody for being here tonight, man. All you guys that wanted to stick around and stay, I really appreciate it. There will be no X Spaces in the morning, so we will wait until Thursday to call that, since we're all up
Why?
late tonight.
Why is there no X spaces in the morning?
Okay,
Just
Ken,
get off
I'll
your
do an
ass.
X
Get up
Spaces
with you, Ken.
for you.
If there's
Okay,
only
we'll-
if there was
we'll
some
do
good
an X Spaces.
coffee, you could do it.
We'll do
Yeah.
an X Spaces in the morning.
Have
You
some
need some
good
clock and
craft
craft coffee.
There we go. There we go. Never mind.
Get up and
I've been overrode. We will
And
have
you're
an
in
X
the
Spaces in the
fucking
morning.
Pacific
Whoever
time
makes
zone.
it,
Come
makes
on.
it.
I'm
There
not going
will
to be
be
there.
No, we're going to
spaces.
do it. Sorry,
We're going to work-
Duchess, there will be a Duchess.
We're
There will
going to
be a
work in the
morning show.
morning.
I don't care about you, Ken. Duchess, there will be a morning show.
Don't make me mute you, Bruce. There is a morning show. We're going to work anyway because we're Americans. We're going to have a morning show, so you can talk to the Dutch. and have your
Fuck
dreams.
yeah.
We're gonna get all four. We're gonna get the executive. We're gonna get the Congress, and we're gonna get the judicial. So we're in.
Yep.
And
Hopefully.
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
And Larry says it's time to smoke a joint.
I'm gonna come.
I
He
agree,
is
Larry.
not-
Congratulations, brother.
Lawrence, you are my guy. Let's go.
Lawrence also was a part of getting me to vote. So I just wanted to thank him too. But between him and Shane, they got me to vote. So thanks, Lawrence, man. You've always been a great coach. I just want to let you know that too. You were a great coach.
Look at the Duchess. She's got champagne and shit. Hey, what are you doing later?
The Duchess, yeah, the Duchess is she's popping bottles over there, man.
She's got champagne. Hell yeah.
I'd rather
Yeah,
be
she
popping
gets-
something else.
She's gonna be a tired girl in the morning, but she'll have her say in there. She'll have her say in there, and Jason won't be there to get it trampled on. So
No, 'cause I
That's
gotta
okay.
take my
I'll
kids
fill
to
in.
school.
yeah, no problem, no problem.
Aaron will be
But,
there because we start in
Um,
like 20 minutes, don't we?
Yeah. Duchess is popping bottles. I'd rather you popping something else.
Bill,
this
thanks
is
for coming.
This is by far the longest podcast I have ever done in my life. I'll have to
Four
say.
and a
I
half
really,
fucking
seriously,
hours.
I really want to thank everybody for being here.
I
man.
really
There's
hope Bette Midler did follow through on a promise and is trucking drain cleaner. I mean, so now we're
Wait,
demonetized
lucky.
again.
Oh wait,
all those
wait.
liberals are
Hold
going
on.
to set themselves on fire. They're going to move. They're going to freaking they're going to do all kinds of things. Rob Reiner is gone. Rob
Who
Reiner
made the
finally.
list? Did anybody make the list of all the assholes who are going to leave because he won?
Yeah.
I hate to
what
tell you guys this, and just to steal a line from Aaron, but those smooth brain fucks are going to forget what they said.
Oh yeah, because they're smooth brains. They slipped right off. It slipped right off. Exactly, it slipped right off. And we're never going to have another election. We're never ever going to have another election. This is the last one.
Yep, nope. This is the last election. We're gonna be
Democracy
a
is
fascist
finally
state.
fucking dead. We finally killed democracy. It's about goddamn
We
time.
finally killed democracy. Thank you.
We're
Thank
going
you.
to be living in the Handmaid's Tale now, and
We're all
Yeah,
men.
close to carry
Good
that
for us.
baby to-
Could we get U-Haul to sponsor like P. Diddy or one of those people who said they're going to leave the state or the country?
Yes.
P. Diddy ain't leaving his cell.
That's true.
Yeah.
He was the wrong person to
P. Diddy
use.
ain't
You're right.
leaving jail, dude. P. Diddy is not leaving jail ever.
Floor is too slippery.
You
That
guys,
son of a bitch is going to get Epsteined.
I barely got this far into Woodford Reserve, thinking that I was going to need more than that tonight, and here we are winning.
So
I had a
Tiger
beer.
blood.
I've got a question. I thought Nancy Pelosi was retiring.
Yeah, she said she was, but she got reelected. So
Why would you think that?
because she said she was.
Why would you think that?
Why would the
Said she
Crypt
was.
Keeper leave the show?
She has
Yeah.
not made enough money
I
yet.
said I was going to bed 10 minutes ago. I mean, people say a lot of shit.
That's right.
She hasn't said a major league Yabahos, so I mean, she's got to be.
It's
able
almost
to
like you
support
had to
those.
say it.
No, it's almost. Yeah.
It'd be funny to do one of these shows one time and just throughout the show, each of us have our own little breathalyzer and see and post the number as we go.
I'll do
Again,
it.
yeah. Again, that's the WKRP in Cincinnati thing.
Yeah.
Where Johnny Fever, as the more he drank, the faster he got with the button.
Yeah. Although
And
I gotta say,
Venus Flytrap was like, "Hey,
I've done a couple of the like inebriated podcasting deals, and it gets kind of like the last one I did where I really got out of hand. I fell out of my chair.
So, Aaron, if it makes you feel any better, you get
And
better.
actually, there's footage of it. So.
The more practice you do at it, the better you get.
Oh yeah, no, my tolerance is shot. I haven't been drinking for the last few weeks because
It's time to get your act together.
I
Then
need to get back on things. But
Yeah, you need to get back on the wagon there.
yeah, my last live stream drinking, I drank a bottle of 1792 and a half a bottle of Crown, and then I fell out of my chair.
fantastic! Holy crap! How much does that cost?
The chair or the liquor?
All of it.
It was I think
$100
or something like
Okay.
that. I mean, I got the 1792 on sale.
So
And,
this is
the Jewel here does if you buy a 6-pack, you get like 15% off. So I bought 2 bottles
I
of
will-
whiskey and 4 bottles of wine for my wife and got everything marked down.
I want to make a comment about BR549.
yes.
And Nancy has not laundered enough money yet. The fucking insider trading, fucking insider trading that Congress can do of all the
Christian,
things where we
that
need to
ain't
grab the
laundering.
wheel. And,
That's not laundering money. That's stealing it.
And
You
it's
don't
not
have to launder what you
insider
steal.
trading. It's just really good decisions at opportune times.
okay, listen. We need to take some of these people and take them to the proverbial woodshed and say, listen, you're going to follow all the rest of the rules that all the rest of us have to follow and show the world that we're not a fucking banana republic anymore. Who's up for not being a banana republic? Anybody?
I'll
No, we're
take
not
that.
no.
I'm in.
I'm good.
If Elon Musk just shows up and helps us become not a banana republic and takes us back to 1982-ish United States.
I was actually hoping for the 60s, but 80s Zorg.
Well, the 60s
I mean, hey, a
had
lot
some-
more Colombian marching part of that way.
We didn't have any wars in the 80s. The 80s were kind of good.
Grenada.
Was
Yeah,
Grenada, that was a
was a mini one.
vacation with the army. That was an army vacation.
All right. Well, that was the one I was in. The one that was in '91. So that kicked off everything else. So the little
We'll
quick
go.
ones ain't that good if we don't.
No, they're not good. But yeah, if you're talking late '60s where we had the Dodge Daytonas and the Plymouth Superbirds, I'm with you.
Well,
So
yeah,
I'll join you in that.
Richard
Okay.
Petty. Come on.
There you go. I'm right. I'm all in with Bill. Sorry, I blew up.
We
Well, I
could
can
go
see
to
that-
Dale Earnhardt though. I'm good with Dale Earnhardt as well.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, that's good.
I can see one of the reasons why Donald Trump hasn't come out yet. So I'm looking at the Florida feed, and it appears that that they're watching Fox News, and Fox News has not yet declared that Trump has won the presidency. So Newsmax says that has projected that he has, and Fox has him at I think 268 or something like that, or 267, something like
He
that.
just wants Nevada to turn, and then he can dance on Nevada.
Yeah, Fox can suck a bag of dicks.
Yeah, well,
The whole
they're
bag.
watching. They have a
Is
big
it the
Fox
bag
they
or
have
is
a
it the
big
contents of the bag?
Well,
have a big
that
Fox
set everyone
monitor.
off.
Content. Well, good question. Like one at a time or all at once is what you're asking.
Exactly. I've heard people say the whole thing. I was like, oh, wait a second, that's a big bag. We just need clarification on the actual.
Think of the sound thub 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 thub, and then that'll answer your question. It's a bag of dicks. Thub 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 thub. Not. I didn't say suck the bag that dicks are in. I said suck a bag of dicks.
See if you can
There
see
we
right there. That's a Fox monitor right there. There's a Fox monitor right there.
That's
the Fox
that's
News
a
feed.
bag of dick sucker right there. Anyway,
And ironically, who's that? Tucker Carlson is there. Yeah, see, this is a Fox.
That is
monitor.
not Tucker Carlson.
No,
No, I'm
I'm
saying-
quite
no.
sure that it's not Tucker Carlson.
I would not do.
But if it was, if
Yeah.
it was,
Well, if it was,
Let's throttle back. Let's throttle back just a little bit, guys.
it's late. It's late now. It's late. And we've been drinking.
oh, is that Tucker Carlson there with the mohawk?
No, that's the wrong head of hair.
yeah, that's
a UFC guy.
I believe he breaks people in half for a living.
Not
Good
Tucker
work. You
Carlson.
can get it.
Carlson is in the room with Trump. We saw Tucker earlier. Yeah.
So let's see what NBC News is saying.
Let's talk about the way the world's going to change in the next 2 weeks.
Oh, it's going to go insane. There's going to be
Who
fires.
thinks? Well, okay. Who thinks that one in the next 2 weeks we're going to have more than 2 cities fall apart, not necessarily destroy themselves?
Seattle's
That's
already
low.
having
That's an
problems.
under.
Well,
That's
no,
an
no.
under.
So just 2 cities that actually cause real trouble for themselves, which international geopolitical mess will suddenly just kind of go away.
Here.
I've got the answer. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen because I am an expert.
Do I need another drink?
No, yeah, you do. Putin is going to go down to the Gaza Strip and tell those guys, stop it, just stop it. And then he's going to go to Israel and say, stop it, and that's solved. And then he's going to go back up to Ukraine, and he's going to say, you know, we tried, you tried, let's just divide her in half and call it good. And Zelensky will say, that sounds good to me. And that'll be solved. So all of those problems will be solved. The Abraham Accords will come back in, and everyone's going to go to Dubai and get laid.
Get laid in Dubai?
Yeah.
Get laid in Dubai.
Have you seen Dubai?
Women are supposed to take their clothes off. In
Yeah,
Dubai.
I've been studying Dubai because I'm pretty sure there's a good chance I need to get my passport because I take a business trip there at some point.
We've got dealers in Dubai. It's a good place to go get laid.
There's a lot of money in Dubai. You can buy anything you want in Dubai, I'm sure.
Well, they have vending machines that will dispense a gold brick if you have the right amount of money.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The Duchess is flying to Dubai. Yeah.
How much champagne has she had tonight?
All of it. God bless her.
I might be heading to Sheboygan in a couple of weeks.
It's funny, Tomas. No, I have no golfing. I'm not allowed to golf.
Okay,
Pretty
Aaron,
much the same
Can
place,
I say
isn't
that-
it?
Can I just say that I watched Uncle Buck?
Aaron, all right. All these other people, shut up. Aaron, you gotta if you go to Sheboygan, how far is that from where you live? 3-4 hours?
Not even that far. It's like,
Oh shit, dude. You
about
got to go to
2.5,
Road
3.
America. You got to go to Road America. I'll meet you there. I'm 4 hours from Road America.
Oh shit!
And the fun that we will have there. I'll rent a whole trailer and everything. We'll whole set up. We can barbecue, watch race cars happen. You can drive around, do whatever you want. It's heaven on earth.
Yeah,
I'm
didn't
dead
we
serious.
talk about that a while back?
Yep, but it got to be now it's fall. Everything's over.
Yeah, we'll have to do it in the spring.
Next spring in May, it's the vintage races. So it's all of the old cars. And it's awesome. And it's a cheap weekend too. It's like $50 for the whole weekend to be in there. And I'll rent the golf cart. It's like $300 to rent a golf cart for the weekend. I don't give a fuck. I'll rent it. And we'll go down there. We'll have a great time. We can hang out, grill, cook. Oh, it's fantastic. If you're only that far away, let's do it. That's where we can meet up. Perfect.
Sounds
There's
like a plan.
there's a racetrack I've seen, and I can't remember if it's in Illinois or in Wisconsin, but I've seen several YouTubers go there and they race. They rent the track for whatever, and they film their stuff. And I can't for the life. Is it in Juliet?
Yeah, Joliet.
Is there a racetrack in?
Yeah, there's
in there?
it's Route 53 Speedway. It's a pretty decent little track.
There's a bunch of basically car condos there.
Yeah.
It's got a different name now, I think, but I think that would be a fun place to have this event where we all get together.
Well, that's like 20 minutes from my house.
Well, then it would be super convenient. You bring the smoker.
Yeah.
I'll drive from South Dakota. I'll stop. We'll get a couple of tons of wood. We'll be in good shape.
That would be good, yeah.
Oh, is he about to come out? Hey, let's bring up the sound on this and see what's coming on. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
But, you know, he talked about with Joe Rogan, nothing was perfect at the time. He'd only been in DC 12 days.
John Boyd.
12
There's
times.
John Boyd.
So here we have an opportunity of a real battle-tested Donald Trump.
There's John Voight, a great friend of Newsmax, just an amazing actor in everything he does, including
Everybody's
TV.
amazing now.
He's just so good. John Voight is
Tremendous,
fantastic. He's been a
amazing,
huge supporter of
Tremendous,
Donald
big,
Trump.
it's huge.
Look at the hut.
You know, this is the greatest political
This is
comeback, I think. in
bigly-
history.
this is
You
bigly
have to give that
comeback.
to Donald Trump. You can think about other people like Teddy Roosevelt, who tried to regain the presidency and just couldn't do it. You know, Donald Trump is
I want you to
certainly in
notice
a
the
league of his own,
hair on the women.
regaining
actually
the White
Wait, you mean
House.
it's actual
He
natural
does.
colors?
You made a good
Joe
point,
and
Bianca.
Ashley, thank you so
Well,
much.
it is a
Can I
natural
say
color.
something
It's
really
not
quickly?
blue.
I just want to say, like, when we were setting out to do this, when we were setting out
I am so sending my sister, that's the commie atheist, a Trump hat. I cannot wait. In the socks with the little comb. I'm sending.
Oh,
her those.
Tomas, that's funny.
Thomas Galucci says headline on Babylon B.
Oh, that's
America
fantastic.
What has been?
Oh, Thomas, we all need to know you more because you are on fire tonight, and we love it.
we will definitely get him in either the morning show or
Tomas, where are you?
I'm gonna Galucci. We're gonna find you on YouTube.
He's in the
Jump right
Discord.
in.
He's in the Discord chat. He's in the Discord chat for the Boomer Bunkers.
Alabama.
Huntsville,
Never mind.
Alabama.
Never mind. Alabama. Never mind. I'm just
Alabama
kidding.
is heaven.
I'm just kidding. Just not in Mobile.
Yeah. Who else is there? Who's that right there? Is that Robert? Yeah, that's RFK right there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking at RFK right there. We were looking at RFK, but yeah,
I don't remember RFK.
Rocket, Tomas, are you teaching rocket science in Huntsville? Rocket surgery, excuse me.
Professor Tom. Yeah, Professor Tom. Professor Tom is the let me see. He is the
Rocket surgery.
the grammar monitor. So me and him kind of set it off just perfect today. So, but anyway, no, I appreciate Professor Tom. He's great, man. We'll have our little chat tomorrow. But yeah, I'd like to get him on the show. So he'd be a great contributor.
As long as he can talk physics.
Huntsville is the birthplace of NASA. Send her a Trumpy bear. There we go. I like that.
Well, the crowd looks like it's looking at the stage like something's about
He
to
calls
happen.
himself the agent provocateur. Well, I'm ready for Trump to get on here because we're going on, oh, Jesus Christ, like 5 freaking hours.
Stop bitching.
I'm starting to sober up. This is a problem.
It's almost 11 o'clock here in California.
Oh, be quiet.
I knew you guys would beat up on me, so that's why I did it.
That's true.
Is that Spike? No, that's Spike. Spike Lee's not going to be in a Trump.
How many
Spike
purple-haired crazies are crying right now?
Oh, they are just
This is
fucking.
why-
going
this
crazy.
is why
I bet you Portland's burning
Bruce,
already. Portland.
Bruce, go to MSNBC.
Oh, yes. Let's watch that.
What, on the YouTube?
Go to, I
On
don't
the
care where you,
anything.
just you got Hulu. Go to MSNBC.
I don't have it up right now.
Well,
So
I don't
you
care
go
if you
to-
have it up. Bring it up.
Is
and then
Portland,
when you-
is
Jason,
Portland
go to-
burning? Because I just saw
Jason,
things
go to-
that Seattle
go to
was
MSNBC.
having problems as well.
Yeah, Jason, you go to MSNBC.
No, you do it.
I'm working on it since you
No,
two
you do it.
fuckers can't figure it out.
Hey, why don't you pedal faster
No,
and
you
get
hang,
this thing
you
going?
hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
Oh,
All
my
right,
goodness.
and we're gonna go live, and let's see what they have to say live. Coverage of election. I'm working on getting there because election
why?
live. Here we go. Let's see what they're
Got to
saying.
have some semblance of something.
Can you imagine
No,
how
we're-
much Joy Behar is crying right now?
Joy Behar and Whoopi
She's
Goldberg
weeping
and
into
Oprah Winfrey.
into hill
Freaking
to
windbag,
Bruce,
Oprah Winfrey.
Bruce, stop sharing.
Whoopi's nasty dreads.
Oh God, she's terrible. She's terrible.
Well, and we're back, gentlemen. It's nice to see you all again.
We're waiting. We're waiting, Ken. We're waiting for you.
Well, that's fine. I'm working on it.
How
Making sure we
hard
get
is
it
it
on
to
there.
work?
So, Aaron, what are you doing in the morning? Sorry, what are you doing in 3 or 4 hours?
I'm going to the gym.
Oh, okay.
Then I got to go to work.
You gotta be okay.
Because I have to do that because otherwise Bruce won't be able to imagine me in the shower when I hop on during the morning broadcast.
Well, it's good to have goals. It's good to have goals.
The first time he brought it up, it became a goal of mine to just utterly break him.
the 2016
So-
level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have
This
to
guy
be
totally reminds me
exceeding
of
the
Charlie Day
2016 level. He
explaining shit on
nearly
the
won New
whiteboard.
Hampshire in 2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like Derry, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here. Big, kind of blue-collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at a Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized, outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here
They're
on
hoping
Sunday
on
for
New
the Trump
Hampshire.
campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump, but you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire.
Last one I'm going to ask you about, Stephen. I'm not even supposed to, but I'm going to. Minnesota.
Yeah. Okay. Now this
Here we
is
go.
shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in. Uncalled, of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania, he flipped,
Dude,
Michigan, he flipped,
make it try to look
Wisconsin,
good.
he flipped on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota's a state
Jason,
that also
what
has
happens
a
if you wake
ton
up in the
of
morning and you
blue-collar
find
white
out
voters, a lot of them
that
small
Minnesota
cities,
accidentally
rural
went
areas.
red?
And
What
again,
kind of
this
boner are
number
you going to have all
tonight
day?
is not looking as much like 2020
What happens if
as it is
Minnesota turns red?
2016. Again, what saves
I'm gonna go
Democrats
streaking in
even
the
in a
street.
close call like this in Minnesota, what saves
Thank God it
Democrats
don't live
is
there.
the immediate Twin Cities area here. You talk about like
Jason,
Hennepin
we
County.
walking around
This
with
is
a
it's
paper
the
thermal holding an
big population dense, suburbs, cities where again high concentrations of college degrees, and again right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin
next
County.
door to you is
so look,
Flasher
even
Valley,
if Trump
right?
is making
Look at
gains,
Hennepin
winning back
County.
some of the
That's
votes that he
Minneapolis.
surrendered in
Over
2020 in
Hennepin
blue-collar
County
areas,
is 95
Democrats count on this
county.
area. Take a look here. We're seeing
All
is again right on the
Campbelltown.
number there for
Ooh,
Harris. So
Dakota.
typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far, the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
Steve Kornacki, that was me putting you through your paces. None of that stuff we had worked out in advance. You did it all off the top of your head. You're quite amazing. We're going to give you a break. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back right on the other side of this. Stay with us.
That was well done, Steve.
He's still thinking that they're going to win.
Totally amazing. Probably the best forecaster of ever time.
I think Rachel Maddow actually thinks that she's still going to win. That
Well,
Rachel's
she's
the
going to
word.
win. She's going to win Minnesota, but it looks pretty bad for her.
Yeah.
It's not the
How
route
long-
that I
how long-
wanted.
How long before she gets that paycheck from the conservatives to change her stripes?
Who? Kamala?
No. Rachel.
Maddow?
Yeah.
Maddow will never change her stripes. She's ingrained.
She was Tucker Carlson's buddy. Come on. They freaking they bit journalism together.
Yeah, she's not
Oh,
going.
hold on a second.
What did they
Lawrence,
find?
Lawrence, where did you get your data from?
Trump won the pot. You see, if Trump wins the popular vote, this is a big deal. I think he will too. To tell you the truth.
Where did you get it from, Lawrence? Larry?
Larry, come on. Tell us where you got it from.
We hear
Larry's
you.
thinking. Larry's thinking.
He's thinking.
Probably got it from Newsmax. He's looking at Newsmax, I'm sure.
I'm looking at the Guardian, and Trump's got 67 million votes, and Kamala's got 62 million.
Yep, sounds like a popular vote to me.
Yeah.
Well, we got to wait for Hawaii to get here.
He's the homecoming king. That's hours away.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if Hawaii and Alaska were the deciders? It'd be like, here we go. You guys are barely fucking states. Come on.
And then we won by one because
We won by
Alaska's
one.
4 and Hawaii's 3.
How long can these people freaking stand up? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Jesus.
You ever been at one of these things, Bruce?
I have never been at a convention.
There's just people wandering around handing out cocaine. It'll go on all night if they need to.
Yep.
I was just gonna say too.
Wait, where is this?
Miami? Ish.
No reason, just asking.
50-hour energy.
There's people with AEDs and cocaine just wandering around until somebody needs one. They're taking checks. They're handing out shocks. Whatever it takes.
Just a little bump gets you through the night.
Yep.
I'm going to take a look back at what Wisconsin's got going on here. And we are at, I'm looking at the NBC News reactions because they're going to be 91%. Yeah, Trump took Wisconsin 51-47. Easy.
Yep. He's got
Eric,
Wisconsin.
Eric Hovde, they're still calling too close to call with 89% in. and he's got 50 and she's got 47. So he won that. House districts. Let's see our house districts. See what we won.
It's like waiting for double zeros on the
red
wheel to come in.
Red.
So you all
You're
have
down to you're down to your last $2, and you're putting your freaking $2 on double zeros.
do all of you have children?
Had.
Yeah, I got one.
Well,
I got 2.
kind of adults.
Well, but at
Yeah,
some
so-
point you had kids in the house, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How many of you had the kids and had to deal with reports of some sort, book reports?
Yes.
Okay. I learned a thing because my kid had a report on a president, and my kid, guess who he picked?
Yep.
Trump.
Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland.
Just likes him big.
Hell of
Cleveland.
an interesting president, actually.
Cleveland was one of the few presidents who had non-consecutive White House terms.
Yep.
I think he's the only other one.
Yeah. He was the only one prior to now.
No. Yeah. So Cleveland and Trump. Just in case it comes up in conversation.
So how much do you think the squirrel had to do with this?
Plenty.
Did the squirrel swing some votes?
I think it did. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, so do I actually.
The squirrel swayed some votes because they did a good job marketing that.
It hit him in the ground for later.
So I'm looking at too close to call Michigan, too close to call Wisconsin, too close to call Minnesota. This is NBC News is calling Minnesota too close to call.
Like I said, 3 o'clock's going to roll around.
Yeah, it's got to roll somewhere.
Aaron's sleeping.
What? Who's sleeping?
Huh?
Not there yet. I got the hammock right here. I just haven't laid down yet because I keep the camera to focus on me.
I'm just astounded how these people are standing for so long. It's been like an hour. They've just been standing. There's Marco Rubio.
An hour? Bruce, you ever worked a fucking convention? You stand for 14 hours.
I don't think I can fucking do that. There's no
All
way.
damn day.
Marco Rubio there.
Yep.
Hey, what would you
else
thought
we
if
got
it would have
over
been instead of Trump Vance, it was Trump DeSantis?
Oh my God! I don't know. Probably would have been a landslide, right? I don't
No,
know.
it wouldn't have been.
I predicted it so wrong. I predicted it so wrong.
DeSantis is the most horrible candidate ever on a national
Yep.
level. He's terrible. He'll never win.
Guaranteed.
He has no personality. Vance is
Imagine him on Rogan or Theo Vaughn. It would have been terrible.
I don't know enough about him to make the guess.
I do. He's a great governor in Florida. My brother lives down there.
I've got to commend our viewers that are still hanging in there. We're still hanging in at 30 in
Well,
the
this
live
is like
stream.
They just left
And
the computer running. They're all passed out on the floor now because they tried to keep up with us.
Dude, I've just got to commend them all. I want to thank them all because, man, I've been looking at the numbers on other sites and we're way up there. We've got like lots of views from.
Are we trending?
X is up over 100 views, and I'm excited. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for viewing in.
Well, we appreciate also, Bruce. We appreciate all the comments and stuff. We've had hundreds and hundreds of comments.
Absolutely. This is just. I'm astounded. I'm touched.
You guys got to understand that are listening out there. We started this just to have some fun and do some things with it. The fact that anyone at all listens to us is we're honored to have you. So thank you so much for joining us.
Is
absolutely.
is Aaron actually wearing a CPAP machine? Because Thomas wants to know.
It's just his mic.
Who's what now? No, the CPAP's in the other room. I'm still conscious. I was just answering a abusive message on my phone. So
That's too funny. Oh my god,
he's really giving somebody the business.
So Lawrence also says he shoots squirrels. I'm with you, Lawrence. I'll shoot those fuckers too.
I just need recipes.
He's
I heard
got
the taste.
squirrel recipes. Yeah. Well, you're in Illinois. That's squirrel's a delicacy down there, isn't it?
Cousin Eddie quit eating them because they're kind of high in cholesterol.
Yeah, they're high in cholesterol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just think about this. It's 11 o'clock here in California. In Florida, what? It's
2 a.m.
It's what?
Almost 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check that out. And he's still awake. He's going to come out and he's going to address it. That's freaking cool. He's what?
Wouldn't it be
78?
great if he just came out and said, "Motherfucker, I am tired. Go to bed, you guys. We won.
Why are you
Let's
still
have a
up?
party tomorrow."
Why are you still up?
Yeah. Don't you people have homes?
Yes.
Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?
Yeah, I just heard my
Our
wife.
side has
snort
the
loud,
jobs.
so-
Why are you not at work?
Look at all right. Look at the feed there. Look at the guy in the bottom left. He's comatose.
Who, me?
You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I love that
That's
freaking.
right.
Finish off the drinks. We're about to turn the lights on. Everybody's going to get a lot uglier.
Gonna fire up closing time.
The worst song ever
Well, I think
written.
they're having a
next
problem
to
getting his new Secret Service attachment. I'll put on him now. So
Oh, the private people?
yeah,
His new Secret Service is going to be Joe Rogan and Dan
and
Bongino.
Bongino,
These two motherfuckers will just be like,
Dana
"Oh."
White, and the whole UFC.
Yeah.
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 Well, doesn't he get the ones that Jill had? The good ones?
No,
Yeah,
no,
he'll
he
get-
got the
he'll get
ones
those
that
good
Jill
ones.
didn't need.
Are votes public record?
No.
I doubt it. I bet it's secret as you can't. It's
no,
or it's confidential. You can't find out who's on what
It's,
team.
I got a guy I know that's on the Secret Service, and I don't know exactly what he does. I don't think he's on protection detail, but he's he don't talk about work much.
Well,
Question for the
McDonald's
panel.
hire a comic.
I'm pretty sure that the only job she could get would be on the board of directors there. She's not qualified to shuffle fries.
Yeah, she's an insurance nightmare. That's just an accident waiting to happen.
Yeah, she'd stick her hand in the fryer to get the fries and apple pies.
By February 1st, she'll be on the Supreme Court of California's thing.
Oh God, please.
Going for you, Bruce.
Oh God,
Bruce.
please.
Bruce, I'll meet you in Florida. We're looking at the Gulf Coast.
We're gonna do a shrimp boat, right? We're gonna do shrimp kebab.
Yes, and
we're gonna
and
do
a
fried
distillery
shrimp,
and
boiled
possibly
this shrimp, that shrimp. We got shrimp, and
You guys, all you need to do, the distillery and coffee shrimp boat tours. I think that's your thing right there.
well, I used to own a brewery, and I prided myself on all the different beers I could make and tried to introduce people into the great Pacific Northwest to different types of beer, like the English Bitter, a nice low alcohol beer. And all I ever got was, do you got anything stronger with more hops in it? So then I go down to Florida and they hit me with this IPA, and I'm like, I asked for an IPA, and what did you give me exactly? She goes, what's the IPA? Okay, well, this has no hops in it, so thank you. So there's a market down there for West Coast IPAs, big time. So that's another possible business venture I've been
let's go to
thinking of
Florida
down
and
there.
open up a West Coast brewery. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
There you go.
They have no
We-
idea
yeah,
what hops
we
are.
could be on the West Coast of Florida.
Yeah, do
We wouldn't
like
be
a
lying. We would not be lying.
Exactly.
Tampa
would
Bay
not be
West
lying.
Coast.
Just north of that, actually, Crystal River, where all the manatees go in the winter.
There we go.
Drunk
The
sea
touristy-
cows. Drunken
Oh,
sea
yeah.
cows. There's
You
the
know,
name.
Sounds like
There's
a
your
punk
name.
band.
Mermaids, whatever, drunken sea cow. That's actually perfect.
The tipsy sea
Couple
cows.
of beers and a drunken sea cow's good enough. Let's go home.
And party
There we
on,
go.
Wayne.
It's amazing these people are still standing. Holy shit. My knees would be so fucking dust by now.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to hear what he has to say, I'm tapping out. I'm sorry, guys.
Me
Aaron,
too.
Take care, brother.
We'll
I gotta go for 4 hours.
I
Yeah,
know
me
I
too.
won't. see
Yeah,
you in
me
the morning,
too.
Jason.
So yeah, I'm gonna go throw the heavies around and
I gotta work in 4 hours.
yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Jason has
You
to do
guys go.
serious
I'm
stuff.
gonna stay and I'm gonna listen to our hero, our new commander in chief, and
Again.
again.
All right. Well, hopefully this time he gets it right. Night,
There we
gentlemen.
go. Thanks a lot, Aaron. Take care.
See ya. Aaron.
Aaron from the I Had to Say It podcast. So we thank him
One
for being
smooth
there.
brain fuck you should listen to.
He is another smooth brain fuck you should listen to.
And I'll see
It's
you
fun,
guys later.
guys. Have a good night. Sleep
All right,
well and
dude.
enjoy your whatever tomorrow is, Wednesday.
Yes, that's today.
I'm sorry, it's already
Hey,
Wednesday.
Jason.
Flying
Take care
alligators.
there, Bill. Take care, Jason. See you
See
later,
you,
brother.
Hey, Jason.
So the real men are going to stay around. No.
Well, two of us, it's not even midnight yet.
Did we lose?
So
Did the cowards leave? What's going on?
The cowards left. We got the coffee drinker. We got the 2 bourbon drinkers, and Christian sitting over there. He's drinking what?
does this look like coffee to you?
That's the good kind.
I'll be
just heard
drinking the
my
coffee
wife-
tomorrow.
I just heard my wife just stomp into the bedroom, so it's actually her bedtime now, but that's okay. She'll just have to deal with it. This is my job. This is how I put pennies on the table
Yeah, right.
with our tens and tens of listeners.
Yeah.
But we still even got 29 listeners. I am so impressed, man. Thank you guys. You guys are great.
For 5 fucking hours.
Exactly. This is by far the lot.
That says something that we have listeners who stick around.
We are the real
We
men
are,
of genius.
we are real men of genius.
Real man
There
of
you
genius. Oh, he's retired.
And
Oh,
Lawrence is retired. No, Lawrence is retired. He's retired. He's a
Oh.
retired electrician. So yes,
Outstanding.
yeah.
This is great.
I'm trying to think of a joke about retired electricians.
And talking about retired or tired people, those people aren't tired in there, man. What kind of cocaine are they doing? I mean, they got
Good
good
stuff.
cocaine in freaking
Pure.
Florida, I guess.
Where's he at? Is he at Mar-a-Lago? That's the good
We're
shit.
in West Palm
No,
Beach,
they're
wherever
West Palm Beach.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah, Tony.
that's where the rich
Montana.
people's rich people cocaine is, not the cut shit that we always got. Oh wait,
Not that crap that we allegedly got.
Well, look at the guy down in the lower left-hand corner. Lower.
Yeah, that's
he's
what I
just
said.
done.
He's coming.
fucking
though.
spent. He is spent. He's just going like, would fucking Trump just get up here already?
Yeah.
Jesus.
the guy with the picture of Reagan. The picture
Yeah.
of Reagan has more animation than he does.
Yeah. Here's a picture of a dead guy that's more interesting than you.
Exactly. So have they declared on everybody yet, or what's going on there, Ken? You got the pulse.
I'm looking on the telly, and I'm trying to find out what exactly is going on here.
You got your rabbit ears on? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I gotta put some more.
Just
tinfoil
rabbit
on
ears.
this.
Yep, they're in
Bend it
Wisconsin.
over a little bit. Election night.
I still only got Trump at 248 and Kamala at 214, but let's refresh. Yeah.
It hasn't been officially announced yet.
Yeah. To be clear, Trump is not yet the 47th president of the United States. There's still enough time left for him to become the 48th president of the United States.
Arizona's still super close. Nevada is 51 to 40, 51.6 to 49 or 46.9. Hello, dyslexia.
Now, Larry, if you get it from the right people, it doesn't have fentanyl in it. It comes straight from Colombia or Venezuela. They still do.
I like the Venezuelan dyslexia. That's the best kind.
They've got good coca fields still in Venezuela. You can go and they just get cranky if you wander through the wrong neighborhoods. Or so I've been told.
Did somebody say crank?
No, I said Coke.
I don't even want to hear about crank.
Gotcha.
Don't want to hear about crank.
Better than the Fent. The Fent slump.
No, that just kills you.
That was a long, long story for me.
So OAN has Trump at 265 and Harris at 194. And we're looking for.
So they must be waiting for all the news organizations.
Hey, wait, does that screen say there that they called Trump for Wisconsin?
Michigan and Wisconsin are almost foregone conclusion.
Yeah, Michigan and Wisconsin went for Trump.
Oh, yeah.
So we're at.
So the blue wall is not a blue wall; it's a bluish. Okay, what's Wisconsin? Sorry, what's
it's a blue wall. Michigan went for Trump. Wisconsin went for Trump. Minnesota's going to go for Kamala, of course, because they're idiots.
And
But it was-
Pennsylvania is 51 to 48, what I see. So
I've got a TV on over here. I'm trying to see what they got going on here. An OAN. And they've got New Hampshire went to Harris, of course, because the Free State Project, that's a humongous failure.
Oh
Yeah,
my
no shit.
God.
Yeah, no shit.
What are Chase's numbers, by the by? Did he get a percent?
He didn't get any numbers.
Mr. Oliver, Chase Oliver.
Yeah, I've talked about that, and again, this is another election where the Libertarian Party, if they could pull their heads out of their ass, would have done really well.
I disagree, Ken. You had to go with one of the big two. I don't think a third party wasn't going to garner any sort of support whatsoever.
By really well, I'm like 7%. I mean, not like they wouldn't have won anything, but they keep putting these morons up.
Well, the worst. I think this is the worst candidate I've seen in Jesus.
They had, if you remember, in 2016, they had Austin Peterson. Now,
Yes.
a lot of people don't like him, but his campaign slogan was, "I want to live in America where the married gay couple can protect their marijuana fields with automatic weapons."
Yes, I love that.
That sums up what's going on. And you had the crazy guy that had the antivirus thing. What was his name?
Bill Gates.
No. He's got multi-millionaire guy. McAfee. He was a lunatic, entertaining. And then you had that other idiot, Gary Johnson, who was just a fucking idiot. He was an idiot. And this is who the Libertarian Party puts up. Instead of Austin Peterson was a reasonable, good-looking young guy that would have done well. He would have got the 6 or 7%. But, they fucked that up. Yeah, in Libertarian Party in Minnesota is a bunch of just dope smoking shitheads.
And the funny thing is, the candidate they did put up, Gary Johnson, has garnered the most electoral votes of any candidate, and he was terrible. You're right. Austin
he did the
Peterson
best
would have
out
been
of
way
everybody.
better.
Yeah, but they
And
just
it's
keep
been
picking
downhill since then.
Yeah, I don't know if you listened to our show this week, but we had Brian McWilliams on. Well, he's their PR marketing guy right now, and he's like, we got to change everything.
To, just scold him constantly because he's in a tough position, but it's like, man,
Read the breaking news on the screen.
Yeah. Newsmax presents. Yeah.
We had that already.
Good.
I know. I just wanted to say it out loud.
I want to wake up tomorrow morning knowing who's president.
Yeah,
that is what I want. They can try their shit and stuff like that, but none of that's going to work. Not just like none of the shit that he tried when he let this.
We'll be here till the sun comes up. Damn it!
Not all of us.
I'm 56. I don't really like doing that shit anymore, but
No, yeah, I'm 56 as well. It's
No, dude,
I'm not 52 anymore.
I could
Bruce
never
is like-
explain that to my wife, or nobody could ever explain that to my wife why I died of a heart attack. Well, he just did a little bump. Yeah.
Well,
You just got to know your limits, Bruce. You just got to know your limits.
So the reason why he isn't coming out yet, because he's not quite hit that 270 mark for sure yet, and he doesn't want to come out and say shit and then have to wake up in the morning and not
Walk it
have-
back.
have that, have that goofy ass chart with the vertical climb on it. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible, and this is not me calling him in question, but that aside from all the bluster and the endless rambling speeches, that the man himself is actually one who is humble, may be the wrong word, but grounded enough to know when he should and shouldn't wander out and just start talking too much?
Yep. I agree. I agree.
Because right now would be a time where if you were an asshole, you'd walk out and you'd just start running your mouth.
Yep.
Right. Well, Trump's not an idiot. He's just not. He understands media. He gets it. And he plays it like a violin.
Like he's playing us now.
Yeah.
That's what
That's
exactly what he's doing. Like,
I'm
these
not.
guys-
It's exactly what he's doing right now. He's
They're
playing
getting
everybody.
thirsty. They're getting hungry. They're getting really hungry, and I want them starving. I want them starving before I come out.
And pass the fuck out.
Because somebody's getting laid tonight.
I suppose.
For all you guys know, Trump could be
He
sleeping.
probably
right
did.
now.
If he had any sense, he would have taken a nap between 8 and midnight.
Well, of course he did. Let's see what USA. I'm going to go to USA Today and see what they're saying.
Hold on. You go there.
Let's see. Yeah.
Hey,
see,
Bill.
They got Trump at 248.
Yes, sir.
While we have time,
What?
can I ask you a question about coffee?
Sure.
So, tell me your opinion of Starbucks coffee.
It's over roasted.
Oh, thank you.
They got
Thank-
an absolutely exceptional marketing strategy.
For shit. They sell
it's terrible.
shit.
No, if you ask me about Black Rifle Coffee, I'll say the same goddamn thing.
I don't buy Black.
Although smaller company, veteran owned. I'm veteran owned. They also have a really great marketing strategy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like it's phenomenal, phenomenal. Yeah, I actually it's better than Starbucks. Starbucks is whatever. You want to pick a niche market. Black Rifle did it, and getting Matt Best to do commercials for him and stuff. It's phenomenal. It would be what I would aspire to be, but I know that I would end up selling my soul to do it because I used to order Black Rifle Coffee, and it was before they blew up. I just love the names. I love supporting the guys. And then they kind of, all of a sudden they were on every podcast in the world. And then my annual or my monthly subscription got late and later and later and back ordered. And they had problems scaling, I think is what the deal was.
Oh, yeah.
And we're small. I mean, we're so small that I'd love to have that problem, but I don't ever want that problem. And as far as Starbucks go, they over roast the living crap out of all their coffee.
Should we observe a moment of silence for Kathy Hochul?
I got to ask, who is Kathy?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
I don't know who Kathy is.
Random,
Holtz?
yeah,
Kathy Holtz
random
was the-
reference lost on younger viewers.
Yes. BR549. When I asked that at the beginning of the show, almost 5 hours ago, BR549. If anybody knew what that was, and I asked the boomers when all the boomers were here, and I know that Ken doesn't know this because he's a millennial, or excuse me,
He's a Gen X.
I'm a
Gen
Gen X millennial.
And I are old Gen Xers. Come on now.
Yeah, we're OG Xers.
This here is June.
We are
this year-
the precursor to Gen X. We don't even
this-
know what the fuck is
this
going
here,
on.
This picture right here is Junior Samples,
Yep.
used car salesman.
BR549.
And his freaking handle was BR. That was his phone number, BR549. And he was a car salesman on the show Hee Haw. Just to let you know.
I do remember.
So
Okay.
I don't remember that because we didn't get hee haw in Boston because we were in a bunch of fucking hoonyaks.
It didn't sample well before the big dig.
On our 2 television channels, we got Hee Haw.
And BR549 said, exactly.
So, Bill, are you familiar with Caribou Coffee?
I am not.
Okay.
That's a
So-
Midwest. That started in Minneapolis.
Caribou it started in a suburb of Minneapolis. They sold out to God knows who when. It's actually good. They don't roast the living shit out of it.
Out in the Midwest, they're neck and neck, Caribou and Starbucks. I mean, neck
Well,
and neck.
but Caribou advertises. Starbucks doesn't advertise. They just build another store.
Yeah.
Right. They don't have to advertise anymore.
They just build stores.
They just build stores. There's a
But
Safeway, there's a store. I don't. Yeah.
Here in Sioux Falls, we've actually had one or two. I think Starbucks have either closed or had to relocate because they didn't do well. Where they decided to plop one down. They dropped a dude on the wrong block, and it didn't go well.
Yeah. We have a Dutch Brothers coffee here now, which I've never heard of before.
Dutch?
Well, they're from Oregon.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they're down here now, but we have a Starbucks every quarter mile, and we actually have one that's across the street from each other, and one that you just go to pick up your coffee, and that's it. You just pick it up. You can't even order it there. You just pick it up.
I hear what they do with the Caribou coffee.
What the hell is going on, Ken? Kyle, whatever happened to your sound is not good.
All right. Yeah, it's better.
It hooked
It's
up to
going
your
dead.
road, but it's way hot.
Your road is going dead.
Yeah, it might be going dead.
It is going dead.
It's
Yeah,
dead.
going dead. I've
It
got
is
my
going
battery's
dead.
going dead. I'm going
It is
dead.
going dead.
Just turn up the indirect lighting, you'll be okay. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but okay.
Or
I
you can
appreciate
turn it up. I'll turn it up. There you go. That's better.
I appreciate that you're trying.
That trying is one way of putting it. Going to bed is another way of putting it, which is
Well, yeah,
what I'm
I'm
about
not-
to do. So Trump won. We'll see, unless they cheat in the morning. But I'm done. I'm about to fall asleep. So I will talk to you guys in the morning. It's 1:21 in the morning here, and
I think
I
we
have a
will do the
job.
same. I
Unlike-
thought we were all going to gut it out, but I think that we're all going to do the same because my wife is stomping down the hallway. That is the telltale sign that it's time for me to go. So anyway, really, I want to thank everybody for being here on the panel tonight. We've gone almost 5.5 hours here. Just want to say, hey, great, thank you guys. We got 27 listeners that are still hung in there, and I appreciate every one of your guys' contributions and your viewership. Come on back. We're going to do an X live. We're going to do an X Spaces in the morning, 6 a.m. on X. You can just follow me, and you can just join in, or just go into X and look for Spaces, and we're there. It's called The Weathered View. We will be there in the morning, and then we'll be seeing you later. So we got a good show. We're going to be doing some kind of a wrap-up show on Sunday night for the weather review, or the weather report. Excuse me, it's getting late. Weather report, 7:00 live on Sunday night, YouTube and Rumble. And again, guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging around and being here for the rest of the show. But we're going to take off and we're done. So we'll see you guys later.
Ken,
Here's
going dark.
another reason why you want to take control of what you're doing.
Everything kind of funnels into the only winning move is not to play the game.
I don't know, guys. This whole thing sounds pre-recorded.